Chapter 1 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Keith Salis, Clare, Illinois. Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 1. The Head of the Family. The little village of Beckley lies, or rather lay many years ago, in the quiet embrace of Old Stow Wood, well known to every Oxford man who loves the horn or fusil. This wood or forest, now broken up into many straggling copses, spread in the olden time across the main breadth of the highland to the north of Headington, between the valley of Cherwell and the bogs of Otmore. Beckley itself, though once approached by the Roman road from Alchester, must for many a century have nursed its rural quietude, withdrawn as it was from the stage-wagon track of High Wycombe to Chipping Norton, through Wheatley, Islip, and Bletchington, and lying in a tangle of narrow lanes leading only to one another. So Beckley took that cheerful view of life which enabled the fox to disdain the blandishments of the vintage, and prided itself on its happy seclusion and untutored honesty. But as all sons of Adam must have something or other to say to the rest, and especially to his daughters, this little village carried on some commerce with the outer world, and it did so through a carrier. The name of this excellent man was Cripps, and the carrier's mantle or woolsey coat had descended on this particular Cripps from many generations. All the Cripps family had a habit of adding largely to their number in every generation. In this they resembled most other families which have to fight the world, and therefore recruit their forces zealously. But in one great point they were very distinct. They agreed among one another. And ever since roads were made, or rather lanes began trying to make themselves, one great tradition had confirmed the dynasty of Crippses. This was that the eldest son should take the carrying business. The second son, upon first avoidance, should have the baker's shop in Oxford over against the old Balliol College. The third should have the queer old swine farm on the heart of Stow Forest. The fourth should be the butcher of Beckley, and the fifth its shoemaker, if ever it pleased the Lord to proceed with the masculine fork of the family, as had happened several times. The sixth boy and the rest were expected to start on their travels when big enough. As for the girls, the carrier, being the head of the family and holding the house and the stable and cart, was bound to take the maids one by one to and fro under his tilt twice a week, till the public fell in love with him. Now so many things came cross and across the countless ins and outs of life that even the laws of the Crippses failed sometimes in some jot or tittle. Still they stuck, and strong cause was needed ere they could be departed from. Of course the side shoots of the family, shoemakers' sons, and so on, were not to be bound by this great code, however ambitious to be so. To deal with such rovers is not our duty. Our privilege is to trace the strict succession of the Crippses, the deeds of the carrier now on the throne of his second best brother, the baker, with a little side peep at the man on the farm, and a shy desire to be very delicate to the last unmarried female. The present head of the family, Zacchary Cripps, the Beckley carrier, under the laws of time, which are even stricter than the Crippses' code, was crossing the ridge of manhood towards the western side of 40, without providing the due successor to the ancestral driving board. Public opinion was already beginning to exclaim at him, and the man who kept the chandler's shop with a large small family to maintain was threatening to make the most of this, and set up his own eldest son on the road, though dot and carry one was all he knew about the business. Zacchary was not a likely man to be at all upset by this, but rather one of a tarrying order, as his name might indicate. Truly intelligent families living round about the city of Oxford had, and even to this day have, a habit of naming their male babies after the books of the Bible, in just their canonical sequence, while infants of the better sex are baptized into the Apocrypha, or even the Epistles. so that Zacchary should have been Genesis, only his father had suffered such pangs of mind at being cut down by the ever-strengthening curtness of British diction into Jenny Cripps, that he laid his thumb to the New Testament when the first man-child was born to him, and finding a father in like case, quite relieved of responsibility, took it for a good sign, and applied his name triumphantly. But though the eldest born was thus transformed into the New Testament, the second son reverted to the proper dispensation, and the one who went into the baker's shop was Exodus, as he ought to be. The children of the former Exodus were turned out testamentarily, save those who were needed to carry the bread out till their cousins' boys should be big enough. All of these doings were right enough, and everybody approved of them. Leviticus Cripps was the lord of the swine, and Numbers bore the cleaver, while Deuteronomy stuck to his last when the public house could spare him. There was only one more brother of the dominant generation, whose name was Pentateuch, for thus they pronounced the collective eponym, and he had been compendiously kicked abroad to seek his own fortune right early. But as for the daughters, who took their names from the best women of the Apocrypha, and sat up successively under the tilt until they were disposed of, for the moment it is enough to say that all except one were now forth and settled. Some married farmers, some married tradesmen, one took a miller's eldest son, one had a gentleman more or less, but all with expectations. Only the youngest was still in the tilt, a very pretty girl called Esther. All Beckley declared that Esther's heart had been touched by a college lad who came some 5 years since to lodge with Zacchary for the long vacation, and was waited on by this young girl, supposed to be then unripe for dreaming of the tender sentiment. That a girl of only 15 summers should allow her thoughts to stray, contrary to all common sense and her duty to her betters, for no other reason, to anybody's knowledge, than that a young man ate and drank with less noise than the Crippses, and went on about the moonlight and the stars and the rubbishy things in the hedges, that a child like that should know no better than to mix what a gentleman said with his inner meaning, put it right or left, it showed that something was amiss with her. However, the women would say no more until it was pulled out of them. To mix or meddle with the Crippses was like putting one's fingers into a steel trap. With female opinion in its condition and eager to catch at anything, Mrs. Exodus Cripps in Oxford was confined rather suddenly. She had needed a batch of 2 sacks of flour to put it to rise for the morning, and her husband, who should not have let her do it, was smoking a pipe and exciting her. Nevertheless, it would not have harmed her, as both the doctor and the midwife said, if only she had kept herself from arguing while about it. But, somehow or other, her husband said a thing she could not agree with, and the strength of her reason went the other way, and it served him right that he had to rush off in his slippers to the night bell. On the next day, although things were quite brought round, and the world was richer by the addition of another rational animal, Mr. Exodus sent up the crumpet boy all the way from Broad Street in Oxford to Beckley, to beg and implore Miss Esther Cripps to come down and attend to the caudle. And the crumpet boy, being short of breath, became so full of power that the carrier scarcely knew what to do in the teeth of so urgent a message, for he had made quite a pet of his youngest sister, and the 20 years of age betwixt them stopped the gap of rivalry. It was getting quite late in the afternoon when the crumpet boy knocked at the carrier's door, because he had met upon Magdalen Bridge a boy who owed him 2d, and eager as he was to fulfill his duty, a sense of justice to himself compelled him to do his best to get it. His knowledge of the world had increased by the failure of his utopian vision, for the other boy offered to toss him double or quits, and having no specie, borrowed poor Crumpy's last penny to do it. Then, being defeated in the issue, he cast the young baker's cap over the bridge and made off at fine speed with his coin of the realm. What other thing could Crumpy do than attempt to outvie his activity? In a word, he chased him as far as Carfax, with well-winged feet and sad labor of lungs. But Mercury laughed at Esther, and Crumpy had a very distant view of 5d. Recording a highly vindictive vow, he scratched his bare head and set forth again, being further from Beckley than at his first start. It certainly was an unlucky thing that the day of the week should be Tuesday the 19th of December, 1837. For Zacchary always had to make his rounds on a Wednesday and a Saturday, and if he were to drive his poor old Dobbin into Oxford on a Tuesday evening, how could he get through his business tomorrow? For Dobbin insisted on a day in stable when he had been in Oxford. He was full of the air of the laziest place, and perhaps the most delightful in the world. He despised all the horses of low agriculture after that inspiration, and he sighed out sweet grunts at the color of his straw, instead of getting up the next morning. Zacchary Cripps was a thoughtful man, as well as a very kind-hearted one. In the crown of his hat he always carried a monthly calendar gummed on cardboard, and opposite almost every day he had dots or round O's or crosses. Each of those to his very steady mind meant something not to be neglected, and being, as time went, a pretty fair scholar, ere school boards destroyed true scholarship, with the help of his horse he could make out nearly every place he had to call at. So now he looked at the crumpet boy to receive and absorb his excitement, and then he turned to young Esther and let her speak first, as she always liked to do.
"Oh, please to go back quite as fast as you can," said Esther to the Crumpy, "and say that I shall be there before you, or at any rate as soon as you are. And, Crumpy, there ought to be something for you. Dear Zack, have you got a twopence?"
"Not I," said the carrier, "and if I had, it would do him a deal more harm than good. Run away down the hill, my lad. You come to me at the Golden Cross, perhaps as soon as Saturday, and I'll look at my bag for a halfpenny. Run away, boy, run away, or the bogies will be after you."
End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Swing of the Pickaxe. The baker's boy felt that his luck was askew upon this day of his existence, for Carrier Cripps was vexed so much at this sudden demand for his sister that he had never even thought of asking the boy to have a glass of home-brewed ale.
"Zack, what made you send the boy away?"
Esther asked when she came downstairs with her bonnet and short cloak on.
"Of course I am very foolish, but he would have been some little company."
"There now, I never thought of it. I am doiled, I do believe, sometimes. Tramp with you to the bar myself, I will. Sarve me right for a doing of it."
"Indeed, then, you won't," she answered firmly. "There's a hard day's work for you, Zack, tomorrow, with all the Christmas parcels and your touch of rheumatics so bad last week."
"Why, bless the child, I be as hearty as ever."
"Of course you are, Zack, of course you are, and think naught of a sack of potatoes. But if you desire to come with me one step, backward is the only step I take."
"Well, well," said the carrier, glad on the whole to escape a long walk and keep conscience clear. "When you say a thing, Eddie, what good is it? Round these here parts none would harm me, and none of they furriners be about just now."
"Good night, Zack. Good night, dear," cried Esther to shorten departure, for Cripps was a man of a slow turn of mind and might go on for an hour or two. "I shall sleep there tonight, of course, and meet you at the Golden Cross tomorrow. When had I best be there?"
"Well, you know better than I do. It might be 1 o'clock, or it might be 2, or it might be 3:30 almost. All you have to do is this, to leave word at the bar with Sally Brown."
"I shall do nothing of the sort," she answered. "I don't like bars, and I don't like Miss Brown. I shall look in the yard for the cart, brother."
"You'll do pretty much as you like. That much I may be cocksure of."
But before he could finish his exposition of his sister's character, she was out of sight, and he dropped his grumble and doubted his mind about letting her go, nor that any one at all of the neighborhood would hurt her, but that there had been much talk about a camp of dark-skinned people in Crowley Marsh not long ago.
Therefore he laid his palm flat from his eyebrows to follow the distance further, and seeing no more than the hedges of the lane, now growing in the cold wind naked, and the track of the lane, from wet mud slaking into light-colored crustiness, without any figures or sound or shadow or sense of life moving anywhere, he made for the best side of the cottage door and brightened up the firelight. The weather had been for some few weeks in a good constitutional English state. That is to say, it had no settled tendency towards anything, or at any rate so it seemed to people who took little heed of it. There had been a little rain, and then a little snow, and a touch of frost, and then a sample of fog, and so on, trying all varieties to suit the British public. True Britons, however, had grumbled duly at each successive overture, so that the winter was now resolving henceforth only to please itself. And this determined will was in the wind, the air, and the earth itself, just when night began to fall on this dark day of December. As Esther turned the corner from Beckley Lane into the road, the broad coach road to Oxford, she met a wind that knew its mind coming over the crest of Shotover, a stern east wind that whistled sadly over the brown and barren fields, and bitterly piped in the roadway. To the chill of this blast, the sere oak leaves shivered in the dusk and rattled. The gray ash saplings bent their naked length to get away from it, and the surly stubs of the hedge went to and fro to one another. The slimy dips of the path began to rib themselves like fronds of fern, and to shrink into wrinkles and sinewy knobs, while the broader puddles, though scurred by the breeze, found the network of ice veiling over them. This, as it crusted, began to be capable of consistent quivering, with a frail infinitude of spikelets, crossing and yet carrying into one another, and the cold work, marred every now and then by the hurry of the wind that urged it, in the main was going on so fast that the force of the water ceased to glisten, and instead of ruffling lifted, and instead of waving wavered, so that as the surface trembled, any level eye might see little splinters, held as are the ribs and harl of feathers, spreading and rising like stems of lace, and then with a smooth, crisp jostle sinking as the wind flew over them, into the quavering consistence of a coverlet of ice. Esther Cripps took little heed of these things, or in any other of the matter of weather, except to say to herself now and then how bitter cold the wind was, and that she feared it would turn to snow, and how she longed to be sitting with a cup of Aunt Exie's caudle in the snug room next to the bakehouse, or how glad she would be to get only as far as the first house of St. Clement's, to see the lamps and the lights in the shops, and be quit of this dreary loneliness. For now it must be 3 market days since fearful rumors began to stir in several neighboring villages, which made even strong men discontent with solitude towards nightfall. And as for the women, now just poor Esther would rather not think of what they declared. It was all very well to pretend to doubt it while hanging the clothes out or turning the mangle, but as for laughing out here in the dark and a mile away from the nearest house, good Lord! How that white owl frightened her. Being a sensible and brave girl, she forced her mind as well as she could into another channel, and lifted the cover of the basket in which she had some nice things for Aunt Exie, and then she set off for a bold little run until she was out of breath, and trembling at the sound of her own light feet. For though all Crippses were known to be of a firm and resolute fibre, who could expect a young maid like this to tramp on like a Roman sentinel? And the lucky thing for her it was that she tried nothing of the sort, but glided along with her heart in her mouth, and her short skirt tucked up round her. Lucky also for her that the ground, which she so little heeded and so wanted to get over, was in that early stage of freezing, or of drying to forestall frost, in which it deadens sound as much as the later stage enlivens it. Otherwise, it is doubtful whether she would have seen the Christmas dressing of the shops in Oxford. For a little further on she came, without so much as a cow in the road or a sheep in the field for company, to a dark, narrow place, where the way hung over the verge of a stony hollow, an ancient pit which had once been worked as part of the quarries of Headington. This had long been of bad repute as a haunted and ill-omened place, and even the carrier himself, strong and resolute as he was, felt no shame in whispering when he passed by in the moonlight. And the name of the place was the Gypsy's Grave. Therefore, as Esther Cripps approached it, she was half inclined to wait and hide herself in a bush or gap until a cart or wagon should come down the hill behind her, or an honest dairyman whistling softly to reassure his shadow, or even a woman no braver than herself. But neither any cart came near nor any other kind of company, only the violence of the wind and the keen increase of the frostbite, so that the girl made up her mind to put the best foot foremost and run through her terrors at such a pace that none of them could lay hold of her. Through yards of darkness she skimmed the ground in haste only to be rid of it, without looking forward or over her shoulders or anywhere when she could help it. And now she was ready to laugh at herself and her stupid fears as she caught through the trees a glimpse of the lights of Oxford down in the lowland, scarcely more than 1.5 miles away from her. In the joy of relief she was ready to jump and pant without fear of the echoes, when suddenly something caught her ears. This was not a thing at first to be at all afraid of, but only just enough to rouse a little curiosity. It seemed to be nothing more or less than the steady stroke of a pickaxe. The sound came from the further corner of the deserted quarry, where a crest of soft and shingly rock overhung a briery thicket. Any person working there would be quite out of sight from the road by reason of the bend of the hollow. The blow of the tool came dull and heavy on the dark and frosty wind, and Esther almost made up her mind to run on and take no heed of it, and so she would have done, no doubt, if she had not been a Cripps girl. But in this family firm and settled opinions had been handed down concerning the rights of property, the rights that overcome all wrongs and outlive death. The brother Leviticus of Stow Wood had sown a piece of waste at the corner of the clevice, with winter carrots for his herd of swine. The land being none of his thus far, his right to treat it was not established, and therefore likely to be attacked by any rapacious encroacher. Esther felt all such things keenly and resolved to find out what was going on. To this intent she gathered in the skirt of her frock and fulling of her cloak, and fending the twigs from her eyes and bonnet, quietly slipped through a gap in the hedge, for she knew that a steep track trodden by children in the blackberry season led from this gap to the deep and tangled bottom of the quarry. With care and fear she went softly down and followed the curve of the hollow. The heavy sound of the pickaxe ceased as she came near and nearer, and the muttering of rough voices made her shrink into a nook and listen. "Tell ye, I did see summat movin'," said a man whom she could dimly make out in the beetling ridge above her by the light of the clearing eastern sky. "A summat movin' down yonner, I tell ye." "No patience, I han't no patience with ye," answered a taller man, coming forward and speaking with a guttural twang, as the roof of his mouth were imperfect. "Skeery Jem is your name and nature. Give me the pick if ye beast afeard. Is this job to be finished tonight or not?" The answer was only a growl or an oath, and the swing of the tool began again, while Esther's fright grew hot and thumped in her heart and made her throat swell. It was all she could do to keep quiet breath and prevent herself from screaming, for something told her that she was watching a darker crime than the theft of roots or robbery of a sheepfold. In a short or long time, she knew not which, as she still lay hid and dared not show her face above the gorse tuft, a sound of sliding and falling shale heavily shook her refuge. She drew herself closer and prayed to the Lord and clasped her hands before her eyes and cowered, expecting to be killed at least. And then she peeped forth to know what it was about. She never had harmed any mortal body. Why should she be frightened so? In the catch of the breath which comes when sudden courage makes gulp at uncertainty, she lifted herself by a stiff old root to know the very worst of it. Better almost to be killed and be done with than bear the heart-pang of this terrible fear. And there she saw a thing that struck her so aback with amazement that every timid sense was mute. Whether the sky began to shed a hovering light, or the girl's own eyes spread and bred a power of vision from their nervous dilation, at any rate she saw in the darkness what she had not seen till now. It was the body of a young woman, such a body as herself might be, lying only with white things around it in the black corner, with gravel and earth and pieces of rock rolling down on it. There was nothing to frighten a sensible person now that the worst was known, perhaps. Everybody must be buried at some time. Why should she be frightened so? However, Esther Cripps fell faint, and lay in that state long enough for tons of burying rock to fall, and secret barriers to depart. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Oakeaf Potatoes. Of all the slow people in this slow place, I am quite certain that there is none so slow as Cripps the Carrier. This hot spatch, as the patient Zacchary would perhaps have called it, passed the lips of no less a person than old Squire Oglander. He, on the 20th day of December, the day after that we began with, was hurrying up and down the long straight walk of his kitchen garden, and running every now and then to a post of vantage from which he could look over the top of his beloved holly hedge, and make out some of the zigzags of the narrow lane from Beckley. A bitter black frost had now set in, and the squire knew that if he wanted anything more fetched out of his ground, or anything new put into it, he might be weeks before he got another chance of doing it. So he made a good bustle, and stamped and ran, and did all he could to arouse his men, who knew him too well to concern themselves about any of his menaces. "I tell you we are all caught napping, Thomas. I tell you we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. The frost is an inch in the ground already. Artichokes, carrots, parsnips, beetroot, even horseradish for our Christmas beef, and upon my soul, a row of potatoes never even dug yet. Unless I am after you at every corner, I am blessed if I don't see our keeping onions."
"Now, master, ye no call to be so grum. None of they things'll be a ha'porth worse. The frost'll only sweeten 'em."
"You zany, I know all your talk. Hold your tongue. Not a glass of beer will I send out if this is all I get for it. Sweeten them, indeed. And when we want them, are we to dig them with mattocks, pray? Or do you thickheads expect it to thaw to order when the pot is bubbling? Stir your lazy legs, or I'll throw every one of you on the workhouse the moment the first snow falls." The three men grinned at one another and proceeded leisurely. They knew much better than the squire himself what his gentle nature was, and that he always expiated a scolding with a jug of beer. "Man and boy," said the eldest of them, speaking below his breath, as if this tyranny had extinguished him, "in this here garden I have worked, man and boy, for 80 years, and always given satisfaction. Work us! What would his father have said to hear tell in this garden of work us? Work us! Well, let 'em come if it will. Can't be harder work, God knoweth." Thomas, you say that," said another lazy rascal, shaking his head with his heel on his spade, and then wiping his forehead laboriously. "'Tis the sweat of our brow, Thomas. None of 'em thinks on. But there, they was born to be driving of us." Squire Oglander made as if he heard them not, and then he hurried to the hedge again, and stood on the wall of the leaf-mould pit, and peered over the beard of hollies. And this time he spied in the distance Cripps, or at any rate the tilt of the Crippsian cart, jogging sedately to the rhythm of the feet of Dobbin. "Hurrah!" cried the squire, who was still as young in mind as if he had no body. "By George, we will be just in time. Never mind what I said, my lads. I was a little bit cross, I know. Take out the crumbs from the bottom of your trenches and go 2 inches deeper. Our new potatoes are come at last. Mary, come out with a gallon of ale." Squire Oglander, having retired now from the army and all warfare, was warmly devoted to the arts of peace. farming, planting, gardening, breeding, training of dogs, and so on. All of these quiet delights fell softly on a very active mind when the vigor of the body began to fail. He loved his farm, and he loved his garden, and all his attempts at improvement, and nothing better than to point out his own mistakes to rash admirers. But where is the pleasure of showing things to strangers who know nothing? The old man's grand delight of all was to astonish his own daughter, his only child, Grace Oglander. This it was that made him work so hard at the present moment. He was determined to have his kitchen garden in first-rate winter order by the time his daughter should come home from a visit to her aunt at Cowley. Now this sister, Mrs. Firmitage, had promised to bring home their joint pet Gracie in time for dinner at 5 o'clock that very day, and to dine there with them, so that it was needful to look alive, and to make quick step of everything. Moreover, this good squire had some little insight, as behooves a farmer and a sportsman, into the ways and meaning of the weather of the neighborhood. He knew as well as a short-tailed field mouse that a long frost was coming. The sharp, dry rustle of the upturned leaves of holly and of ivy, the heavy stoop of the sullen sky, the patches of the spaded mold already browning with powdery crispness, the upward shivering look of the grass, and the loss of all gloss upon everything, and the shuddering rattle in the teeth of a man who opened his mouth to the wind at all. Many other things than these, as well as all of them, were here, that any man, not blind, deaf, or choked in sighted ignorance, might fall to at once, and dig every root of his potatoes. But the strange thing in this present matter was that Squire Oglander was bent not only on digging potatoes, but also on planting them this very day. Forsooth, it was one of his fixed dates in the chronicles of the garden, that happen what might, or be the season whatsoever it chose to be, new potatoes and peas he would have by the last day of May, at the latest, and this without any ignoble resort to forcing pit, hotbed, or even cold frame, under the pure gaze of the sky by the time they must be ready. Now this may be easy at Ventnor, or Penzance, or even Bournemouth, but in the Highlands of Oxfordshire it requires some skill and management. In the first place, both pea and potato must be of a kind that is ready to awake right early, and then they must be humoured with a very choice place, and after that they must be shielded from the winter's rages. If all these musts can be complied with, and several ifs are solved aright, the gardener, eager as well as patient, may hope to get pleasure from his early work. Of all men there was none perhaps more capable of hoping than this good Squire Oglander. In his garden and his household, or among his friends and neighbors, or the world at large, he not only tried to see, but saw, the very best side of everything. When things fell out amiss, he always looked very wise, and shook his head, and declared that he had predicted them, and before very long he began to find out that they were not so bad as they might have been. His ruddy face and blue eyes, and sometimes decidedly waggish nose, as well as his crisp white hair, and way of standing to be looked at, let everybody know that here was a man of no great pretension, yet true and of kind, happy heart, and fit to be relied upon. 10,000 such may be found in England, and they cannot be too many. "Inside and outside, all look alive," cried this gentleman, running to and fro. "Gracie will be home, Miss Grace, I mean, and not a bit of fire in the drawing-room grate. No Christmas boxes for any of you sluts." "Now, I did not mean that, Mary, as you might know. Inside the women and outside the men. Now, what is this paper for, my dear?" "That there Cripps, sir, have sent un in, and he be getting so particular." "Quite right, quite right. Business is business. No man can be too particular. Let him sit down and have a pint of ale. He wants me to sign this paper, does he? Very well, tell him to come next week. My fingers are cramped with the wind. Tell Cripps... Now, don't you be in such a hurry, Mary. Cripps is not a marrying man." "As if I would touch him with a pair of tongs, sir. A Oakeaf to have a Cripps, sir. A man who always smells as if he had been a combing of a horse." "Oh, poor Mary, the grapes are sour. Tell Bachelor Cripps to send in the bag, and bring me the little truck-basket, Mary. I dare say that will hold them. Just in time. They were only just in time. Tomorrow would have been a day too late."
The squire was to pay a guinea for this bushel of early oak-leaf potatoes, a sort that was warranted to beat the ash-leaf by a fortnight, and to crop tenfold as much. The bag had been sent by the Henley coach from a nursery near Maidenhead, and left at the Black Horse in St. Clement's, to be called for by the Beckley carrier.
"Stay now," cried the squire. "Now I think of it, we will unpack the bag in the brewery, Mary. They have had a fire there all morning, and it will save making any mess in here. Miss Grace is coming, bless her heart, and she'll give it to me if she finds any dirt." "What, sir, if you please? Master Cripps is now just beginning his pint of ale, and he never hurrieth over that." "Well, we don't want Cripps. We only want the bag. Jem will bring it into the brewery, if you want to sit with Cripps. Cripps is tired, I dare say. These young men's legs are not fit for much. Stop, call old Thomas. He's the best, after all. If I want a thing done, I come back to the old folk, after all." "Well, sir, I don't think you have any reason to say that. Howsomever, here cometh Mr. Cale. Mr. Cale, if you please, you be wanted."
Presently Thomas Cale, the man who had worked so long in the garden there, followed his master across the court with the bag of potatoes on his back. The weight was a trifle, of course, being scarcely over 1/2 hundredweight, but Thomas was too old a hand to make too light of anything. "I've knowed the time," he said, setting down the sack on the head of an empty barrel, "when that there weight would have failed, you might say, to crook my little finger. Now, make so bold. Do you know the reason?"
"Why, Thomas, we cannot expect to be always so young as we were once, you know."
"Naught to do with it, Esther, naught. The reason lie all in the vitals, master. The vitals is fallen from what they was."
"Thomas, you give me no peace with your victuals. You must groan to the cook, not to me, about them. Now cut the cord. Why, what has Cripps been about?"
The bag was made of a stout grey canvas, not so thick as sacking, and the creases of the neck began to open under the slackening cord. 3 or 4 red stripes were shown, such as were sometimes to be found in the neck of a leather mail-bag, when the postmaster has been in a hurry and dropped his wax too plenteously. But the stripes in these creases were not dry and brittle as of run sealing-wax, but clammy and damp, as if some thick fluid had oozed from dripping fingers.
"I don't like the look of it," cried the old squire. "Cripps should be more careful. He has left the bag down at his brother the butcher's. I'm sure they never sent it out like this. Not that I'm of a squeamish order, but still— Good God, what is this that I see?"
With scarcely time for his cheeks to blanch or his firm old hands to tremble, Squire Oglander took from the mouth of the sack a coil of long, bright, golden hair. The brown shade of potatoes beneath it set off its glistening beauty. He knew it at a glance. There was no such hair in all of Oxfordshire but his Gracie's. A piece of paper was roughly twisted in and out the shining wreath. This he spread in the hollow of his palm, and then put on his spectacles and read by the waning light these words: "All you will ever see of her." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Cripps in a Quandry. Worth Oglander was now in his 70th year. Although he might be a trifle fat, was a truly hale and active man. His limbs were as sound as his conscience, and he was well content with his life and age. He had seen a good deal of the world and of enemies in the stirring times of war, but no wrong lay in the bottom of his heart, no harm ever done to anyone except that he had killed a few Frenchmen, perhaps, as all Englishmen used to be forced to do.
Moreover, he had what most folk now of the very best kind have almost outlived, a staunch and steadfast faith in the management of the world by its Maker. We are too clever now for all this, of course, but it must be allowed that this fine old faith bred courage, truth, and comfort. "Whoever has played this trick with me," said the squire as soon as he recovered himself, "is, to say the least of it, a blackguard. Even for a Christmas joke it is carrying things a great deal too far. I have played and been played many practical jokes when there was nothing else to do, in winter quarters and such like, but this is beyond. Thomas, run and fetch Cripps. I will get to the bottom of this, I am resolved." In a minute or two Master Cripps came in. His face was a little flushed from the power of the compliments paid to Mary, but his eyes were quite firm, and his breeches and gaiters strictly under discipline of the legs inside them. "Servant, sir," he said, touching his forelock, nearly the colour of clover hay. "All correct, I hope, squire, and safe and sound, and in good condition. That's how I deliver all goods, barring the will of the Almighty." "Tell me the meaning of this." As he spoke, Mr. Oglander held up the bright wreath of hair and pointed to the red stains on the sack. Cripps, as behooved a slow-minded man, stared at the hair and the bag and the squire and the roof of the brewery and all the tubs, and then began feeling in his hat for orders. "Cripps, are you dumb? Are you tipsy, or what? Or are you too much ashamed of yourself?"
"I ain't done naught to be ashamed of, me nor my father afore me."
"Then will you tell me what this means? Are you going to keep me all night, for God's sake?"
"Squire, I never seed un. I know no more than stowin'. I know no more than the dead, I do."
"Where did you get the bag? Was it like this? Who gave it to you? Have you let it out of your sight? Did you see anybody come near it?"
"Squire, I can't tell ye such a many things. They heft up the barg to me at the Black Horse, where the bargs was always left for you. I took no heed of 'em, not a common, and no one have titched him since but me."
There was nothing more to be learned from Cripps except that he passed the Black Horse that day a little earlier than usual, and had not brought his sister Esther, who was to have met him at the Golden Cross. He had come home by way of Elsfield, having something to deliver there, and had given a lift to old Shepherd Wakeling, but that could have naught to do with it. It was now getting dark, and the squire every moment grew more and more uneasy. "Keep all this nonsense to yourself now, Cripps," he said as he stowed the bag under a tub and carefully covered his daughter's hair and the piece of paper with a straining sieve. "It might annoy me very much if this joke went any further, you know. I can trust Thomas to hold his tongue, and I hope I can trust you, neighbour Cripps."
"Your honour knoweth what I be," answered the loyal carrier, "ever since I were a boy. But there, they all knows what I be."
Master Cripps, with his brain a good piece doiled, as he afterwards said of it, made his way back to the cart and mounted in his special manner. Although he was only 20 years of age, he had so much rheumatism in his right knee, whether it sprang from the mud or the ruts, or, as he believed, from the turnpike gates, that he was bound to get up in this way. First he looked well up and down the lane to be sure there was no other cart in sight. Then he said, "Whoa," to Dobbin, who was always quite ready to receive that advice. Then he put his left foot on the little step, and made sure that it was quite steady. Throwing his weight on that foot, he laid hold of the crupper with his right hand and placed his stiff knee on the flat of the shaft, never without a groan or two. At this stage he rested to collect his powers, and then, with decisive action, flung his left foot upon the footboard, and casting the weight of his body thither, came down on the seat with a thump and a rattle. He was now all right, and Dobbin felt it, and acknowledged the fact with a grateful grunt. Then Carrier Cripps took up the reins and made a little flourish with the brass-bound whip, and Dobbin put up his head and started with his most convenient foot.
"I don't know what to make of this here start,"
said Cripps to himself and his horse and cart, as soon as he had smitten his broad chest long enough to arouse circulation.
"Seemeth to me a queer thing, truly, but I never were a hand at a riddle. Well done, Dobbin. Wanna go home tonight?"
End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. A Ride Through the Snow. Meanwhile, the old squire, with a troubled mind, kept talking and walking about, and listening for the rumble of his sister's carriage, the clank of horses' hoofs, and the ring of wheels upon the frozen road. He could not believe that any one in the world would hurt his darling Gracie. Everybody loved her so, and the whole parish was so fond of her, and she had such a way of easing every one's perplexities, that if any villain durst even think of touching a hair of her blessed head, yet whose hair was it? Whose hair was it? And such a quantity as never could have been cut with her consent. "This is too much. I cannot bear it," he said to himself after many a turn and anxious search of the distance. "Joan's carriage should have been here long ago. My darling would have made them keep their time. I cannot stop here. I must go meet them, but I need not startle anyone." To provide for this, he just looked in at the kitchen door and told the old cook to keep dinner back a while, for the roads were so bad that the ladies were almost sure to be behind their time. And then he went quietly to the stable where the horses were bedded down, and by the light of an old horn lantern, settled and bridled his favorite hack. Heavy snow clouds had been gathering all the afternoon, and now as he passed through a side gate into the lane and turned his mare's head eastward, the forward flakes were borne by the sharp wind into his white whiskers. "We shall have a coarse night of it, I doubt," he said to himself as he buttoned his coat. At every turn of the lane he hoped to meet his sister's chariot laboring up the slippery track with the coal-black horses grey with snow, and somebody well wrapped up inside to make him laugh at his childish fears. But corner after corner he turned, and met no carriage, no cart, no horse, nor even so much as a man afoot, only the snow getting thicker and sharper, and the wind beginning to wail to it. The ruts of the lane grew more distinct, and their combs of frozen mud attracted and held the driving whiteness, and the frogs of heavy cart-horses might be traced by the hoary increment. Then in 3 or 4 minutes a silvery grayness cast by the brown face of the roadway underlying the skin of snow glistened between steep hedgerows wherein the depth of darkness rested. Soon even these showed traitor members and began to hang the white feather forth, where drooping spray or jutting thickets stopped the course of the laden air. Every hoof of the horse fell softer than it had fallen the step before, and the old man stooped to heat his reins, and his hoary eyebrows crusted. Fear struck colder to his heart than frost as he turned the last corner of his way, without meeting presence or token of his sister or darling daughter. In the deepening snow he drew his horse up under the 2 great yew trees that overhung his sister's gate, and fumbled in the dark for the handle. The close, heavy gates were locked and barred, and nothing had lately passed through them. Then he hoped that the weather might have stopped the carriage, and he tugged out the heavy bronze lion's head in the pillar which was the bell-pull. The bell in the porch of the house clanged deeply, and the mastiff heavily bayed at him, but he had to make the bell clang thrice before any servant answered it. "Who be you there?" At last a gruff voice asked without stretch of courtesy. "This sort of weather coming ringing like that. If ye say much more, I'll let the big dog loose." "Open the gate, you young oaf," cried the squire. "I suppose you are one of the new lot, eh? Not to know me, Worth Oglander?" "Why couldn't you said so, then?" the surly fellow answered as he slowly opened one leaf of the gate, swinging the fringe of snow back. "Such a fellow wouldn't be with me half a day. Are you too big for your work, sir? Run on before me, you pie-crusting pumps, or you shall taste my whip, sir." The footman, for once in his life, took his feet up and ran in a bluster of rage and terror to the front door, which he had left wide open to secure a retreat from violence. Mr. Oglander struck his mare, and she started so that he scarcely pulled her head up under the coign of his sister's porch.
"What is all this, I beg to know? If you think to frighten me, you are mistaken. Oh, Worth, is it? Worth, whatever do you mean by making such a commotion?"
3 or 4 frightened maids were peeping, safe in the gloom of the entrance hall, while the lady of the house came forward bravely in the lamplight.
"I will speak to you presently, Joan," said the squire, as he vainly searched with a falling heart for some dear face behind her. "Here, Bob, I know you at any rate. Take the old mare to the stable."
Then, with a sign to his sister, he followed her softly into the dining-room. At a glance he saw that she had dined alone, and he fell into a chair and could not speak.
"Have you brought back the stockings? Why, how ill you look! The cold has been too much for you, brother. You should not have come out. What was Grace doing to let— "Where is my daughter Grace?" Your daughter Grace? My niece Grace? Why, at the home of her father's house, to be sure. Worth, are your wits wandering? When did Grace leave you? At 3 o'clock, yesterday. How can you ask when you sent in such hot haste for her? You might be quite sure that she would not linger. I thought it rather— Let me tell you, I never sent for Grace. I have not seen her."
Mrs. Firmitage looked at her brother steadily, with one hand fencing her forehead. She knew that he was of no drunken kind, yet once in a way a man might take too much, especially in such weather. But he answered her gaze with such eyes that she came up to him and began to tremble. "I tell you, Joan, I never sent for Grace. If you don't know where she is, none but God knows." "I have told you all," his sister answered, catching her breath at every word almost. "A letter came from you, overruling the whole of our arrangement. You were not ill, but you wanted her for some particular purpose. She was to walk, and you wouldn't meet her, and walk she did, poor darling. And I was so hurt that I would not send—" "You let her go, Joan. You let her go. It was a piece of your proud temper. Her death lies at your door, and so will mine." Mr. Oglander was very sorry as soon as he had spoken thus unjustly, but the deep pang of the heart devoured any qualms of conscience.
"Are you sure that you let her go? Are you sure that she's not in this house now?"
he cried, coming up to his sister and taking both hands to be sure of her.
"She must be here, and you are joking with me." "Worth, she left this house at 2 o'clock by the timepiece yesterday, instead of today, as we meant to do. She would not let anyone go with her because you were coming down the hill to meet her. Not expecting to go home that day, she had a pair of my silk stockings on, because—well, I need not go into that. And knowing what a darling little fidget she is, I thought she had sent you back with them, and to make your peace for so flurrying me." "Have you nothing more to tell me, Joan? I shall go mad while you dwell on your stockings. Who brought that letter? What has become of it? Did you see it? Can you think of anything? Oh, Joan, you women are so quick-witted. Surely you can think of something."
Mrs. Firmitage knew what her brother meant, but no sign would she show of it. The squire was thinking of a little touch of something that might have grown up into love if Grace had not been so shy about it, and so full of doubts as to what she ought to do. Her aunt had been anxious to help this forward, but not for the world to speak of it.
"Concerning the letter, I only just saw it. I was up— Well, I happened to have something to do in my own room then. The dear creature knocked at my door, and I could not let her in at the moment." "You were doing your wig. Well, go on." "I was doing nothing of the kind. Your anxiety need not make you rude, Worth. However, she put the letter under the door, and I saw that it was your handwriting, and so urgent that I was quite flurried,
and she was off in 2 minutes without my even kissing her. Oh, poor dear, my little dear! She said good-bye through the keyhole, and could not wait for me even to kiss her." At this thought the elderly lady broke down, and could for the moment do nothing but sob. "Dear heart, cried the squire, who was deeply attached to his sister. "Don't take on so, my dear good Joan. We know of no harm as yet. That is," for he thought of the coil of hair, but with strong effort forbore to speak of it. "Nothing, I mean, in any way positive or disastrous. She may have, she may have taken it into her head to leave us for a while, Joan." "To run away? To elope? Not she. She is the last girl in the world to do it. Whatever may have happened, she has not done that. You ought to know better than that, Worth." "Perhaps I do. I have no more time to talk of that or any other thing. I shall hurry into Oxford and see John Smith, and let everybody know of it. What do I care what people think? Send a man on horseback to Beckley at once. Have you any man worth a pinch of salt? You are always changing so." "I cannot keep cripples or sots, dear brother. Take any one you please of them." "Any one who'll deign to come, you should say. Deep snow tries the mettle of newcomers." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Public of the Public. Meanwhile, Esther Cripps, who perhaps could have thrown some light on this strange affair, was very uneasy in her mind. She had not heard, of course, as yet, that Grace Oglander was missing. But she could not get rid of the fright she had felt, and the dread of some dark secret. Her sister-in-law was in such a condition that she might not be told of it, and as for her brother Exodus, it would be worse than useless to speak to him. He had taken it into his head ever since that business with the college gent that his sister was not right-minded, that she dreamed things and imagined things, and that anything she liked to say should be listened to and thought no more of. And Baker Cripps was one of those men from whose minds no hydraulic power can lift an idea, laid once, laid forever. Esther had no one to tell her tale to. She longed to be home at Beckley, but there had been such symptoms with the baker's wife that a woman of the largest experience to be found in Oxford declared that there was another coming. This was not so, but still, as all the women said, it might have been, and where was the man to lay down the law to them that had been through it? The whole of this was made quite right in the end, and everybody satisfied, but it prevented poor Esther from going to the Golden Cross as she should have done. And the carrier, having a little tiff with his brother about a sack of meal as long ago as Michaelmas, left him to bake his own bread, and would rather drive over his dinner than dine with him. The days of the week are hard to follow, as everybody must have long found out, but still from Tuesday to Saturday is a considerable time to think of. Master Cripps had 2 carrying days, 2 great days of long voyaging, not that he refrained from coasting here and there about the parish, or up and down a lane or two, on days of briefer enterprise, or refused to take some washings round, for he was not the man to be ashamed of earning 6pence honourably. But now such weather had set in that even Cripps, with his active turn and pride in his honest calling, was forced to stay at home and boil the bones the butcher sent him, and nurse his stiff knee, and smoke his pipe, and go no further than his bed of hardy kale, or Dobbin's stable. Except that when the sun went down, if it ever got up for aught he knew, his social instincts so awoke that he managed to go to the corner of the lane where the blacksmith kept the public house. This was a most respectable house, frequented very quietly. Master Cripps, from his intercourse with the world and leading position in Beckley, as well as his pleasant way of letting other people talk, and nodding when their words were wisdom, Cripps had long been accepted as the oracle, and he liked it. Even there in his brightest moments, when he smoked his pipe and thought, leaving emptier folk to waste the income of their brain in words, and even when he had been roused up to settle some vast question by a brief, emphatic utterance, his satisfaction was now alloyed, not from any threat of rival wisdom, that was hopeless, but from the universal call for a guiding judgment from him. The whole of Beckley village now was more upset than it had been known for 30 years and upward, ever since Napoleon had been expected to encamp at Carfax, and the university went into white gaiters against them. There had been no such stir of parochial mind as now was heaving. Cripps could remember the former movement and how his father had lost wisdom by saying that nothing would come of it, whereas the greatest things came of it. The tailor was bankrupt by making breeches which the government would not pay for. The publican bought a horse and defied his brewer on the strength of it, and the parish clerk limped for the rest of his life through the loss of 2 toes when tipsy. Therefore Zacchary Cripps was now determined to hide his opinion. When the mind is in this uncertain state, it fails of receiving that consideration which it is slowly exerting. If Cripps had stood up and rashly spoken, he must have carried all before him, whereas now he felt and was grieved to feel that shallow fellows were taking his place by dint of decisive ignorance. This Friday evening everybody who had teeth to face the arrowy wind came into the dusty anvil, well laden with enormous rumors. Phil Hiss, the blacksmith, had a daughter who served him as a barmaid. Amelia, or Mealy Hiss, a year or 2 older than Miss Oglander, and in the simple country fashion, setting birth and rank aside, a true ally and favorite. Now some old woman in Beckley had said as long ago as yesterday that she could not believe but what Mealy Hiss, who dressed herself so outrageous, knew a deal more than she dared to speak out concerning that wonderful unkid thing about the squire's daughter. For her part, this old woman was sure that a young man lay at the bottom of it. Them good young ladies that went to the school and made up soup and such like was not a bit better than the rest of us, and if butter wouldn't melt in their mouths, pitchforks wouldn't choke them. She would say no more. It was no concern of hers, and everybody knew what she was. But as sure as her copper burst that morning, something would come out ere long, and Mealy would be at the bottom of it. Miss Amelia Hiss, before she lit her 2 tallow candles, which never was allowed to be done till a quart of beer had been called for, knew right well that all her wits must be brought into use that evening. A young man who had a liking for her, which she was beginning to think about, came in before his time to tell her all that Gammer Gordon said. Wherefore she put on her new neck-ribbon, believed to have come express from London, and her agate brooch, and other most imposing properties. With the confidence of all these, she drew the ale and kept her distance. For an hour or so these tactics answered. Young men, old men, and good women, who came, of course, for their husbands' sakes, soberly took their little drop of beer, nodded to one another, and said little. Pressure lay on the heart and mind, and nature's safety valve, the tongue, was sat upon by prudence. But this, of course, could not last long. Little jerkings of the short questions broke the crust of silence. Lips from blowing froth of beer began to relax their grimness. Eyelids that had drooped went up, and winks grew into friendly gaze, and everybody began to beg everybody's pardon less. The genial power of good ale and the presence of old friends were working on the solid English hearts, and every man was ready for his neighbor to say something. Hiss, the blacksmith and landlord, felt that on his heavy shoulders lay the duty of promoting warmth and cordiality. He sat without a coat as usual, and his woolsey sleeves rolled back displayed the proper might of arm. In one grimy hand he held a pipe, at which he had given the final puff, and in the other a broad-rimmed penny, ready to drop it into the balance of the brass tobacco box, and open it for a fresh supply. First he glanced at the door to be sure that his daughter Mealy could not hear, for ever since her mother's death he had stood in some awe of Mealy, and then, receiving from Zacchary Cripps a nod of grave encouragement, He fixed his eyes on him through the smoke, and uttered what all were inditing of.
"I call this a very rum start, I do, about poor Squire's daughter."
The public of the public gazed with admiring approval at him. The sentiment was their own, and he had put it well and briefly. In different ways, according to the state and manner of each of them, they let him know that he was right, and might hold on by what he said. Then Master Hiss grew proud of this, and left it for some other body to bear the weight of thinking out. But even before his broad forefinger had quite finished with his pipe, and pressed the crown of fuel flat, a man of no particular wisdom and without much money could not check a weak desire to say something striking. His name was Bats, and he kept a shop and many things in it which he could not sell. Before he spoke, he took precautions to secure an audience by standing up and rapping the table with the heel of his half-pint mug. "Hear, hear!" cried some young fellow, and Bats was afraid that he had gone too far. "Gentlemen," said Grocer Bats, the very same man who had threatened to put his son into the carrying line, "I bows, of course, to superior wisdom, and them is always to and fro. But every man must think his thoughts right or wrong and speak them out, and not be afeard of no one. And my mind is that in this here business we be all of us going to work the wrong way altogether." As no one had any sense as yet of having gone to work at all in this or any other matter, and several men had made up their minds to be thrown out of work on the Saturday night if the bitter weather lasted, this great speech of Grocer Bats created some confusion. "Let 'em go to work itself. What do we know about work? Altogether wrong. Give me the sawdust for to clear me throat." These and stronger exclamations showed poor Bats that it would have been better for trade if he had held his tongue. He hid his discomfiture in his mug, and made believe to drink, although it had ever so long been empty. But Carrier Cripps had a generous soul. He did not owe so much as a halfpenny piece to Master Bats, neither did he expect to make a single halfpenny out of him. Quite the contrary, in fact, and yet he came to his rescue. "Touching what neighbor Bats has said," he began in his slow and steadfast voice, "it may be neither here nor there, and all of us be liable in our best of times to error. But I do believe as he means well and hath a good deal inside him and a large family to put up with. He may be right, and all of us in the wrong. Time will show with patience. I have knowed so many things as looked at first unlikely, come true as gospel in the end, and so many things I were sure of turn out quite contrary, that whenever a man have aught to say, I likes to hearken him. There now, I hadn't no more to say, and I leave you to make the best of it." Zacchary rose, for his time was up. He saw that hot words might ensue, and he detested brawling. Moreover, although he did not always keep strict time with his horse and cart, no man among the living could be more punctual to his pillow. With kind good nights from all he passed, and left the smoky scene behind. As he stopped at the bar to say good-bye and to pay his score to Amelia, for whom he had a liking, a short, quick, rosy man came in, and shaking snow from his boots and seeming to have lost his way that night. By the light from the bar the carrier knew him, and was about to speak to him, but received a sign to hold his tongue, and pass on without notice. Clumsily enough he did as he was bidden, and went forth, puzzled in his homely pate by this new piece of mystery. For the man who passed him was John Smith, not as yet well known, but held by all who had experience of him to be the shrewdest man in Oxford. This man quietly went into sanded parlour, and took his glass, and showed good manners to the company. They set him down as a wayfarer, but a pleasant one, and well-to-do. And as words began to kindle with friction of opinions, he listened to all that was said, but did not presume to side with anyone. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 7. The Best Foot Foremost. The arrows of the snowy wind came shooting over Shotover. It was Saturday now of the same week with which we began on Tuesday. The mercury during those 4 days had not risen once above 28 degrees of Fahrenheit, and now it stood about 22 degrees, and lower than that in the river meadows. Trusty and resolute Dobbin never had a harder job than now. Some parts of Headington Hill give pretty smart collar work in the best of times, and now with deep snow scarred by hooves and ridged by wheels, not to be worn down, hard it seemed for a horse, however sagacious, to judge what to do. Dobbin had seen snow ere now, and gone through a good deal of it, but that was before the snow had fallen so thickly on his own mane and tail, and even his wise eyebrows. That was in the golden days, when youth and quick impatience moved him, and the biggest flint before his wheel was crushed, with a snort at the road surveyor. But now he was come to a different state of body, and therefore of spirit too. At this time of life it would not do to be extravagant of strength. It was not comely to kick up the heels, neither was it wise to cherish indignation at the whip. So now on the homeward road, with a heavy Christmas-laden cart to drag, his fine old horse took good care of himself, and having only a choice of evils, chose the least that he could find. Alas, the smallest that he could find were great and heavy ills. Scarcely any man stops to think of the many weary cares that weigh upon the back of an honest horse. Men are eloquent in the trouble that sits behind the horseman, but the silent horse may bear all that, and the troublesome man in the saddle to boot, without any poet to pity him. Dobbin knew all this, but was too much of a horse to dwell on it. He kept his tongue well under bit, and his eyes in sagacious blinkers, and sturdily up the hill he stepped, while Cripps, his master, trudged beside him. Every talented man must think, whenever he walks beside a horse, of the superior talents of the horse, the bounty of nature in 4 curved legs, the pleasure there must be in timing them, the pride of the hard and goutless feet, and the glory of the mane, to which the human beard is no more than seaweed in a billow, which no man has in a comely and decorous form, and last, not least, the final blessing of terminating usefully in a tail. Zacchary Cripps was a man of 5 talents, and traded them wisely. But often as he walked beside his horse and smelled his superiority, he became quite humble, and wiped his head, and put his whip back in the cart again. The horse, on the other hand, looked up to Zacchary with soft faith and love. He knew that his master could not be expected quite to understand the ways a horse is bound to have of getting on in harness, the hundreds of things that must needs be done, and done in proper order too. The duty of going always like a piece of the finest music, with chains and shafts and buckles and hard leather to be harmonized, and the load which men are not born to drag until they make it for themselves. Dobbin felt the difference, but he never grumbled as men do. He made the best of the situation, and it was a hard one. The hill was strong against the collar, and by reason of the snow, zigzag and corkscrew tactics could not be resorted to. At all of these he was a dab, by dint of steep experience, but now the long hill must be breasted, and both shoulders set to it. The ruts were slippery as glass, and did not altogether fit the wheels he had behind him, and in spite of the spikes which the blacksmith gave him, the snow balled on his hairy feet. So he stopped and shook himself, and panted with large resolutions. And Cripps from his capacious pockets fetched the 2 oak wedges, and pushed one under either wheel, while Esther, who was coming home at last, jumped from her seat to help the load, and patted Dobbin's kind nose, and said a word or two to cheer him. "The best harse as ever looked through a bridle," Zacchary declared across the main. "But he must be humoured with his own way now, same as the rest on us, when us grows old. Eddie, my dear, no call for you to come down and catch chilblains."
"Zack, I am going to push behind. I am not big enough to do much good, but I would rather be alongside of you, through this here bend in the road, I would." For now the dusk was gathering in, and as they toiled up the lonesome and snowy road where it overhung the gypsy grave, "This here bend be as good as any other," said Cripps, though himself afraid of it. "What ails you, girl? What hath ailed you ever since out of Oxford town you come? Is it a jail thou be coming home to? Oxford turns the head of thee?" "Now, Zack, you know better than that. I would liefer be at Beckley any day, but I have been that frightened since I passed this road on Tuesday night that scarce a morsel could I eat or drink, and never sleep for dreaming."
"Frightened, child? Lord bless my heart, you make me creep by talking so. There, wait till we be on our own lane. Can't spare the time now to speak of it."
"Oh, but Zack, if you please, you must. I have had it in my mind so long, and I kept it for you till we got to the place that you might go and see it."
"Addie, now this is childish stuff. No time to hearken to any such tell-up. Enough to do, the Lord knows there be, without no foolish stories."
"It is not a foolish story, Zack. It is what I saw with my own eyes. We are close to the place. It was in a dark hollow, just below the road on here. I will show you, and then I will stand by the cart while you go and seek into it."
"I won't leave the high road for anyone. I tell ye, all these goods is committed to my charge, and my duty is to stick to them. The likely thing is I'd leave the cart to be robbed in that there sort of way. They'd soon find out, I reckon, what Zacchary Cripps was made of."
"Ah, but we all know how brave you are, dear Zack, and perhaps you wouldn't like to leave me, brother?"
No, of course not. How could I do it, all by yourself and the weather getting dark? Up, Dobbin, there. Best foot foremost kills the hill."
But Esther was even more strongly set to tell the story and relieve her mind than Zacchary was to relieve his mind by turning a deaf ear to all of it. Nevertheless, she might have failed, if it had not been for a lucky chance. Dobbin, after a very fine rush and spirited bodily tug at the shafts, was suddenly forced to pull up and pant, and spread his legs to keep where he was, until his wind should come back again, and he stopped with the off-wheel of the cart within a few yards of the gap in the hedge, where Esther began her search that night. She knew the place at a glance, although in the snow it looked so different, and she ran to the gap, peeped as if she expected to see it all again. In all the beauty of fair earth few things are more beautiful than snow on clustering ivy leaves. Wednesday's fall had been shaken off, for even in the coldest weather jealous winds and evaporation soon clear foliage of snow. But a little powdery shed of flakes had come at noon that very day, like the flitting of a fairy, and every delicate star shone crisply in its cupped or pillowed rest. The girl was afraid to shake a leaf because she had her best bonnet on. Therefore she drew back, and called the reluctant Zacchary to gaze.
"Naught but a sight of snow," said he. "It hath almost filled the whole quarry up. Harse have rested, and so have we. Shan't be home by candlelight. Wog then, Dobbin, wog then, Wilda."
"Stop, brother, stop. Don't be in such a hurry. Something must tell you now, that I have been feared to tell anybody else. It was so dreadfully terrible. Do you see something in the snow down there?"
"As I am a sinner, there be something moving. Jump up into the cart, girl. I shall never get round with my things tonight."
"There is something there, Zack, that will never move again. There is the dead body of a woman there."
No romantics,
the carrier answered as he turned away, but his cheeks beneath a week's growth of beard turned as white as the snow in the buckthorn. No living man might scare him, but a woman, and a dead one. "Come, Zack," cried Esther, having seen much worse than she was likely now to see. "You can't be afraid of romantics, Zack. Come here, and I will show thee." Driven by shame and curiosity, the valiant Cripps came back to her, and even allowed himself to be led a little way through the gap into the deep, untrodden and drifted snow. She took him as far as a corner, whence the nook of the quarry was visible, and there with trembling fingers pointed to a vast billow of pure white, piled by the driving east wind over the grave, as she thought, of the murdered one.
"Enough," he said, having heard her tale and becoming at once a man again in the face of something real. "My dear, what a fright thou must have had. how couldst thou have kept it all this time? I would not tell thee our news at home, for fear of terrifying thee in the cold. Hath no one to Oxford told thee?"
"Told me what? Oh, Zack, dear Zack, I'm so frightened. I can hardly stand."
"Then run, girl, run. We must go home fast as ever we can for constable." He took her to the cart, and, reckless of Dobbin's indignation, lashed him up the hill and made him trot the whole length of Beckley Lane, then threw a sack over his loins and left the Christmas parcels in the frost and snow, while he hurried to Squire Oglander. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Balderdash. Worth Oglander sat in his old oak chair, weary and very low of heart, but not altogether broken down. He had not been in bed since last Monday night, and had slept, if at all, in the saddle or on the roof of the Henley and Maidenhead coach. For miles he had scoured the country round, until his 3 horses quite broke down, with the weather so much against them, and all the bran to be got in the villages was made away with in mashes. One of these horses got the pipes, and had to be tickled before he could eat. The squire cared not a button for this, the most particular of mankind concerning what is grossly and contemptuously, if not carnivorously, spoken of as horseflesh, forgets his tender feelings towards the noblest of all animals, when his own flesh and blood come into competition with them. But ride and lash and spur as he might, the old squire made no discovery. His daughter, his only child, in whom all the rest of his old life lived and loved, was gone and lost, not even leaving knowledge of where she lay, or surety of a better meeting. His faith in God was true and firm, for on the whole he was a pious man, although no great professor, and if it had pleased the Lord to take his only joy from his old age, he could have tried to bear it. But thus to lose her, without good-bye, without even knowing how the loss befell, and with the deep misery of doubting what she might herself have done, only a chilly stoic or remarkably warm Christian could have borne it with resignation. The squire was neither of these, but only a simple, kind, and loving-hearted gentleman, with many faults, and among them a habit of expecting the Lord to favor him perpetually. And of this he could not quit himself in the deepest tribulation, but still expected all things to be tempered to his happiness, according to his own ideas of what happiness should be. The clergyman of the parish, a good and zealous man, had called upon him, and with many words had proved how thankful he was bound to be for this kindly ordered chastisement. The squire, however, could not see it. He listened with his old politeness, but a sad and weary face, and quietly said that the words were good, but he could not yet enter into them. Hereat the parson withdrew to wait for a softer and wiser season. And now, in the dusk of this cold, dark day, Squire Oglander sat gazing from the window of his dining-room, with his head fallen back and his white chin up, and his hard-worn hands clasped languidly. His heavy eyes dwelled on the dreary snow that buried his daughter's handiwork, the dwarf plants not to be traced, and the tall ones only as soft hillocks, like the tufts in a great white counterpane. And more as the twilight deepened and the curves of white grew dim, he kept repeating below his voice, "Her winding sheet, her winding sheet, and her pretty eyes, wide open, perhaps." "Now, sir, if you please, you must, cried Mary Hookham, his best maid, trotting in with her thumbs turned back from a right hot dish and her lips up as if she were longing to kiss him, to let out her feelings. "Here be a duster by way of a cloth, not to scorch the table against Miss Grace comes home again. Sir, if you please, you must ate a bit. Not a bit have you eaten since Tuesday, and it is enough to kill a carrier's horse. Take on, as my mother often said, take on as you must if your heart is right. Then the hand of the Lord is upon you, but never take off with your victuals. And a hearty good woman my mother is, and have seen much tribulation. You never would repent, sir, of hearkening to me, and of trying of her till such time as poor Miss Grace comes back, and not a penny would she charge you.
"Let her come if she will," he answered without thinking twice about it, for he paid no heed to household matters in his present trouble. "Let her come if you wish it, Mary. At any rate, she can do no harm." "She will do a mort of good, sir. But now do try ate a bit. My mother will make you if you have her, sir." The old man did his best to eat, for he knew that he must keep his strength up to abide the end of it. And Mary, without asking leave, lit 4 good candles and drew the curtains and made the fire cheerful. "All of us has our troubles," said Mary, "but these here pickles is wonderful." "You are a good girl," answered the squire, "and you deserve a good husband. Now, if either the man from Oxford or young Mr. Overshute should come, show them in directly, but I can see no other person. No more, thank you. Take all away, Mary." "Oh, my, what a precious little bit you've had. But as sure as my name is Mary Hookham, you shall have 3 glasses of port, sir. You don't keep no butler because you knows better, and no housekeeper because you don't know mother. Likewise, Miss Grace is so clever. But there now, if she stay long for her honeymoon, a housekeeper you must have, sir." The master was tempted to ask what she meant, but he scarcely thought it worth while, perhaps. By pressure of advice from all the womankind within his doors, whenever they could get a hold of him, he had been sped on many bootless errands, as was natural. For without any ground, except for that of their hearts, all the gentler bosoms of the place were filled with large belief that this was only a lovely love affair. Russell Overshute, the heir of Overshutes of Shotover, was a young man who could speak for himself, and did it sometimes too strongly. He had long been taken prisoner by the sweet spell of Grace Oglander, and being of a bold and fearless order, he had so avowed himself, but her father had always been against him, not from personal dislike, but simply because he could not bear his wild political sentiments. Worth Oglander was as staunch an old Tory as ever stood in buckram, although in social and domestic matters perhaps almost too gentle. Radical and rascal were upon his tongue in the self-same word, and he passed the salt with the back of his hand to even a mild reformer. And now, as he drank his glass of port, by dint of Mary's management, he did his best to think about it, as he always used to do. The door of the room was thrown open strongly, and in strode Russell Overshute. "Will you kindly leave the room?" he said to the sedulous Mary. "I wish to say a few words to the squire of a private nature." This young gentleman was a favourite with maidservants everywhere, because he always spoke to them just the same as if they were ladies. Every housemaid now demands this in our advanced intelligence, and doubtless she is right, but 40 years ago it was otherwise, and "Polly, my dear," and a chuck of the chin were not as yet vile antiquity. Mary made a bob of the orders still taught at the village school, and set a glass for the gentleman, and simpered and departed. "Shake hands with me, squire," said Overshute, as Mr. Oglander rose with cold dignity and bowed to him. "You have sent for me. I rode over at once the moment that I heard of it. I returned from London this afternoon, having been there for a fortnight. When I heard the news, I was thunderstruck. What can I do to help you?" "I will not shake hands with you," answered the squire, "until you have solemnly pledged your honour that you know nothing of this. There, I have no word for it." Mr. Oglander trembled, though his eyes were stern. His last hope of his daughter's life lay in the young man before him, and bitterly as he would have felt the treachery of his only child, and deeply as he despised himself for harbouring such a suspicion, yet even that disgrace and blow would be better than the alternative, the only alternative, her death. "I should have thought it quite needless," young Overshute answered with some disdain, until he observed the father's face, so broken down with misery. "From any one but you, sir, it would have been an insult. If you do not know the Overshutes, you ought to know your own daughter." "But against her will, against her will. Say that you took her against her will. You have been from home. For what else was it? Tell me the truth, Russell Overshute. Only the truth, and I will forgive you." "You have nothing to forgive, sir. Upon the word of an Englishman, I hadn't even heard of it." The old man watched his clear, keen eyes with deep tears gathering in his own. Then Russell took his hand and led him tenderly to his hard oak chair. For a minute or two not a word was said, the young man doubting what to say, and the old one really not caring whether he ever spoke again. At last he looked up and spread both hands as if he groped forth from a heavy dream, and the rheumatism from so much night work caught him in both shoulder blades.
"What is it? What is it?" he cried. "I have lived a long time in this wicked world, and I have not found it painful."
"My dear sir," his visitor answered, pitying him sincerely, and hiding like a man his own deep heartburn of anxiety, "I may say, without your being in the least degree offended, what I fancy, or at least I mean a thing that has occurred to me. You will take it for its worth. Most likely you will laugh at it, but taking my chance of that, may I say it, will you promise not to be angry?"
"I wish I could be angry, Russell. What have I to be angry for?"
"A terrible wrong, if I am right, but not a purely hopeless one. I have not had time to think it out because I have been hurried so, but, right or wrong, what I think is this. The whole is a foul scheme of Luke Sharp's."
"Luke Sharp? My own solicitor? The most respectable man in Oxford? Overshute, you have made me hope, and then you dash me with Balderdash."
"Well, sir, I have no evidence at all, but I go by something I heard in London, which supplies the strongest motive. And I know, from my own family affairs, what Luke Sharp will do when he has strong motive. I beg you to keep my guess quite secret, not that I fear a score of such fellows, but that he would be 10 times craftier if he thought we suspected him, and he is crafty enough without that, as his principal client, the devil, knows."
"I will not speak of it," the squire answered. "Such a crochet is not worth speaking of, and it might get you into great trouble. With one thing and another now, I am so knocked about I cannot put 2 and 2 together, but one thing really comforts me."
"My dear sir, I am so glad. What is it?"
"That a man of your old family, Russell, and at the same time of such new ways, is still enabled by the grace of God to retain his faith in the devil."
"While Luke Sharp lives, I cannot lose it," he answered with a bitter smile. "That man is too deep and consummate a villain to be uninspired. But now, sir, we have no time to lose. You tell me what you have done, and then I will tell you what I have been thinking of, unless you are too exhausted." For the old man, in spite of fierce anxiety, long suspense, and keen excitement, began to be so overpowered with downright bodily weariness that now he could scarcely keep his head from nodding and his eyes from closing. The hope which had roused him when Overshute entered was gone, and despair took the place of it. Tired body and sad mind had but a very low heart to work them. Russell, with a strong man's pity and the love which must arise between one man and another whenever small vanity vanishes, watched the creeping shades of slumber soften the lines of the harrowed face. As evening steals along a hillside where the sun has tyrannized, and spreads the withering and the wearying of the day with gentleness, and brings relief to rugged points, and breadth of calm to everything, so the squire's fine old face relaxed in slumber's halo, and tranquil ease began to settle on each yielding lineament, when open flew the door of the room, and Mary, at the top of her voice, exclaimed,
"Please, sir, Master Cripps be here."
End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Cripps in Affliction.
"Confound that Cripps!"
young Overshute cried, with irritation getting the better of his larger elements, while the squire slowly awoke and stared and rubbed his grey eyelashes, and said that he really was almost falling off, and he ought to be quite ashamed of himself.
Then he begged his visitor's pardon for bad manners and asked what the matter was.
"Sir, it is only that fool Cripps," said the young man, still in vexation, and signing to Mary to go and to shut the door. "Some trumpery parcel, of course. They might have let you rest for a minute or two."
"No, sir, no, if you please, sir, no," cried Mary, advancing with her hands up. "Master Cripps may have seen something terrible, and he hath come straight to his worship. He be that out of breath that he was forced to lay hold of me before he could stand a'most. He must have met them sheep-stealers." "Sheep-stealing again?" said Mr. Oglander, who was an active magistrate. "Well, let him come in. I have troubles of my own, but I must attend to my duty."
"Let me attend to it," interposed the other, being also one of the great unpaid. "You must not be pestered with such things now. Try to get some little rest while I attend to this Cripps affair."
"I am much obliged to you," answered the squire, rising and looking wide awake. "But I will hear what he has to say myself. Of course, I shall be too glad of your aid if you are not in a hurry."
Mr. Overshute knew that this fine old justice, although so good in the main, was not entirely free from foibles, of which there was none more conspicuous than a keen and resolute jealousy if any brother magistrate dared to meddle with Beckley matters. Therefore Russell for the time withdrew, but promised to return in half an hour, not only for the sake of consulting with the squire, but also because he suspected that Cripps might be come on an errand different from what Mary had imagined. Meanwhile the carrier could hardly be kept from bursting in head foremost. Betty, the cook, laid hold of him in the passage while he was short of breath, but he pushed at even her, although he ought to have known better manners. Betty was also in a state of mind of having cooked no dinner worth speaking of since Tuesday, and Cripps, if his wits had been about him, must have yielded space and bowed. Betty, however, was nearly as wide and a great deal thicker than he was, and she spread forth two great arms that might have stopped even Dobbin with a load downhill. At last the signal was passed that Cripps might now come on and tell his tale, and he felt as if he should have served them right by refusing to say anything. But when he saw the squire's jovial face drawn thin with misery, and his sturdy form unlike itself, and the soft, puzzled manner in lieu of the old distinct demand to know everything, Zacchary Cripps came forward gently, and thought of what he had to tell, with fear.
"What is it, my good fellow?"
asked the squire, perceiving his hesitation.
"Nothing amiss with your household, I sincerely hope, my friend. You are a fortunate man in one thing. You have had no children yet."
Aye, your worship is right enough there. The Lord lends they, and he takes them away, and the taking be worse than the giving was good."
"Now, Master Cripps, we must not talk so. All is meant for the best, I doubt."
Her may be, Cripps replied. "The Lord is the one to pronounce upon that, knowing his own manning best. But he do give very hard measure sometime to them as have never deserved it. Now, there be your poor Miss Grace, for instance. As nice a young lady as ever lived, the purtiest ever come out of a bed, that humble, too, and gracious always. That Cripps, she would say, nay, Master Cripps, she always give me my proper title, even on a dirty linen day. Master Cripps, her always said, let me mark it off in your hat for you, no matter whether it was my best hat or the one with the grease come through. Master Cripps, she always say, let me mark it out for you."
"Very well, Cripps, I know all that. It is nothing to what my Grace was, and I hope with God's blessing she will do it again. But what is it you are so full of, Cripps?"
The carrier felt in the crown of his hat and then inside the lining as if he had something entered there to help him in this predicament, and then he turned away to wipe, as if the weather was very wet, the drops of the hedge from the days of his eyes, and after he could not help himself, but out with everything.
"I knows where Miss Gracie be," he began with a little defiance, as if after all it was nothing to him, but a thing he might have a bet about. "I knows where our Miss Gracie lies, dead and cold, without no coffin, nor a winding sheet, that purty creature. There, what a fool I be, good Lord."
Master Cripps, that the picture himself had drawn, was taken with a short fit of sobs and turned away, partly to hunt for his kercher, and partly to shun the poor squire's eyes. Mr. Oglander slowly laid down the pen, which he had taken for notes of a case, and standing as firm as his own great oak tree, famous in that neighborhood, gave no sign of the shock except in the color of his face and the brightness of his gaze. "Go on, Cripps, as soon as you can," he said in a calm and gentle voice. "Try not to keep me waiting, Cripps."
I be trying all I knows. The blessed angel be dead and buried, close to Tickas's tady crop, in a corner of Bramble Quarry. At least, Tickas's tadies was there, but he dug them a fortnight, come Monday, he did."
"The corner of the gypsy's grave, as they call it. Who found it? How do you know it?"
"Esther was there. She seed the whole of it. Before the snow come last Tuesday night."
"Tuesday night? Tuesday night."
For the moment the old man had lost his clearness.
"It can't have been Tuesday night. It was Wednesday when I rode down to my sister's. Cripps, your sister must have dreamed it. My darling was then at her aunt's, quite safe. You have frightened me for nothing, Cripps."
"Oh, I'm glad with all my heart," cried Zacchary. "I'm quite sure it were Tuesday night because of Mrs. Exy, and your worship knows best of the days, no doubt. Thank the Lord for all his mercies. Well, seeing now as it were somebody else and in no ways particular, and perhaps one of them gypsy girls as took the fever to Cowley, if your worship will take your pen again, I will tell you all as Esther seed. 2 men with a pickaxe working, where the stone overhangeth so, and the corpse of a nice young woman laid for the stone to bury it natural. No harm at all in the world, when you come to think, being not of a Christian body, and they let go the rock, and it come down over, to save all infection. Lord, what a turn that Eddie gave me, all about a trifle." The carrier wiped his forehead and smiled. "And won't I give it well to her?"
"Poor girl! It is no trifle, Cripps, whoever it may have been. But stop. I am all abroad. It was Tuesday afternoon my poor darling left Mrs. Firmitage, and to the quarry, across the fields from the way she would have come, is not a half a mile. Half a mile of fields and hedgerows. Oh, Cripps, it was my daughter."
"Her might have been, sure enough,"
said Cripps, in whom the reflected vein for the moment had crossed the sentimental.
"Sure enough, her might have been. A pasture meadow and a field of rape, the Gibbs's turnips, then a fallow, and then into Tickas's tadies. Half an hour might have done the carrying, and concerning the rest, your worship. Now, when did she leave the lady? Can you count the time of it?"
"Zacchary, now the will of the Lord be done, without calculation. My grave is all I care to count on, if my Gracie lies buried so. But before I go to it, please God, I will find out who has done it."
End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. All Dead Against Him.
"Now do 'ee put on a muffler, sir,"
cried Mary, running out with her arms full as Mr. Oglander set forth in the bitter air, without overcoat but ready to meet everything. At the door was his old Whitechapel cart, with a fresh young colt between the shafts, pawing at the snow and snorting, the only one of his little stud not lamed by rugged travelling. The floor of the cart was jingling with iron tools as the young horse shook himself, and the squire's groom and 2 gardeners were ready to jump in when called for. They stamped a little and flapped their bodies as if they would like a cordial, but their master was too busy with his own heart to remember it.
"If we be a-going to dig some hours in such weather as this be," Mr. Cale managed to whisper, "best we put in a good brandy flask, Mary, my dear, with master's leave. Poor soul, I can't heat everything."
"Go along," answered Mary. "You have had enough. Shamed I be of you to think of such things, and to look at that poor Hangle."
"So plaise your worship, let me drive," said Cripps, who was going to sit in front. "A young horse, and you at your time of life, and all this trouble over you."
"Give me the reins, my friend," cried his worship, and Cripps, with some dread for his neck, obeyed. The men jumped in, and the young horse started at a rather dangerous pace. Many a time had Miss Grace fed him, and he used to follow her like a lamb.
"He will take us safe enough," said the squire. "He seems to know what he's going for."
Not another word was spoken until they came to the gap at the verge of the quarry, where the frosty moon shone through it.
"Tie him there," said the master shortly, as the groom produced his ring rope, "and throw the big cloth over him. Now, all of you come, and Cripps, go first."
Scared as they were, they could not in shame decline the old man's orders, and the sturdy Cripps, with a spade on his shoulders, led through the drifted thicket. Behind him plodded the squire, with an unlit lantern in one hand and a stout oak staff in the other, the moonlight glistening in his long white hair, and sparkling frost in his hoary beard. The snow before them showed no print larger than the pad of an old dog-fox, pursuing the spluttering track of a pheasant's spurs, and it crunched beneath their boots with the crusty impact of crisp severance. All around was white and waste with depth of unknown loneliness, and Master Cripps said for the rest of his life that he could not tell what he was about to do it. After many flounderings in and out of hollow places, they came to the corner of the quarry dingle, and found it entirely choked with snow. The driving of the northeast wind had gathered as into a funnel there, and had stacked the snow of many acres in a hollow of less than half a rood. The men stopped short, where the gaunt brown fern, and then the firs, and then the hazels, in rising tier waded out of sight, and behind them even some ash saplings scarcely had a knuckle joint to lift from out their burial. Over the whole the cold moon shone, and made the depth look deeper. The men stopped short, and looked at their shovels, and looked at one another. They may not have been very bright of mind or accustomed to hurried conclusions, and doubtless they were, as true Englishmen are, of a tough, unelastic fibre. All powers of evil were banded against them, and they saw no turn to take. Still, it was not their own wish to go back without having struck a blow for it. "You can do nothing," said the squire, with perhaps the first bitter feeling he had yet displayed. "All things are dead against me. I must grin, as you say, and bear it. It would take a whole corps of sappers and miners a week to clear this place out. We cannot even be sure of the spot. We cannot tell where the corner is. All is smothered up so. Ill luck always rides ill luck. This proves beyond doubt that my child lies here." The men were good men as men go, and they all felt love and pity for the lost young lady and the poor old master. Still their fingers were so blue, and their frozen feet so hard to feel, and the deep white gulf before them surged so palpably invincible, that they could not repine at a dispensation which sent them home to their suppers. "Naught to be done till change of weather," said Cripps, as they sat in the cart again. "I reckon they villains knew what was comin' better nor I, who have kept the road, man and boy, for 30 year. The Lord knoweth best, as he always do. But to my mind he maneth to keep on snowing and freezing for a month at least. Moon have changed last night, I believe, and a bitter moon we shall have of it." And so they did, the bitterest moon save one in the present century. And old men said that there had not been such a winter and such a sight of snow since the one which the Lord had sent on purpose to discomfit Bounty. Mr. Oglander, in his lonely home, strove bravely to make the best of it. He had none of the grand religious consolation which some people have, especially for others, and he grounded his happiness perhaps too much upon his own hearthstone. His mind was not an extraordinary one, and his soul was too old-fashioned to demand periods of purging. Moreover, his sister Joan came up, a truly pious and devoted woman, the widow of an Oxford wine merchant. Mrs. Firmitage loved her niece so deeply that she had no patience with any selfish pinings after her. "She is gone to the better land," she said, "the shores of bliss unspeakable, unless Russell Overshute knows about her a great deal more than he will tell. I have far less confidence in that young man since he took to wear India rubber. But to wish her back is a very sinful and unchristian act, I fear. Now, Joan, you know that you wish her back every time you sit down or get up or go to tea without her." "Yes, I know, I do. And most of all when I pour it out. She used to do it for me. But, Worth, you can wrestle more than I can. The Lord expects so much more of a man."
Being exhorted thus, the squire did his best to wrestle. Not that any words of hers could carry now their former weight, for if he had no daughter left, what good was money left to her? The squire did not want his sister's money for himself at all. Indeed, he would rather be without it. Dirty money, won by trade, but still it had been his duty always to try and get it for his daughter, and this is worth a word or two. At the Oxford Bank and among the lawyers and the leading tradesmen it had been a well-known thing that old Firmitage had not died with less than £150,000 behind him. Even in Oxford there had never been a man so illustrious for port wine. "Fortior occupa portum" was the motto over the door to his vaults, and he fortified port impregnably. Therefore he supplied all the common-room cellars which cannot have too much garopica, and among the undergraduates his name was surety for another glass, and there really was a port wine basis, so that nobody died of him. All these things are beside the mark. Mr. Firmitage, however, went on, and hit his mark continually, and his mark was that bull's eye of this golden age, a yellow imprint of a dragon. So many of these came pouring in that he kept them in bottles without any kicks, sealed and left to mature and acquire the genuine bottle flavor. When he had bottled half a pipe of these, and was thinking of beginning now to store them in the wood, a man coming down with a tap found him dead, and was too much scared to steal anything. This man reproached himself even afterwards for his irresolute conscience, and the two executors gave him nothing but blame for his behavior. People in Holywell said that these two took a dozen bottles of guineas between them to toast their testator's memory, but Holywell has never been famous for the holy living lying at the bottom of the well, enough that he was dead, and every man, seeing his funeral, praised him. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Knocker versus Bellbull. There is or was a street in Oxford near the ruins of the ancient castle and behind the new county jail, where one of the many offsets of the Isis filters its artificial way beneath low arches and betwixt dead walls, and this street, partially destroyed since then, was known to the elder generation by the name of Cross Duck Lane. Of course, what remains of it now exults in an infinitely grander title, though smelling thereby no sweeter. With that we have nothing to do. The street was Cross Duck Lane in our time. Here, in a highly respectable house, a truly respectable man was living, with his business and his family. Luke Sharp, gentleman, was his name, description, style, and title, and he was not by any means a bad man, so as to be an attorney. This man possessed a great deal of influence, having much house property, and he never in the least disguised his sentiments, or played fast and loose with them. Being of a commanding figure and fine, straightforward aspect, he left an impression wherever he went, of honesty, vigor, and manliness, and he went into very good society, as often he cared to do so, for although not a native of Oxford, but of unknown, though clearly large origin, he now was the head and indeed the entirety of a long-established legal firm. He had married the daughter of the senior partner, and bought or ousted away the rest, and although the legend on his plate was still Piper, Pepper, Sharp, and Company, everyone knew that the learning, wealth, and honor of the whole concern were now embodied in Mr. Luke Sharp. Such a man was under no necessity ever to blow his own trumpet. His wife, a fat and goodly person, Miranda Piper of former days, happened to be the first cousin and nearest relative of a famous man, Portwine Firmitage himself, and his death had affected her very sadly, for she found that he had provided for himself a most precarious future, by unjust disposal of his worldly goods, which he could not come back to rectify. To his godson, her only child and her idol, Christopher Firmitage Sharp, he had left a copy of Dr. Doddridge's Expositor, and nothing else. A golden work, no doubt, but still golden precepts fill no purse, but rather tend to empty it. Mrs. Luke Sharp, though a very good Christian, repacked and sent back the Expositor. If Mr. Sharp had been at home, he would not have let her do so. He was full at all times of large, generous impulse, but never guilty of impulsive acts. It had always been said that his son was to have the bottled half-pipe of gold, or the chief body of it, after the widow's life interest, whereas now Mrs. Firmitage, if she liked, might roll all the bottles down the high street. She, however, was a careful woman, and it was manifest where the whole of this Côte d'Or vintage would be binned away, to wit, in the cellars of Beckley Barton, with the key at Grace Oglander's very pretty waist. Mr. Sharp, at the moment, would descry no cure, but still to show temper was a vulgar thing. Now, on the New Year's Day of 1838, the bitter weather continuing still and doing its best to grow more bitter, Mr. Sharp, being of a festive turn, had closed his office early. The demand for universal closing and perpetual holiday had not yet risen to its present height, and the clerks, though familiar with the kindness of their principal, scarcely expected such a premature relief. But this only added to the satisfaction with which they went home to their New Year dinners. But Mr. Sharp, though of early habits and hungry at proper seasons, was not preparing for his dinner now. He had ordered his turkey to be kept back, and begged his wife to see to it until he could make out and settle the import of a letter which reached him about 1 o'clock. It had been delivered by a groom on horseback, who had suffered some inward struggle before he had stooped to ring the attorney's bell, for Cross Duck House, though a comfortable place, was not of an aristocratic cast. The letter was short, and expounded little. "Sir, I shall do myself the honor of calling upon you at 4 o'clock this afternoon, upon some important business. Obediently yours, Russell Overshute." It is not altogether an agreeable thing, even for a man with the finest conscience, such as Mr. Sharp was blessed with, to receive a challenge upon an unknown point, curtly worded in the wise. And the pleasure does not increase when the strong correspondent is partly suspected of holding unfavorable views towards one, and the gaze of self-inspection needs a little more time to compose itself. Luke Sharp had led an unblemished life, since the follies of his youth subsided. He subscribed to the inevitable charities, and he waited for his rents when sure of them. Still, he did not like that letter. Now he took off the coat which he wore at his desk and his waistcoat of the morning, and washed his nice white hands, and clothed himself in expensive dignity. Then he opened his book of daily entries and folded blotting paper and prepared to receive instructions or give advice, or be wise abstractedly. But he thought it a sound precaution to have his son Christopher within earshot, for young Overshute was reputed to be of a rather excitable nature. Therefore, Kit Sharp was commanded to finish the cleaning of his gun, which was his chief delight, in his father's closet adjoining the office, and to keep the door shut, unless called for. The lawyer was not kept waiting long. As the clock of St. Thomas struck 4, the shoes of a horse rang sharply on the icy road, and the office bell kicked up its tongue with a jerk showing extramural energy. "Let him ring again," said Mr. Sharp. "I defy him to ring much harder." The defiance was soon proved to be unsound, for in less than 10 seconds the bell, which had stood many years of strong emotion, was visited with such a violent spasm that nothing short of the melting pot restored its constitution. A piece clinked on the passage floor, and the lawyer was filled with unfeigned wrath. the bell that had been ringing for 3 generations and was the palladium of the firm.
"What clumsy clodhopper!" cried Mr. Sharp, rushing out as if he saw nobody. "What beggarly bumpkin has broken my bell?" "Mr. Overshute." "Oh, I beg pardon, I'm sure."
"We must make allowance," said Russell calmly, "for fidgety animals, Mr. Sharp, and for thick gloves in this frosty weather. John, take my horse on the Seven Bridges Road and be back in exactly 15 minutes. How kind of you to be at home, Mr. Sharp." With the words, the young man bestowed on the lawyer a short, sharp glance, which entirely failed to penetrate the latter.
"Shut out this cold wind, for heaven's sake!"
he exclaimed as he shut in his visitor.
"You young folk never seem to feel the cold, but you carry it a little too far sometimes. I must have been about your age when we had such another hard winter as this. 24 years ago, scarcely so bitter, but a deal more snow. Snow. 6 feet everywhere. I was 26 then. About your age, I take it, sir."
"My age to a tittle," said Overshute, "but I am generally taken for 32. How can you have guessed it so?"
"Early thought, sir. Juvenile thought and advanced intelligence make young people look far in front of their age. When you come to my time of life, young sir, your thoughts and your looks will be younger. Now, take this chair. Never mind your boots, let them hiss as they will on the fender. I like to hear it. A genial sound, a touch of emery paper in the morning. And there we are, ready for other boots. I have had men here come 50 miles across country, as the crow flies, to see me, when the floods were out, and go away with minds comforted.
I have heard of your skill in all legal points, but I am not come on that account. Quibbles and shuffles I detest."
"Well, Mr. Overshute, I have met with a good deal of rudeness in my early days before I was known as I am now. It was worth my while to disarm it then. It is not so now in your case. You belong to a very good county family, and although you are committed to inferior hands, if you had come in a friendly spirit, I would have been glad to serve you. As it is, I can only request that you say what your purpose is, and to settle it."
Russell Overshute and his large and powerful eyes gazed straight at Sharp, and Mr. Sharp, who had steely eyes, the best of all for getting on with, were not very large, but as keen as need be, therewith answered complacently, and as if he saw hope of amusement. "You puzzle me, Sharp," said Overshute, about the worst thing he could have said, and he knew it before the words had passed.
"I am called for the most part Mr. Sharp, except by gentlemen of my own age or friends who entirely trust me. Mr. Russell Overshute, explain how I have puzzled you."
"Never mind that. You would never understand. Have you any idea what has brought me here?"
"Yes, to be plain with you, I have. One of your least, but very oldest tenants has been caught out in poaching. You hate the game laws. You are a radical, ranter, and reformer. You know your lawyer is good and active, but too well known as a liberal. It requires a man of settled principles to contest with the game laws."
"You could not be more wide astray," cried Overshute triumphantly, taking in every word the other had said as a piece of his victory.
No, thank goodness we are not come so low that we cannot get off our tenants, in spite of any evidence. You must indeed think that our family is quite reduced to the dirt if we can no longer do even that much." "Not at all, sir. You are much too hot. I only suppose for the moment that your principles might have stopped you."
"Oh, dear, no. My mother would not take it at all in that way. Now where have you put Grace Oglander?" Impetuous Russell, with his nostrils quivering and his eyes fixed on the lawyer's, and his right hand clenching his heavy whip, purposefully fired his question thus, like a thunderbolt out of pure heaven. He felt sure of producing a grand effect, and so he did, but not the right one.
"You threaten me, do you?"
said Mr. Sharp.
I think you make a mistake, young man. Violence is objectionable in every way, though natural with fools who believe they are stronger. I am sorry to have spoiled your whip, but you will acknowledge that the fault was yours. Now, I am ready for reason, if you are." With a grave bow, Luke Sharp offered Russell the fragments of his pet hunting crop, which he had caught from his hand, and snapped like a stick of peppermint as he spoke. Overshute thought himself a fine, strong fellow, and with very good reason, but the quickness of his antagonist left him gasping. "I want no apologies," Mr. Sharp continued, going to his desk, while the young man looked sadly at his brazen knockered butt, for he had been at that admirable college, and cherished his chief reminiscence of it thus. "Apologies are always waste of time. You have threatened me, and you have found your mistake. Such a formidable antagonist makes one's hand shake. Still, I think I can hit my keyhole." "You can always make your keys fit, I dare say, but you never could do that to me again." "Very likely not. I shall never care to try it. Physical force is always low, but as a gentleman you must own that you first offered violence." "Mr. Sharp, I confess that I did. Not in word or deed, but still my manner fairly imported it, and the first respect I ever felt for you I feel now, for your quickness and pluck." "I am pleased with any respect from you, because you have little for anything. Now, repeat your question moderately." "Where have you put Grace Oglander?" "Let me offer you a chair again. Striding about with frozen feet is almost the worst thing a man can do. However, you seem to be a little excited. Have you brought me a letter from my client to authorize this inquiry?" "From Mr. Oglander? Oh, no. He has no idea of my being here." "We will get over that. You are a friend of his and a neighbor. He has asked you in a general way to help him in this sad great trouble." "Not at all. He would rather not have my interference. He does not like its motive." "And the motive is that, like many other people, you were attached to this young lady?" "Certainly I am. I would give my life at any moment for her." "Well, well, I will not speak quite so strongly as you. Life grows dearer as it gets more short. But still, I would give my best year remaining to get to the bottom of this problem." "You would?" cried young Overshute, looking at him with admiration of his strength and truth. "Give me your hand, sir. I have wronged you. I see that I am but a hasty fool." "You should never own that," said the lawyer. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Mr. John Smith. Meanwhile, all Beckley and villages round were seething with a ferment of excitement and contradiction. Esther Cripps had been strictly ordered by the authorities to hold her tongue, and so far as in her lay she did so. But there were others, the squire's 3 men, and even the carrier himself, who had many things to think that they were pretty sure to say some of them. 1 or 2 of them had wives, and though these women could not be called by their very worst friends inquisitive, it was not right and lawful that they should be debarred of everything. They did all they could not to know any more than they were really bound to know, and whatever was forced upon them had no chance of going any further. This made several women look at one another slyly, each knowing more than the other, and nodding while sounding the other's ignorance, until with one accord they grew provoked at being treated so, and truth being multiplied to its cube became, of course, infinite error. Now Mrs. Firmitage having been obliged to return to Cowley, Mary Hookham's mother had established her power by this time, and being, as her daughter had pronounced, a conspicuous member of the females, she exerted herself about all that was said, and saw the other side of everything. She never went to no public house. Nobody could ever say that of her, but perhaps she could put 2 and 2 together every bit as well as them that did. It had been her fortune to acquire exceptional experience, or, as she put it more plainly, she had a seed of many things, and the impressions left thereby upon her idiosyncrasy, or in her own words, what she come to think,
was and were that nothing could be true that she had not known the like of. This was the secret of her success in life, which, however, as yet bore no proportion to her merits. She frankly scouted as a pack of stuff everything to which her history afforded no vivid parallel. In a word, she believed only what she had seen. Now, incredulity is a grand power. To be able to say, "Oh, don't tell me," or "none of your stuff," when the rest of the audience, stricken with awe, is gaping, confers at once the esteem of superior intellect and vigor. And when there are good high people who derive comfort from the denial, the chances are that active skeptic does not get the worst of it. Mrs. Hookham plainly declared that Esther's tale was neither more or less than a trumpery cock-and-bull story. She would not call it a parcel of lies, because the poor girl might have dreamed it. Walking in the snow was no more than walking in one's sleep. She knew that, from her own experience, and if there had been no snow as yet, that made her all the more sure to be right. The air was full of it, and of course it would have more power overhead. Depend on it, she had seen a bush, if indeed she did see anything, and being so dazed by the weather, she had gone and dreamed the rest of it. Beckley, on the other hand, having known Esther ever since she toddled out of her cradle, and knowing her brothers, the carrier, the baker, and the butcher, and having no experience yet of Mother Hookham's wisdom, as good as told the latter lady not to be so bounceable. She must not come into this parish and pretend to know more about things that belonged to it than those who were bred and born there. But Mrs. Hookham's opinion was, in one way, very important, however little weight it carried at the dusty anvil. Mr. Oglander himself had to depend for his food entirely on Mrs. Hookham's efforts. For Betty, the cook, went purely off her head after all she had gone through, and they put her in bed with a little barley water and much malt liquor in a nobler form. And though Mrs. Hookham at her time of life was reluctant so to demean herself, she found all the rest such a Noah's compass that she roused up the fires of departed youth and flourished with the basting ladle. A clever, well-conditioned dame with a will of her own is somebody. "Now, sir," she cried, rushing in to the squire with a basin of first-rate oxtail soup upon that melancholy New Year's Day, "you have been out in the snow again. No use denying it, sir. I can see by the chattering of your teeth. I call it a bad, wicked thing to go on so, flying in the face of the Lord like that. You are a most kind and good soul, Mrs. Hookham, but surely you would not have me sit with my hands crossed, doing nothing." "No, no, surely not. Take the spoon in one hand and the basin in the other. You owe it to yourself to keep up your strength, and to someone else as well, good sir." "I have no one else now to owe it to," the old man answered, sadly tucking his napkin into his waistcoat pockets. "Yes, you have. You have your Miss Gracie, alive and kicking as sure as I be, and with a deal more of life in front of her, though scarce a week passes but what I takes my regular dose of culminy. If it had not been for that, I never could have been 20 year a widow. Don't cry, Mrs. Hookham. I beg you not to cry. You have many good children to look after, and there is still abundance of calomel. But why do you talk about my darling?" "Because, sir, please God, it means to see you spend many a happy year together. Lord have mercy, if I took for granted every trouble as come upon me, who could ha' tried for to cheat me this day? My goodness, don't go for to swallow the bone, sir." "To be sure not. No, I was not thinking. Of course, there are bones in every tale." "And a heap of bones in them Cripps's tale, sir, as won't go down with me nohow. Have faith in the mercy of the Lord, sir, and in your own experience." "That is exactly what I tried to do. There cannot be one in the world so bad as to hurt my Gracie. Mrs. Hookham, you never can have seen anybody like her. She was so full of life and kindness that everybody who knew her seemed to have her in their own family. She never made pretence to be above herself or anyone, and she entered into everybody's trouble quite as if she had brought it on. She never asked them any questions whether it might have been their own fault. She gave away all her own money first before she came to me for more. She was so simple and so pleasant and so full of playful ways. But there, When I think of that, it makes me almost as bad as you women are. Take out the dish. I am very much obliged to you." "Not a bit, sir, not a bit as yet," the brisk dame answered, with tears on her cheeks. "But before very long you will own that you was, when you find every word I say come true. Oh, my! Oh, that startled me. Somebody coming the short way from the fields. That wonderful man is always prowling about, unbeknown to anyone. They don't like me in the village much, civil as I am to all of them, but as sure as 6 is half a dozen, that Smith is the one they ought to hate." "If he is there, show him in at once," said the squire without further argument, "and let no one come interrupting us." This was very hard upon Mrs. Hookham, and she could not help showing it in her answer. "Oh, to be sure, sir, oh, to be sure not. What is my poor opinion compared to his? Ah, well, it is a fine thing to be a man." The man for whose sake she was thus cast out seemed to be of the same opinion. He walked and looked and spoke as if it was indeed a fine thing to be a man, but the finest of all things to be the man inside his own cloth and leather, and likely to be at close quarters a dangerous antagonist. And the set of his jaws and the glance of his eyes showed that no want of manhood would at the critical moment disable him. His face was a strong red color, equally spread all over it, as if he lived much in the open air, and fed well, and enjoyed his food. "John Smith, your worship, John Smith," he said without troubling Mrs. Hookham. "I hope to see your worship better. Don't rise, I beg you. May I shut the door? Oh, Mary, your tea is waiting." "Mary, indeed!" cried Widow Hookham, ingraciously departing. "Young man, address my daughter thus." "Now, what have you done, Smith? What have you done?" the old gentleman asked, stooping over him. "Or have you done nothing at all, as usual? You tell me to have patience every day, and every day I have less and less." "The elements are against us, sir. If the weather had been anything but what it is, I must have known everything long ago." "Stop, sir, stop. It is no idle excuse, as you seem to fancy. It is not the snow that I speak of. It is the intense and deadly cold that keeps all but the very strong people indoors. How can any man talk when his beard is frozen? Look, sir." From his short brown beard he took lumps of ice, beginning to thaw at the warmth of the room, and cast them into the fire to hiss. Mr. Oglander gazed as if he thought that his visitor took a liberty, but one that could not matter much. "Go on, sir, with your report," he said. "Well, sir, in this chain of crime," Mr. Smith replied in a sprightly manner, "we have found one very important link." "What is it, Smith? Don't keep me waiting. Don't fear me, I am now prepared to stand anything whatever." "Well, sir, we have discovered at least the body of your worship's daughter." The squire bowed and hid his face. By the aid of faith he had been hoping against hope till it came to this. Then he looked up with his bright old eyes, for the moment very steady, and said with a firm though hollow voice, "The will of the Lord be done. The will of the Lord be done, Smith." "The will of the Lord shall not be done," cried Mr. Smith emphatically, and striking his thick knees with his fist, "until the man who has done it shall be swung, squire, swung. Make up your mind to that, your worship. You may safely make up your mind to that." "What good will it do me?" the father asked, talking with himself alone. "Will it ever bring back my girl, my child? Bereaved I am, but it cannot be long. I shall meet her in a better world, Smith." "To be sure your worship will, with the angels and archangels, but to my mind that will be no satisfaction till the man has swung for it." "Excuse me for a moment, will you, Mr. Smith? Excuse me. I have no right to be overcome, and I thought I had got beyond all that. Ring the bell, and they will bring you cold sirloin and a jug of ale. Help yourself, and don't mind me. I will come back directly. No, thank you, I can walk alone. How many have had much worse to bear? You will find the undercut the best." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Mr. Smith is Active.
Mr. John Smith was a little upset at seeing the squire so put out, but he said to himself, "It is natural, after all, it is natural. Poor old chap, he has taken it as well as could be expected. However, we must all live, and I feel uncommonly peckish just now. I declare I would rather have had something hot this weather, but in such a case one must put up with things. I wonder if they've got any horseradish. All frozen hard in the ground, I fear. No harm, at any rate, in asking." With this self-commune he rang the bell, and Mary, by her mother's order, answered. "I'll not go by the baste," cried Widow Hookham, still indignant. Mary, like a good maid, laid the cloth without a syllable, and, like a good young woman, took the keenest heed of Mr. Smith without letting him dream that she peeped at him. "Thank you, Mary," said Mr. Smith to open conversation. "My mother's name is Mary," she answered, "and perhaps you would like some pickles?" "By all means, as there is no horseradish. Bring onions, gherkins, and walnuts, Mary, but above all things, walnuts." "You must have what you can get," said Mary. "I will go and tell master what you require." "On no account, Mary, on no account. He is gone away to pray, I believe. On no account disturb him." "Poor dear, I should hope not. Perhaps you can manage with what I have set before you."
"I will do my best," he answered.
"The scum of the earth," said Mary to herself, good servants being the most intensely aristocratic of all the world. "He never dined at a gentleman's table before, and his head is turned with it. Our kitchen is too good for him, but poor master never heeds nothing now." As soon, however, as Mr. Smith had appeased the rage of hunger, and having called for a glass of hot brandy and water, was clinking the spoon on it, the squire showed that he did heed something, by coming back calmly to talk with him. Mr. Oglander had passed the bitterest hour of his long life yet, filled at every turn of thought with yearning to break down and weep. Sometimes his mind was so confused that he did not know how old he was, but seemed to be in the long past days with his loving wife upon his arm, and their Gracie toddling in front of them. He spoke to them both as he used to do, and speaking cleared his thoughts again, and he shook away the dreamy joy in the blank forlorn of facts. At last he washed his face and brushed his silver hair and untended beard, and half in the looking-glass expected to see his daughter scolding him because he knew that he had neglected many things she insisted on, and his conscience caught him when he seemed to be taking a low advantage. "I hope you have been treated well," he said with his fine old-fashioned bow to Smith as he came back again. "I do not often leave my guests to attend to themselves in this way."
"Do not apologize, Squire, I beg you. I have done first chop, I assure you, sir. I have not tasted real mustard, ground at home as yours is, since I was up in Durham County, where they never grow it."
"Well, Mr. Smith," said the squire, trying to smile at his facetiousness, "I am very glad that you have done well. In weather like this, a young man like you must want a good deal of nourishment. But now, will you tell me?"
"Yes, your worship, everything. Of course you are anxious, and I thoroughly enter into your feelings. There are none of the women at the door, I hope?"
"Such things do not happen in my house. I will not interrupt you."
"Very well, sir. Then sit down here. You must be aware in the first place, then, that I was not likely to be content with your way of regarding things. The Lord is a lord of the weather, of course, and does it without consulting us. Nevertheless, he allows us also to do our best against it. So I took the bull by the horns, as John Bull, by his name, has a right to do. I just resolved to beat the weather and have it out with everything. So I communicated with the authorities in London. You know we are in a transition state at present, sir, between the old system and the new." Yes, of course, I know all that." "Very well, your worship. We are obliged, of course, to be doubly careful. In London we are quite established, but down here we must feel our way. The magistrates, saving your worship's presence, look upon this with dislike, as if we were superseding them. That will wear off, your worship, and the new system will work wonders."
"Yes, so you all say, but now be quick. What wonders have you wrought, John Smith?"
"Well, I was going to tell your worship when you interrupted me. You know that story of Cripps the Carrier and his sister, what's her name?" Well, some folk believed it, and some bereaved it. I did neither of the two, but resolved to get to the bottom of it. Your worship was afraid, you remember. Well, then, let us say daunted, sir. Or, if you will not have it, we may say that you trusted in Providence. It was not quite that, but still, Mr. Smith, your worship will excuse me, things of that sort happen always, and the people are always wrong that do it. I trusted in Providence once myself, but now I trust twice in my own self first, and leave Providence to come after me. I speak my mind. No offence, your worship. Well, then, this is what I did. A brave regiment of soldiers, having newly returned from India, was ordered to march from London to the Land's End for change of temperature. They had not been supplied, of course, with any change of clothes for climate, and they felt it a little, but were exhorted not to be too particular. 2 companies were to be billeted at Abington last evening, and having, of course, received notice of that, I procured authority to use them. They shivered so that they wanted work, and there is nothing, your worship, like discipline. Of course, I know that from my early days. Will you tell your story speedily? Sir, that's just what I'm doing. I brought them without many words to the quarry, where 10 times the number of our clodhoppers would only have shovelled at one another. Bless my heart, they did work, and with order and arrangement. Being clothed all in cotton, they had no time to lose, unless they meant to get frozen. And it was a fine sight, I assure your worship, to see how they showed their shoulder blades, being skinny from the hot climate, their brown freckled arms and the white of the drift, and the Indian steam coming out of them. In about 2 hours all the ground was clear, and the trees put away like basket work, and then we could see what happened exactly, and even the mark of the pickaxes. Every word of that girl was proved true to a tittle. I never heard finer evidence. We can even see that 2 men had been at work, and the stroke of their tools was different. You may trust me for getting up a case, but I see that you have no patience, Squire. We shoveled away all the fallen rock and mold and stumps and furze roots, and at last we came to the poor, poor innocent body, as fresh as the daylight. I can hear no more. You have lost no child. If you have, perhaps you could spare it. Tell me nothing more, but prove that it was my child. Lord of mercy, your worship! Why, you're only fit to go to bed. Here, Mary, Mother Hook'em! Curse the bell, I've broken it. Your master is taken very queer. Look alive, woman, stir your stumps, a pot of hot water and a foot tub. Don't get scared, you will be all right. I always carry a fleam with me. I can bleed him as well as any doctor. Hold his head up, let me feel. Oh, he's not going to die just yet. Stop your caterwauling. There, I've relieved his veins. He will know us all in a minute again. He ought to have had a deal more spirit. I never could have expected this. I smoothed off everything so nicely, just as if it was a lady.
Did you indeed? I have heard every word, said Widow Hook'em sternly. You locked the door, or I would have had my 10 nails in you long ago. Poor dear, what is a scum like you? And after all, what have you done, John Smith?
End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. So is Mr. Sharp. On the very next day it was known throughout the parish and the neighborhood that the ancient squire had broken down at last, under the weight of anxieties. Nobody blamed him much for this, except his own sister and Mr. Smith. Mrs. Firmitage said that he ought to have shown more faith and resignation, and John Smith declared that all his plans were thrown out by this stupidity. What proper inquiry could be held when the universal desire was to spare the feelings and respect the affliction of a poor old man? Mr. Smith was right. An inquest truly must be held upon the body which had been found by the soldiers. But the coroner, being a good old friend and admirer of the Oglanders, contrived that the matter should be a mere form, and the verdict an open nullity. Mr. Luke Sharp appeared, and in a dignified reserve was ready to represent the family. He said a few words in the very best taste, and scarcely dared to hint at things which must be painful to everybody left alive to think of them. How the crush of tons of rock upon an unprotected female form had made it impossible to say, and how all the hair, which more than any other human gift survived the sad, sad change, having been cut off, was there no longer, and how there was really nothing except a pair of not over-new silk stockings, belonging to a lady of lofty position in the county, and the widow of an eminent gentleman, but not required, he might hope, to present herself so painfully. Mr. Sharp could say no more, and the jury felt that he now must come, or, failing him, his son, Kit Sharp, into the £150,000 of port wine firmitage. Therefore they returned the verdict, carried in his pocket by them, death by misadventure of a young lady, name unknown. Their object was to satisfy the squire and their conscience, and they found it wise, as it generally is, not to be too particular, and the coroner was the last man to make any fuss about anything. "Are you satisfied now, Mr. Overshute?" asked Lawyer Sharp, as Russell met him in the passage at the Quarry Arms, where the inquest had been taken. "The jury have done their best at once to meet the facts of the case and respect the feelings of the family." "Satisfied? How can I be? Such a hocus-pocus I never knew. It is not for me to interfere while things are in this wretched state. Everybody knows what an inquest is. No doubt you have done your duty and acted according to your instructions. Come in here where we can speak privately." Mr. Sharp did not look quite as if he desired a private interview. However, he followed the young man with the best grace he could muster. "I am going to speak quite calmly, and have no whip now for you to snap," said Russell, sitting down as soon as he had set a chair for Mr. Sharp. "But I may ask you why you have done your utmost to prevent what seemed, to an ordinary mind, the first and most essential thing." "The identification? Yes, of course. Will you come and satisfy yourself? The key of the room is in my pocket." "I cannot do it. I cannot do it," answered the young man, shuddering. "My last recollection must not be—" "Young sir, I respect your feelings, and I need to ask you after that whether I have done amiss in sparing the feelings of the family. And there is something more important than even that at stake just now. You know the poor squire's sad condition. The poor old gentleman is pretty well broken down at last, I fear. What else could we expect of him? And the doctor his sister had brought from London says that his life hangs positively upon a thread of hope. Therefore, we are telling him sad stories, or rather I ought to say happy stories, and though he is too sharp to swallow them all, they do him good, sir. They do him good." "I can quite understand it, but how does that bear? I mean, you could have misled him surely about the result of this inquest?" "By no means. You would have insisted on seeing a copy of the Herald. In fact, if the jury could not have been managed, I had arranged with the editor to print a special copy giving the verdict as we wanted it. A pious fraud, of course, and so it is better to dispense with it. This verdict will set him up again upon his poor old legs, I hope. He seemed to dread the final blow so, and the bandying to and fro of his unfortunate daughter's name. I scarcely see why it should be so, but so it is, Mr. Overshute." "Of course it is. How can you doubt it? How can it be otherwise? You can have no good blood in you." "I beg your pardon, I speak rashly. But I did not mean to speak rudely. All I mean to say is that you need no more explain yourself. I seem to be always doubting you, and it always shows what a fool I am." "Now, don't say that," Mr. Luke Sharp answered with a fine and genial smile. "You are acknowledged to be the most rising member of the county bench. But still, sir, there is such a thing as going too far with acuteness, sir. You may not perceive it yet, but when you come to my age you will own it." "Truly, but who can be too suspicious when such things are done as these? I tell you, Sharp, that I would give my head off my shoulders this very instant to know who has done this damned villainy, this infernal
unnatural wrong to my darling. To my darling."
"Mr. Overshute, how can we tell that any wrong has been done to her?"
"No wrong to take her life? No wrong to cut off all her lovely hair, and to send it to her father? No wrong to leave us as we are, with nothing now to care for? You spoke like a sensible man just now."
"Oh, don't think that I am excitable."
"Well, how can I think otherwise? But do me the justice to remember that I do not for one moment assert what everybody takes for granted. It seems too probable, and cannot for the present at least be disproved, that here we have the sad finale of the poor young lady. But it must be borne in mind, on the other hand, the body.
The thing could be settled in 2 minutes. Sharp, I have no patience with you."
"So it appears, and making due allowance, I am not vexed with you. You mean, of course, the interior garments, the nether clothing, and so on. There is not a clue afforded there. We have found no name on anything. The features and form, as I need not tell you."
"I cannot bear to hear of that. Has any old servant of the family? Has the family doctor?"
"All those measures were taken, of course. We had the 2 oldest servants, but the one was flurried out of her wits, and the other 3/4 frozen. And you know what a fellow old Splinters is, the crustiest of the crusty. He took it in bitter dudgeon that Sir Anthony had been sent for to see the poor old squire, and all he would say was, 'Yes, yes, yes, you'd better send for Sir Anthony. Perhaps he could bring—' Oh, of course he could bring my poor little pet to life again. And then we tried her aunt, Mrs. Firmitage. One of the last 2 had seen her living, but bless you, my dear sir, a team of horses would not have lugged her into the room. She cried, she shrieked, and fainted away. 'Barbarous creatures,' she said. 'You will have to hold another inquest if you are so unmanly. I could not even see my dear husband.' And then she fell into hysterics, and we had to send 2 miles for brandy. Now, sir, have we anything more to do? Shall we send a litter or a coffin for the squire himself?" "You are inclined to be sarcastic, but you have taken a great deal upon yourself. You seem to have ordered everything. Mr. Luke Sharp everywhere. Will you tell me who else there was to do it? It has not been a very pleasant task, and certainly not a profitable one. I shall reap the usual reward, to be called a busybody by everyone, but that is a trifle. Now, if there is anything you can suggest, Mr. Overshute, it shall be done at once. Take time to think. I feel a little tired and in need of rest. There has been so much to think of. You should have come to help us sooner, but no doubt you felt a sort of delicacy about it. The worthy juryman's feet at last have ceased to rattle in the passage. My horse will not be here just yet. You will not think me rude if I snatch a little rest, while you consider. For 3 nights I have had no sleep. Have I your good permission, sir? Here is the key of that room, meanwhile."
Russell Overshute was surprised to see Mr. Sharp draw forth a large silk handkerchief, with spots of white upon a yellow ground, and spread it carefully over the crown of his long, deep head, and around his temples down to the fine grey eyebrows. Then, lifting gaitered heels upon the flat wide bar of the iron fender, the weather being as cold as ever, in less than a minute Mr. Luke Sharp was asleep beyond all contradiction. He slept the sleep of the just, with that gentle whisper of a snore which Aristotle hints at to prove that virtue being, as she must be, in the mean, doth in the neutral third of life maintain a middle course between loud snore and silent slumber. If Mr. Sharp had striven hard to produce a powerful effect, young Overshute might have suspected him, but this calm, good sleep and pure sense of rest laid him open for all the world to take a larger view of him. No bad man could sleep like that. No narrow-minded man could be so wide to nature's noblest power. Only a fine and genial soul could sweetly thus resign itself. The soft content of well-earned repose spoke volumes in calm silence. Here was a good man, if ever there was one, at peace with his conscience, the world, and heaven. Overshute was enabled thus to look at things more loftily. to judge a man as he should be judged when he challenges no verdict, to see that there are large points of view which we lose by worldly wisdom, and by little peeps through selfish holes, too one-eyed and ungenerous. Overshute could not bear the idea of any illiberality. He hated suspicion in anybody, unless it were just, as his own should be. In this condition of mind he pondered while the honest lawyer slept, and he could not think of anything neglected or mismanaged much in the present helpless state of things. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. A Spotted Dog. When at last the frost broke up and streams began to run again, and everywhere the earth was glad that men should see her face once more, and forest trees and roadside pollards and bushes of the common hedgerow straightened their unburdened backs and stood for spring to look at them, a beautiful young maiden came as far as she could come, and sighed, as if the beauty of the land awakening was a grief to her. This pretty lady, in the young mossbud and slender-necked chalice of innocence, was laden with dews of sorrow, such as nature in her outer dealings with the more material world defers until autumnal night and russet hours are waiting, scarcely in full bloom of youth, but ripe for blush or dreaminess. She felt the power of early spring and the budding hope around her. "Am I to be a prisoner always, evermore a prisoner?" she said as she touched a willow catkin, the earliest of all, the silver one. She stroked the delicate silken tassel, doubtful of its prudence yet, and she looked for leaves, but none were there, and nothing to hold commune. The feeble sun seemed well content to have a mere glimpse of the earth again, and spread his glances diffidently, as if he expected shadow. Nevertheless, there he was at last, and the world received him tenderly. "It has been such a long, long time. It seems to grow longer as the days draw out, and nobody comes to talk to me. My place is to obey, of course, but still. There he is again." The girl drew back, for a fine young man in a grand new velvet shooting coat, wearing also a long shawl waistcoat and good buckskin breeches, which he combined with calfskin gaiters, set off his legs to the uttermost. In all this picturesque apparel, and swinging a gun right gallantly, there he was, and no mistake. He was quietly trying through the covert, without any beaters, but with a brace of clever spaniels, for woodcock, snipe, or rabbit perhaps, the season for game being over. A tall, well-made, and rather nice young man, so far as a bashful girl might guess, he seemed at this third view of him, and of course it would be an exceedingly rude and pointed thing to run away. Needless also, and indeed absurd, because she was sure that when they last met he was frightened much more than she was. It was nothing less than a duty now to find out whether he had recovered himself. If he had done so, it would be as well to frighten him even more this time, and if he had not, it would only be fair to see what could be done for him. One of his dogs, a cocking spaniel, as the great Mr. Looker warranted, a good young bitch with liver-colored spots and drop ears torn by brambles and eyes full of brownish-yellow light, ran up to the girl confidently and wagged a brief tail and sniffed a little, and with sound discretion gazed. Each black nostril was like a mark of panting interrogation, and one ear was tucked up like a small tunnel, and the eye that belonged to it blinked with acumen. "You pretty dear, come and let me pat you," the young lady cried, looking down at the dog as if there were nobody else in the world. "Oh, I'm so fond of dogs. What is your name? Come and tell me, darling." "Her name is Grace," said the master, advancing in a bashful but not clumsy way. "The most beautiful name in the world, I think." "Oh, do you think, but I beg your pardon, you have not told me what your own name is, I think." "I hope you are quite well," he answered, turning his gun away carefully. "Quite well this fine afternoon. How beautiful it is to see the sun, and all the things coming back again so." "Oh, yes, and the lovely willow trees. I never noticed them so before. I had no idea that they did all this." She was stroking the flossiness as she spoke. "Neither had I,"
said the young man, trying to be most agreeable and glancing shyly at the haze of silver and lily fingers glistening. "But do not you think that they could do it because they can scarcely help themselves?" "No, how can you be so stupid? Excuse me, I did not mean that, I'm sure. But they do it because it is their nature, and they like to do it. You know them, no doubt, and you understand them because you are like them." He was frightened as soon as he had said this, which he thought, while he uttered it, rather good. "I'm really astonished," the fair maid said, with a gleam of smile in her lovely eyes, but her bright lips very steadfast, "to be compared to a willow tree. I thought that a willow meant... But never mind, I'm glad to be like a willow." "Oh, no, you are not one bit. I'm sure you will never be like a willow. What could I have been thinking of?" "No harm whatever, I'm sure of that," she answered with so sweet a look that he stopped from scraping the toe of his boot on a clump of moss, and in his heart was wholly taken up with her. "I'm sure you meant to be very polite." "More than that, a great deal more than that. Oh, ever so much more than that." She let him look at her for a moment, because he had something that he wanted to express, and she, from pure natural curiosity, would have been glad to know what it was, and so their eyes dwelt upon one another just long enough for each to be almost ashamed of leaving off, and in that short time they seemed to be pleased with one another's nature. The youth was the first to look away, because he feared that he might be rude, whereas a maiden cannot be rude. With the speed of a glance she knew all that, and she blushed at the color these things were taking. "I'm sure that I ought to go," she said, "and so ought I, long and long ago. I'm sure I cannot tell why I stopped. If you were to get into any trouble, you are very kind. You need not be anxious. If you do not know why you stop, the sooner you run away at full speed, the better." "Oh, I hope you won't say that," he replied, being gifted by nature with powers of courting which only wanted practice. "I really think that you scarcely ought to say so unkind a thing as that." "Very well, then, may I say this, that you have important things to attend to, and that it looks, indeed it does, as if it was coming on to rain." "I assure you there is no fear of that, although if it did, there is plenty of shelter. But look at the sun, how it shines in your hair. Oh, why do you keep your hair so short? It looks as if it ought to be 10 feet long." "Well, I suppose that it was. Not quite 10 feet, for that would be rather hard to manage, but say only half that length, and then, for a very good reason, was all cut off. But that is altogether another thing, and in no way can concern you. I give you a very good day, sir." No, you will give me a very bad day if you hurry away so suddenly. I am anxious to know a great deal more about you. Why do you live in this lonely place, quite as if you were imprisoned here? And what makes you look so unhappy sometimes, although your nature is so bright? There, what a brute I am. I have made you cry. I ought to shoot myself. You must not talk of such wicked things. I am not crying. I'm very happy. At least, I mean quite happy enough. Goodbye, or I shall never bear you again." As she turned away without looking at him, he saw that her pure young breast was filled with a grief he must not intrude upon, and at the same moment he caught a glimpse through the trees of someone coming. So he lifted his smart Glengarry cap, and in sad perplexity strode away. But over his shoulder he softly said, "I shall come again. You must let me do that. I am sure that I can help you." The young lady made no answer, but turned as soon as she thought he was out of sight and wistfully looked after him. "Here comes that Miss Patch, of course," she said. "I wonder whether she has spied him out. Her eyes are always everywhere." "Oh, my darling child," cried Miss Patch, an elderly lady of great dignity. "I had no idea you were gone so far. Come in, I beg you, come this moment. What has excited you like this?" "Nothing at all. At least, I am not in the least excited. Oh, look at the beautiful sunset." Miss Patch, with deep gravity, took out her spectacles, placed them on her fine Roman nose, and gazed eastward to watch the sunset. "Oh, dear, no, not there," cried her charge in a hurry. "Here, It is all in this direction. I thought that I saw a spotted dog, the lady answered, still gazing steadily down the side of the forest by which the youth had made his exit. A spotted dog, Grace, I am almost sure. Yes, I dare say. I believe that there is a dog with some spots in the neighborhood.
End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. A Grand Smock Frock. Upon the Saturday after this, being market day at Oxford, Zacchary Cripps was in and out of the places and the people, as busy as the best of them. The number of things that he had to do used to set his poor brain buzzing until he went into the bar, not the Grand one, but the Holster's bar, at the Golden Cross, and left dry froth at the bottom of a pewter-quart measure of fine old ale. At this flitting trace of exhaustion he always gazed for a moment as if he longed to behold just another, and then, with a sigh of self-dedication to all the great duties before him, out he pulled his leather bag and counted 4pence 4 times over, without any multiplication thereof, but a desire to have less subtraction. And then he generally shook his head in penitence at his own love of good ale, and the fugitive fate of the passion. The last step was to deposit his 4pence firmly upon the metal counter, challenging all the bad pence and halfpence pilloried there as a warning, and then with a glance at the barmaid Sally to encourage her still to hope for him, away went Cripps to the duties of the day. These always took him to the market first, a crowded and very narrow quarter then, where he always had a great host of commissions, at very small figures, to execute. His honesty was so broadly known that it was become quite an onerous gift, as happens in much higher grades of life. Folk all along both his roads of travel naturally took great advantage of it, being certain that he could spend their money quite as gingerly as his own, and charge them no more than he was compelled by honesty towards himself to charge. Farmers, butchers, poulterers, hucksters, chandlers, and grocers, black, yellow, and green, all knew Zacchary Cripps, and paid him the compliment of asking 50% above what they meant, or even hoped to take. Of this the carrier was well aware, and upon the whole it pleased him. The triumph each time of rubbing down by friction of tongue and chafe of spirit 18 pence into a shilling, although it might be but a matter of course, never lost any of its charms for him. His brisk eyes sparkled as he pulled off his hat and made the most learned annotations there, if learning is, as generally happens, the knowledge of what nobody else can read. But now, before he had filled the great leathern apron of his capacities, which being full, his hat had no room for any further entries, a thing came to pass which startled him, so far at least as the road and the world had left him the power of starting. He saw his own brother, Leviticus, standing in friendly talk with a rabbit man, a man whose reputation was not a hopeless distance beyond reproach, a man who had been 3 times in prison. Whether he ought or ought not to have been, this is a difficult point to debate. His friends contended that he ought not. If so, he, of course, was wrong to go there. His enemies vowed that he ought to be there. If so, he could rightly be nowhere else. The man got the benefit of both opinions in a powerfully negative condition of confidence on the part of the human brotherhood. But for all that, there were bigger rogues to be found in Oxford. Cripps, however, as the head of the family, having seigneurial rights by birth, as well as, in his own opinion, force of superior intellect, saw and at once discharged his duty. No taint of poached rabbits must lie for a moment on the straightforward path of the Crippses. Zacchary therefore held up one hand as a warning to Tickus to say no more until he could get at him. For just at this moment a deadlock arose, through a fight of 4 women about a rotten egg. But when it had lapsed into hysterics, the carrier struggled to his brother's elbow. Leviticus Cripps was a large, ruddy man, half a head taller than the heir of the house, but not so well built for carrying boxes. His frame was at the broadest and thickest of itself at the very important part of the human system which has to do with ailment.
But inasmuch as all parts do that more or less directly, accuracy would specify, if allowable, his stomach. Here he was well developed, but narrowed or sloped towards less essential points, whereas the carrier was at his greatest across and around the shoulders. A keen physiologist would refer this palpable distinction to their respective occupations. The one fed pigs and fed upon them, and therefore required this local enlargement for sympathy and for assimilation. The other bore the burden of good things for the benefit of others, which is anything but fattening. Be that as it will, they differed thus, and they differed still more in countenance. Zacchary had a bright, open face with a short nose of brave and comely look, a mouth large, pleasant, and mild as a cow's, a strong, square forehead, and blue eyes of great vivacity and some humor. He had true Cripps's hair, like a hornbeam hedge in the month of January, and a thick curly beard of good hay color, shaven into 3 scallops like a clover leaf. His manner of standing and speaking and looking was sturdy and plain and resolute, and he stuck out his elbows and set his knuckles on his hips whenever both hands were empty. On the contrary, Pickaxe, his brother, looked at every one and at all times rather as if he were being suspected, wrongly suspected, of course, and puzzled to tell at all why it should be so, and, as a general rule, a little surly at such injustice. The expression of his face was heavy, slow-witted, and shyly inquisitive. His hair was black, and his eyes of a muddy brown with small, slippery pupils, and he kept his legs in a fidgety state, as if prone to be wanted for running away. In stature, however, and weight, this man was certainly above the average, and he would rather do a good than a bad thing whenever the motives were equivalent. But if his soul could not always walk in spotless raiment, his body at least was clad in the garb of innocence. No man in Oxford market wore a smock that could be compared with his, for on such great occasions Leviticus came in a noble shepherd's smock, long and flowing around him well, a triumph of mind and design and construction, and a marvel of hand in fine stitching and plaiting, goffering, crimping, and ironing. The broad, turned-over collar was like a snowdrift tattooed by fairies. The sleeves were gathered in as religiously as a bishop's gossamer, and the front was foursquare with cunning work. A span was the length and a span the breadth, like the breastplate over the ephod. As for Pickaxe himself, he cared no more than the wool of a pig for such trifles. Beyond this, that he liked to have his neighbors looking up to, and the women looking after him. Even in the new unsullied sanctuary of this chasuble he would grasp the tail an Irish pig, if sore occasion befell them both. It was Mrs. Leviticus who adored him. After a sea of soap suds and many irons tested ejectively, with his magnificent vesture suggested to feminine capacity perhaps in the days of the tabernacle.
"Leviticus,"
said Zacchary sternly, leading him down a wet red alley peopled only with coop chicks and paved with unsaleable giblets.
"Leviticus, what thou be doing this day? Many queer things have I seed of thee, but to beat this here, never nothing."
"I dunno. What dost mean?" Pickaxe answered unsteadily.
"Now, I call that a lie,"
said the carrier firmly but mildly, as if well used thereto as a dog is to fleas in the summer-time.
Might be, and yet again might not,"
Pickaxe replied, with keen sense of logic, but none of impeached ethics.
"Do ye know, or do ye not,"
the ruthless carrier pressed him,
"that there hosebird have been in jail?"
"Now, I do believe, let me call to mind,"
said Pickaxe, with his duller eyes at bay,
"that I did hear summat as come nigh that. But, Lord bless you, the best of men goes to jail sometimes. Do you call to mind old Squire Dempster?"
"Naught to do with it, naught to do with it,"
Zacchary cried with a crack of his thumb.
"That were an old gentleman's misfortune, the same as St. Paul and St. Peter did once. But that hosebird I see you talking of have been in jail 3 times. 3 times, I tell ye, and no miracle. And if ever I sees you dealing with him—"
He closed his sentence emphatically by shaking his fist in the immediate neighborhood of his brother's retiring nose.
Well, no need to take on so, Zack,"
cried the bigger man at safe distance.
"You might bear in mind that I has my troubles. and no covered card at the tail of me. And a family, Zack, as wears out more boots than a tanyard a week could make good to 'em. But there, I never finds anybody gifted with no consideration. Why, if I was to talk till tomorrow night—"
"If you was to talk to next leap year's day, you could not fetch right out of wrong, Tickus. And you know pretty well what I be. Now, what was you doing with that Black George? Mind, no lies won't go down with me."
"Best way go and get him to tell ye," the younger brother answered sulkily. "It would do ye good, like, to get it out of he."
"No harm to try," answered Cripps with alacrity. "No fear for me to be seen along of un. Only for the likes of you, Tickus." The carrier set off to stake his higher repute against lowest communications. But his brother, with no heed of smock or of crock, took 3 long strides and stopped him.
Hearken me, Zack," he cried with a start at a cock that crowed at him, and his face like the wattles of a chanticleer. "Zack, for the sake of the Lord in heaven of my 7 little uns, stop a bit."
"I bain't in no hurry that I know on," replied Cripps of pure conscience. "You told me to ask of him, and I were a-going on the wag to do so."
"Come out into the turl, Zack, come out into the turl a minute. There's nobody there now. They young college boys be all at their lessons or hunting. There's no place to come near the turl for a walk when they noisy college chaps are gone."
By a narrow back lane they got into the turl, at that time of day little harassed by any, unless it were the children of the porter of Lincoln or Exeter.
"Now, what is it thou hast to say?"
asked Zacchary. But this was the very thing the younger brother was vainly seeking for.
Nort, Zack, nort of any account,"
he stammered, after casting in his slow imagination for a good, fat, well-seasoned lie.
"Now spake out the truth, man, whatever it be," said the carrier, trying to encourage him. "Tickus, thou art always getting into scrapes by means of crooked dealing. But I'll not turn my back on thee, if for once canst spake the truth like a man, brother."
Leviticus struggled with his nature. While his little eyes rolled slowly and his plated breastplate rose and fell, he stole some irresolute glances at his brother's clear, straightforward face, and he might have saved himself by doing what he was half inclined to do, but circumstances aided nature to defeat his better star. The wife of the porter of Lincoln College had sent forth one of her little girls to buy a bunch of turnips. She knew that turnips would be very scarce after so much hard weather, but her stew would be no good without them, and among many other fine emotions, anxiety was now foremost. So she thrust forth her head from the venerable porch, at the top of her voice exclaimed,
"Termites! Termites! Termites!"
At that loud cry Leviticus Cripps turned pale, for his conscience smote him.
She meaneth me, my termite field," he whispered, with his long legs bent for departure. "'Tis £1,000 they've offered, Zack. Come away down Ship Street. There is a pump, and I want some water."
"But tell me what thou wast a-going to say," cried his brother, laying hold of him.
"Dash it, I will tell thee the truth, then, Zack. I just went and cut up a measly sow, as fine a bit of pork as you ever clapped eyes on, but for they little beauty spots. And the clerk of the market bought some for his dinner, and he have got a bad cook, a cantankerous woman, and now I be in a pretty mess."
"Not a word of all that do I believe," said Cripps.
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Installed at Brazen Nose. Master Cripps was accustomed mainly to daylight roads and open ways. It was true that he had a good many corners to turn between Beckley and Oxford, whether his course were through Ellsfield and Marsden, or on a broader track from Headington. But for all sharp turns he had 2 great maxims: keep on the proper side and go slowly. By virtue of these he had never been damaged himself or forced to pay damages, and when he was in a pleasant vein at the Dusty Anvil or anywhere else, It was useless to tell him that any mischance need happen to a man who heeded this, that is to say, if he drove a good horse and saw to the shoeing of the nag himself. Of course, there was also the will of the Lord, but that was quite sure to go right if you watched it. If he has any good substance in him, a man who spends most of his daylight time in the company of an honest horse is sure to improve so much that none of his bad companions know him, supposing that he ever had any. The simplicity and the good will of the horse, his faith in mankind, and his earnest desire to earn his oats and have plenty of them, also the knowledge that his time is short, and his longest worn shoes will outlast him, and that when he is dead, quite another must be bought, who will cost twice as much as he did. These things, if any sense can be made of them, operate on the human mind in a measure, for the most part, favorable. Allowance therefore must be made for Master Leviticus Cripps and his character, as often as it is borne in mind that he, from society of good horses, was, by mere mischance of birth, fetched down to communion with low hogs. Not that hogs are in any way low from a properly elevated gazing point, and taking, perhaps, the loftiest of human considerations, they are, as yet, fondly believed to be much better on a dish than horses. But that, as Cripps would plainly put it, is neither here nor there just now, and it is ever so much better to let a man make his own excuses, which he can generally do pretty well. "Cripps, well met," cried Russell Overshute, seizing him by the apron as Zacchary stood at the corner of Ship Street to shake his head after his brother, who had made off down the corn market. "You are the very man I want to see." "Lor a mercy now, be I, your worship? Well, there are not many gentlemen as it does me more good to look at." Without any flattery, he might say that it was good, after dealing with a crooked man, to set eyes upon young Overshute. In his face was no possibility of lie, hidden thought, or subterfuge. Whatever he meant was there expressed in quick, bold features and frank, bright eyes. His tall, straight figure, firm neck, and broad shoulders helped to make people respect what he meant. Moreover, he walked as if he had always something in view before him. He never turned round to look after a pretty girl, as weak young fellows do. He admired a pretty girl very much, but had too much respect for her to show it. He had made his choice once for all in life, and his choice was sweet Grace Oglander. "I made sure of meeting you, Master Cripps, if not in the market, at any rate where you put up your fine old horse. I like a man who likes his horse. I want to speak to you quietly, Cripps." "I am your man, sir. Go where you pleaseth. Without no beckoning, I be after you." "There is nothing to make any fuss about, Cripps, and the whole world is welcome to what I say, whenever there is no one else concerned. At present, there are other people concerned." "And get out of the way, you jackanapes!" In symmetry with his advanced ideas, he should not have spoken thus, but he spake it, and the eavesdropper touched his hat and made off very hastily. Russell was not at all certain of having quite acted up to his better lights, and longed to square up all the wrong with a shilling, but with higher philosophy suppressed that foolish yearning. "Now, Cripps, just follow me," he said. The carrier grumbled to himself a little because of all his parcels, and the change he was to call for somewhere, and a woman who could not make up her mind about a bullock's liver, not to think of more important things in every other direction. No one thought of nothing of the value of his time, every bit of the same as if he was a lean old horse turned out to grass. In spite of all that, Master Cripps did his best to keep time with the long legs before him. Thus he was led through the well-known ways to the modest gate of Brazen-Nose, which, being passed, he went up a staircase near the unpretentious hall of that very good society. "Why am I here?" thought Cripps, but with his usual resignation added, "I have a seed finer places nor this." This, in the range of his great experience, doubtless was an established truth, but even his view of the breadth of the world received a little twist of wonder when over a narrow dark doorway which Mr. Overshute passed in silence he read, for read he could, these words, "Reverend Thomas Hardenow,
"May I be danged," said Cripps, "if I ever come across such a queer thing as this here be."
However, he quelled his emotions and followed the lengthy striding Overshute into a long, low room containing uncommonly little furniture. There was no one there except Overshute and a scout, who flitted away in ripe haste, with an order upon the buttery. "Now, Cripps, did thou ever taste college ale?" Mr. Overshute asked, as he took a chair like the dead bones of Ezekiel. "Master Carrier, here thou hast the tokens of a new and important movement. In my time chairs were comfortable, but they make them now only to mortify the flesh."
"Did your worship mean me to sit down?"
asked Cripps, touching the forelock which he kept combed for that purpose.
"Certainly, Cripps.
Be not critical, but sit."
"I thank your worship kindly,"
he answered with little cause for gratitude.
"I have a druv many 1,000 mile in a seat no worse nor this, perhaps."
"Your reservation is wise, my friend. Your driving board must have been velvet to this, but the new lights are not in our brewery yet. If they get there, they will have the worst of it. Here comes the tankard.
Well done, old Hooper.
Score a gallon to me for my family."
"With pleasure, sir,"
answered Hooper truly, while he set on the table a tray filled with solid luncheon.
"I see you remember the good old times when there was those in this college, sir, that never thought twice about keeping down the flesh, and better flesh, sir, they had ever so much than these as are always a doctoring of it. When I comes to recall to my mind what my father said to me when first he led me in under King Solomon's nose, 'Bob, my boy,' he says to me."
"Now, Hooper, I know that this advice was good. The fruit thereof is in yourself. You shall tell me all about it the very next time I come to see you."
"They never cares now to hearken," said Hooper to himself, as, with the resignation of an ancient scout, he coughed and bowed and stroked the cloth and contemplated Cripps with mild surprise, and then made a quiet exit. As for listening at the door, a good scout scorns such benefit. He likes to help himself to something more solid than the words behind him. "If I may make so bold," said the carrier, after waiting as long as he could, with Overshute clearly forgetting him. "What was it your worship was going to tell me? Time is going by, sir, and our horse will miss his feeding."
"Attend to your own, Cripps, attend to your own. I beg your pardon for not helping you, but that you can do for yourself, I dare say. I am trying to think out something. I used to be quick. I am very slow now." Cripps made a little face at this to show that the ways of his betters had good right to be beyond him, and then he stood upon his sturdy bowed legs and turned a quick corner of eye at the door, in fear of any fasting influence, and seeing nothing of the kind, with pleasure laid hold of a large knife and fork. "Lay about you, Cripps, my friend, lay about you to your utmost." So said Mr. Overshute himself, refusing everything.
"Riley, now, I dunno, your worship, how to get on, all the aiding by myself. Some folk can, and some breaks down at it. I must have somebody to ate with me, so be it was only now a babby or a dog."
"I thank you for the frank comparison, Cripps. Well, help me if you must. I see you can carve."
"I am better at the raw mates, sir, but I can make shift when roasted. Butcher Numbers, my brother, your worship, but perhaps you never heerd on him."
"Oh, yes, I know Cripps. A highly respectable, thriving man he is, too. All your family thrive, and everybody speaks so well of them. Why, look at Leviticus. They tell me he is 300 pigs." Like most men who have the great gift of gaining goodwill and popularity, Russell Overshute loved a bit of gossip about his neighbors.
"Your worship,"
said Cripps, disappointing him of any new information,
"pigs is out of my way altogether. When I was a young man of tender years, counteracted I was for to carry a pig. 3 pounds 12 shillings and 4 pence he cost me, in less than 3/4 of a mile of road, and squeak, squeak, all the way, as if I was a killing of 'em, and not he me. Seemeth he smelled some apples somewhere, and he went through a chainy lock, and a violin, and a set of first-born baby linen of Squire Courser's daughter. Grown up now she is, your worship must have met her riding. And that was not the worst of it, nother. Well, Cripps, you must tell me another time. It was terribly hard upon you. But my friend, the gentleman who lives here, will be back for his hat when the clock strikes 2. Cap and gown off when the clock strikes 2. From 2 until 5 he walks 15 miles, whatever the state of the weather is. Lord bless me, your worship, I could not travel that with an empty cart, and all downhill. Never mind, Cripps. Will you try to listen and offer no observation? To say naught, does your worship mean? Well, all our family be esteemed for that. Then prove the justice of that esteem, for I have a long story to tell you, Cripps, and no long time to do it in. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. A Flash of Light. The carrier, with a decisive gesture, ceased from both solid and liquid food and settled his face and whole body and members into a grim and yet flexible aspect, as if he were driving a half-broken horse and must be prepared for any sort of start. And yet with all this, he reconciled a duly receptive deference and a pleasant readiness, as if he were his own Dobbin, just fresh from the stable. "I need not tell you, Master Cripps," said Russell, "how I have picked up the many little things which have been coming to my knowledge lately, and I will not be too positive about any of them, because I made such a mistake in the beginning of this inquiry. All my suspicions at first were set on a man who was purely innocent, a legal gentleman of fair repute, to whom I have now made all honorable amends. In the most candid manner he has forgiven me, and desires no better than to act in the best faith with us. Asking your pardon for interrupting, did the gentleman happen to have a sharp name?" "Yes, Cripps, he did, but no more of that. I was over-sharp myself, no doubt. He is thoroughly blameless, and more than that, his behavior has been most generous, most unwearying, I can never do justice to him." "Well, your worship, no, perhaps not. I would take a rare sharp un to do so." "You hold by the vulgar prejudice. Well, I should be the last to blame you. That, however, has nothing to do with what I want to ask you. But first I must tell you my reason, Cripps. You know I have no faith whatever in that man John Smith. At first I thought him a tool of Mr. Never mind who, since I was so wrong. I am now convinced that John Smith is art and part in the whole affair himself. He has thrown dust in our eyes throughout. He has stopped us from taking the proper track. Do you remember what discredit he threw on your sister's story?" "He didn't believe a word of 'em. Had a good mind I had to have knocked them down." "To be sure, Cripps. I wonder that you forbore, though violent measures must not be encouraged, and I myself thought that your sister might have made some mistakes through her scare in the dark. Poor thing, her hair can have wanted no bandoline ever since, I should fancy. What a brave girl not to shriek or faint." "Well, her did go was somewhat queer, sir, and lie down in a quarry pit. Perhaps 'twas the wisest thing the poor young wench could do." "No doubt it was, the very wisest. However, before she lost her wits she noticed, as I understand her to say, or rather she was particularly struck with the harsh, cackling voice of the taller man, who had a pointed hat, she thinks. It was not exactly a cackling voice, nor a clacking voice, nor a guttural voice, but something compounded of all three. Your sister, of course, could not quite so describe it, but she imitated it, which was better. Her hath had great advantages. She can imitate almost anything. Her waited for months on a college chap, the very same in whose house we be sitting now." "Cripps, that is strange. But to come back again, your sister, who is a very nice girl indeed, and a good member of a good family—" Ah, your worship, that her be. Wish I could come across a man that would dare say to the contrary.
Now, Cripps, we never shall get on while you are so horribly warlike. Are you ready to listen to me, or not?"
"Every blessed word, your worship, every blessed word goeth down, unto such time as you begin to spake of things at home to me."
"Such dangerous topics I will avoid. And now for the man with this villainous voice. You know, or at any rate now you know, that I never was satisfied with that wretched affair that was called an inquest. Inquest and non inquirendo, but I beg your pardon, my good Cripps. Enough that the whole was pompous child's play, guided by crafty hands beneath, as happens with most inquests. I only doubted the more, friend Cripps, I only doubted the more from having a wrong way taken to extinguish doubts."
"To be sure, your worship, a lie on the back of another lie makes un go heavier."
"Well, never mind, only this I did. For a few days, perhaps, I was overcome, and the illness of my dear old friend the squire, and the trouble of managing so that he should not hear anything to kill him, and my own slowness at the back of it all, for I never, as you know, am hasty. These things, one and another, kept me from going on horseback anywhere."
"To be sure, your worship, to be sure. You ought to be always a horseback. I've seed you many times on the bench, but you looks a very poor stick there compared to what he be a horseback. Now, Cripps, where is your reverence?"
"You call me your worship, and in the same breath contemn my judicial functions. I must commit you for a week's hard labor at getting in and out of your own cart, if you will not allow me to speak, Cripps. At last I have frightened you, have I? Then let me secure the result in silence. Well, after the weather began to change from the tremendous frost and snow, and the poor squire fell into the quiet state that he has been in ever since, I found that nothing would do for me, my health not being quite as usual."
"Oh, your worship was wonderfully kind. They told me you was as good as any old woman in the room almost."
"Except to take long rides, Cripps, nothing at all would do for me. And not to speak of myself too much, I believe that saved me from falling into a weak and spoony and godless state. I assure you there were times. However, never mind that. I am all right now, and—"
"Thank the Lord, you ought to say, sir. But you great squires upon the bench."
"Thank the Lord I do say, Cripps. I thank him every day for it. But if I may edge in a word in your unusually eloquent state, I will tell you just what happened to me. I never believed, and never will, that poor Miss Oglander is dead. The coroner and the jury believed that they had her remains before them, although for the squire's sake they forbore to identify her in the verdict. Your sister, no doubt, believed the same, and so did almost every one. I could not go. I could not go. No doubt I was a fool, but I could not face the chance of what I might see. And after what I heard of it, well, I began to ride about, saying nothing, of course, to anyone, and the more I rode, the more my spirit and faith in good things came back to me. And I think I have been rewarded, Cripps. At last I have been rewarded. It is not very much, but still it is like a flash of light to me. I have found out the man with the horrible voice."
"Lord have mercy upon me, your worship. The man is laid hold of the pickaxe?"
"I have found him, Cripps, I do believe, but rather by pure luck than skill."
"There be no such thing as luck, your worship, if you'll excuse me. The Lord in heaven is the master of us."
"Upon my word, it looks almost like it, though I never took that view of things. However, this was the way of it. Today is Saturday. Well, it was last Wednesday night. I was coming home from a long and wet and muddy ride to Maidenhead. That little town always pleases me, and I like the landlord and the holster, and I am sure that my horse is fed."
"Your worship must never think such a thing without you see it mixed, and feel it, and watch him a-munchin' until he hath done."
"More than that, I have always fancied, ever since that story was about the bag of potatoes you brought, without knowing any more of it. Ever since I heard of that, it has seemed to me that more inquiries ought to be made at Maidenhead. I need not say why, but I know that the squire's opinion had been the same as long as, while his health permitted. On Wednesday I went to the foreman of the nursery whence the potatoes came. It was raining hard, and he was in a shed with a green baize apron on, seeing to some potting work. I got him away from the other men, and found him a very sharp fellow indeed. He remembered all about those potatoes, especially as Squire Oglander had ridden from Oxford in the snowy weather to ask many questions about them. But the squire could not put the questions I did. The poor old gentleman could not bear, of course, to expose his trouble. But I threw away all little scruples, as truly I should have done long ago, and I told the good foreman every word, so far as we know it yet, at least. He was shocked beyond expression. People take things in such different ways, not at the poor squire's loss and anguish, but that anybody should have dared to meddle with his own pet oak leaves, and, above all, his new pet seal. "I sealed them myself," he said. "Sealed them myself, sir, with the new coat of arms that we paid for that month, because of the tricks of the trade, sir. Has anybody dared to imitate—" "No, Mr. Foreman," I said. "They simply cut away your seal altogether and tied it again without any seal." "Oh, then," he replied, "that quite alters the case. If they had only meddled with our new arms while the money was hot that we paid for them, what a case we might have had. But to knock them off, no action lies." Cripps, it took me a very long time to warm him up to the matter again after that great disappointment. He was burning for some great suit at law against some rival nursery, which always pays the upstart one. But I led him round, and by patient words and simple truth brought him back to reason. The packing of the bag he remembered well, and the pouring of a lot of buckwheat husks around and among the potato sets to keep them from bruising and to keep out frost, which seemed even then to be in the air. And he sent his best men to the Oxford coach, the first down coach from London, which passed by their gate about 10 o'clock, and would be in Oxford about 2, with the weather and the roads as usual. In that case, the bag could scarcely have been at the Black Horse more than half an hour before you came and laid hold of it, and being put into the bar, as the squire's parcels always are, it was very unlikely to be tampered with. "Lord o' mercy, your worship, it was witchcraft then, the same as I said all along. It were witches' craft and nothing else." "Stop, Cripps, don't you be in such a hurry, but wait till you hear what I have next to tell. But oh, here comes my friend Hardnow, as punctual as the clock strikes 2. Well, old fellow, how are you getting on?" End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. A Stormy Night. The Reverend Thomas Hardnow, fellow and tutor of Brazennose, strode into his own room at full speed and stopped abruptly at the sight of the carrier. "Of all men, most I have avoided thee," was in his mind, but he spoke it not, though being a strongly outspoken man. Not that he ever had done any wrong to make him be shy of the Cripps race, but that he felt in his heart a desire for commune, which must be dangerous. He knew that in him lurked a foolish tendency towards Esther, and, which was worse, he knew that she had done her best to overcome a still more foolish turn towards him. Cripps, however, who would have fed the doves of Venus on black peas, looked upon any bygone courting as a social and congenial topic, enabling a quiet man to get on, if he only had a good memory, with almost any woman. Like a sensible man, he had always acquitted Hardnow of any blame in the matter, knowing that young girls' fancies may be caught without any angling. If her chose to be a fool, how were he to blame for it? And the carrier never forgot the stages of social distinction. "Servant, sir," he therefore said with his usual salaam. "Hope I see you well, sir." "Thank you, Zacchary," said Mr. Hardnow,
taking the carrier's horny palm, which always smelled of straps and buckles, and trying to squeeze it with a passive result. "I am pretty well, Zacchary, thank you." "Then you don't look it, sir, that you don't. We heerd you was getting on wonderful well, but the proof of the pudding ain't in you, sir." "That's right, Cripps," cried Overshute. "Give it to him, Cripps. Why, he starves himself. Ever since he took his first and second and got fellowship and took orders, he hasn't known what a good dinner is. He keeps all the fasts in the calendar and the vigils of the festivals, and he ought to have an appetite for the feasts, but he overstays his time and can't keep anything on his stomach." "Now, Russell, as usual," Hardnow answered with a true and pleasant smile. "What a fine fellow you would be if you only had moderation. But I see that you want to talk to Cripps, and I have several men waiting in the quad. Where is my beaver? Oh, here, to be sure. Will you come with us?" "No, of course you can't." "Will you dine in hall with me?" "Of course I won't." "But come you and dine with me on Sunday, the only day you dare eat a bit, and my mother will do her best to strengthen you, build you up, establish you for a fortnight of macaroni. Will you come?" Yes, tomorrow to be sure. I have many things I want to say to you. Goodbye for the present." "Goodbye, Master Cripps." "There goes one of the finest fellows, of all the fine fellows yet ruined by rubbish." With these words, Russell Overshute ran to the window and looked out. A dozen or more of young men were waiting, the best undergraduates of the college, for Mr. Hardnow to lead them for 15 miles without a word. "Well, every man to his liking," said Russell, "but that would be about the last of mine. Now, Cripps, most patient of carriers, are you ready for me to go on or not?" "I hath been thinking about my horse. How greedy of me to be hating like this," for the thought of so much fasting had made him set to again while he got the chance.
"Drinking likewise of college ale. Better I have tasted, but not often. And all this time, as you might say, old Dobbin easing of his dainty foot, with no more nor a wisp of hay to drag through his water, if he hath any." An excruciating picture, Cripps, drawn by too vivid a conscience. Dobbin is as happy as he can be, with 25 horses to talk to him. At this very moment I behold him munching choicest of white oats and chaff. "Your worship can see through a stone wall," they say, "but they only keeps black oats at the cross just now, along of a contract the landlord have made, and a blind sort of bargain to my thinking. Never mind that. Let him have black oats, then, or Irish oats, or no oats at all. But do you wish to hear my story out, or will you leave it till next Saturday?" "Sir, you might have seen as I was waiting, until such a time as you please to go on with un."
"Very well, Cripps, that satisfies the most exacting historian. I will go on where I left off, if that point can be established. Well, I left the foreman of the nursery telling me about the man he sent with the bag of potatoes to the Oxford coach. He told me he was one of his sharpest hands, who had been off work for a week or two then, and had only returned that morning. Joe Smith was his name, and when they could get him to work, he would do as much work as any 2 other men in the place. He might be trusted with anything, if he only undertook it, but the worst of him was that he never could be got to stick long to anything. Here today and gone tomorrow had always been his character, and they thought that he must be of gypsy race and perhaps had a wandering family. This made me a little curious about the man, and I asked to see him. But the foreman said that for some days now he had not been near the nursery, and they thought that he was on the Oxford road in the neighborhood of Nettlebed. And another thing, if I did see him, I could not make out more than half he said, for the man had such a defect in his voice that only those who were used to him could be certain of his meaning. Suddenly I thought of your sister's tale, and I said to the foreman, "Does he speak like this?" imitating as well as I could your sister's imitation of him. "You know the man, sir," the foreman answered.
You have got him so exactly that you must have heard him many times." I told him no more, but asked him to describe Joe Smith's appearance. He answered that he was a tall, dark man, loosely built but powerful, with a stoop in his neck and a long, sharp nose, and he generally wore a brown, pointed hat. Cripps, you may well suppose that my suspicions were strong by this time. Here was your sister's description, so far as the poor girl could see in the dusk and the fright, confirmed to the very letter, and here was the clear opportunity offered for slipping the wreath of hair into the bag.
"Your worship, now, your worship, you be a bit too sharp. If that there man were at Headington Quarry at nightfall of the Tuesday, how could he possibly been to Maidenhead next morning? No, your worship be too sharp."
"Too thick, you mean, Cripps, and not sharp enough. But listen to me for a moment. Those long-legged gypsies think very little of going 30 miles in a night, though they never travel by day so. And then there is the up-mail coach. Of course he would not pay his fare, but he might hang on beneath the guard's bugle, with or without his knowledge, and slip away at the changing-houses. Of that objection I think nothing. It serves to my mind as a confirmation."
"Very well, sir," said Cripps discreetly. "Who be I for to argify?"
"No, Cripps, of course not. But still I wish to allow you to think of everything. You may not be right, but still I like you to speak when you think of anything. That is what I have always said and contend for continually. Let every man speak, when sensible."
"Your worship hath hit the mark again. The old squire saith, 'Let no man speak,' as St. Paul saith to the women. But your worship saith, 'Let all men speak, all women likewise as hath a tongue.' And then you stoppeth us both the more by redirecting all on us, women or men, whichever may happen, till such time as all turns up sensible. Now there never could be such a time."
"Carrier, you are satirical. Keep from the dusty anvil, Cripps. Marry a wife, and you will have a surfeit of argument at home. But still you have been very good on the whole, and you never will get home tonight. At any rate, I was so convinced, in spite of all smaller difficulties, that I bound the foreman to let me know, by a man on horseback, at any expense, the moment he saw Joe Smith again, and his parting words to me were these: 'Well, sir, don't you think harm of Joe without sure proof against him. He is a random chap, I know, but I never saw a better man to earn his wages.' Well, I went back to the inn at once, and rode leisurely to Henley. It was raining hard, and the river in flood with all the melted snow and so on. When I crossed that pretty bridge, I had been trying in vain to think what was the best thing I could do, not liking to go home and leave my new discovery so vague. But being soaked and chilly now, I resolved to have a glass of something hot, for fear of taking a violent cold and losing perhaps a week by it. So I went into the entrance of that good inn by the waterside and called for some brandy and water hot. The landlord was good enough to come out, and knowing me from old boating days, he got into a talk with me. I had helped him at the sessions about a house of his at Dorchester, and nothing could exceed his good will. Remembering now the gypsies hang about the boats and the waterside, I asked him, quite as a random shot, whether any of them happened to be in the neighborhood just now. He thought perhaps that I was timid about my dark ride homeward, and he told me all he knew of them. There was one lot, as usual, in the open ground about Newnham, and another large camp near Chalgrove, and another, quite a small pitch that, on the edge of the firs above Nettlebed. This last was a lot for me, and I pressed him so about them, and he looked at me with a peculiar grin. "What do you mean by that?" I asked. "Now, Squire Overshute, as if you did not know," he answered. "Doth your worship happen to remember Cinnaminta's name?" Cripps, I assure you I was astonished. Of course you knew Cinnaminta. Well, I don't want to be interrupted. No one could say any harm of her, and a lovelier girl was never seen. The landlord had heard some bygone gossip about Cinnaminta and myself. I did admire her. I am not ashamed to say that I greatly admired her, and so did every young fellow here who had got a bit of pluck in him. I will not go into that question, but you know what Cinnaminta was." Cripps nodded, with a thick mixture of feelings. His poetical self had been smitten more with Cinnaminta than he cared to tell, and his practical self was getting into a terrible hubbub about his horse.
"To be sure, your worship," was all he said.
"Very well. Now you understand me. To hear of Cinnaminta being in that camp at Nettlebed made me so determined that I laid hold of the landlord by the collar without thinking. He begged me not to ride off with him, or his business would be ruined, and feeling that he weighed about 18 stone, I left him on his threshold. I could not bear to ask him now another word of anything. Knowing looks and winks and reeking jokes so irritate me, when I know that a woman is pure and good. You remember how we all lost Cinnaminta. 3 or 4 score of undergraduates, reckless of parental will, had offered her matrimony, and 3 or 4 newly elected fellows were asking whether they could vacate if they happened to jump the broomstick.
"All that were too fine to last," muttered Cripps most sensibly. "But her ought to ha' had a sound man on the road, a man with a horse well seasoned, and a substantial cart. Her ought."
"Oh, then, Cripps, you were smitten too. A nice connection for light parcels. Well, never mind. The whole thing is over, and we are sadder and wiser men. But we like to know who the chief sufferer is. What man has won the beauty?" And with this on my mind, I rode up the hill and resolved to go through with my seeking. When I got to the end of the fair mile, the night came down in earnest. You know my young horse Cantaloupe, freckled like a melon. He knows me as well as my old dog, and a child can ride him. But in the dark he gets often nervous and jumps across the road if he sees what he does not consider sociable, so that one must watch his ears, whatever the weather may be. And now the weather was bad as man or horse could be out in. All day there had been spits of rain, with sudden puffs of wind and streaks of green upon the sky, and racing clouds with ragged edges. You remember the weather, of course. Wednesday is one of your Oxford days. Well, I hope you were home before it began to pelt as it did that evening. For myself, I did not care one fig. I would rather be drenched than slowly sodden. But I did care for my horse, because he had whistled a little in the afternoon, and his throat is slightly delicate, and the whir of the wind in the hedge and the way it struck the naked branches back like the clashing of clubs against the sky were enough to make even a steady old horse uneasy at the things before him. Moreover, the road began to flash with that peculiar light, which comes upward or downward, who can tell, and reckless tumults of air and earth. The road was running like a river, come here and go there, like glass it shone, with the furious blows of the wind striking a pale gleam out of it. I stooped upon Cantaloupe's neck, or the wind would have dashed me back over his crupper. Suddenly, in the swirl and roar, my horse stood steadfast. He spread his 4 legs and stooped his head to throw his balance forward, and his mane, which had been lashing my beard, swished down in a waterfall of hair. I was startled as much as he was, and in the strange light stared about. "You have better eyes than I have," I said, "or else you are a fool, Canty." I thought that he was a fool until I followed the turn of his head, and there I saw a white thing in the ditch. Something white, or rather of a whitey-brown color, was in the trough, with something dark leaning over it. "Who are you there?" I shouted, and the wind blew my voice back between my teeth. "Not to you, master, not to you. Go on and look to your own concerns." This rough reply was in a harsh, high cackle rather than a human voice, but it came through the roar of the tempest clearly, as no common voice could come. For a moment I had a great mind to do exactly as I was ordered, but curiosity and perhaps some pity for the fellow stopped me. "I will not leave you, my friend," I said, "until I am sure that I can do no good." The man was in such trouble that he made no answer which I could hear, so I jumped from my horse, who would come no nearer, and holding the bridle I went up to see. in as sheltered a spot as could be found, but still in a dripping and weltering place lay, or rather rolled and kicked, a poor child in a most violent fit. "Don't 'ee now, my little Tom, don't 'ee, that's a dearie, don't." The man kept coaxing and moaning and trying to smooth down little legs and arms. "Let it have its way," I said. "Only keep the head well up and try to put something between the teeth." Without any answer he did as I bade, and what he put betwixt the teeth must have been his own great thumb. Of course he mistook me for a doctor. None but a doctor was likely to be out riding on so rough a night.
"Ah, how I do pity they poor chaps," cried Carrier Cripps, who really could not wait 1 minute longer. "Many a night I mates 'em starting for 10 or 20 mile of it, just when I be in the smell of my supper, and nort but nightcap arterward, leastways, I mean, arter pipe and hot summit. Your worship'll excuse me a breaking in, but there's half my errands to do yet, and the sun gone flat on the Ratcliffe. The Lord knows if I shall get home tonight, but if I do, might I make so bold, your worship be coming to see poor Squire? Your worship is not like some worships be, and I has got a rare drop of fine old stuff. Your worship is not the man to take me crooked. I means no liberty, mind you."
"Of that I am certain," Mr. Overshute answered. "Cripps, your suggestion just hits the mark. I particularly want to see your sister. That was my object in seeing you, and I did not like to see her until you should have had time to prepare her. I have several things to see to here, and then I will ride to Beckley. Mrs. Hookham will give me a bit of dinner when I have seen my dear friend the squire. At night I will come down and smoke a pipe and finish my story with you, as soon as I am sure you have had your supper."
"Never you pay no heed at all,"
said Master Cripps with solemnity,
"to no thought of my supper, sir, be that entire what you worships call a secondary consideration. However, I will have un, if so be I can. And you mustn't go for to think, sir, that go I would now, if stay I could. I goes with that there story, the same as the jog of a cart to the trot of the nag. My wits capes on the going up and down, but business is a piece of the body, sir. But no slape for me, nor no church tomorrow, without I hears the last of that there tale."
End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Cripps draws the cork. Any kind, good-natured person, loving bright simplicity, would have thought it a little treat to look round the carrier's dwelling-room upon that Saturday evening when he expected Mr. Overshute. Not that Cripps himself was over-tidy or too particular. He was so kindly familiar now with hay and straw and bits of string and chaff and chips and promiscuous parcels that on the whole he preferred a litter to any exertions of broom or brush. But Esther, who ruled the house at home, was the essence of quick neatness, and scorned all comfort unless it looked, as well as was, right comfortable. And now expecting so grand a guest, she had tucked up her sleeves and stirred her pretty arms to no small purpose. The room was still a kitchen, and she had made no attempt to disguise that much. But what can look better than a kitchen, clean and bright and well supplied with cheery tools of appetite? It was a good-sized room, and very picturesque with snugness. Little corners in and out gave play for light and shadow. The fireplace retired far enough to well express itself, and the dresser had brass-handled drawers that seemed quietly nursing tablecloths. Well above these, upon lofty hooks, the chronicles of the present generation might be read on cups. Zacchary headed the line, of course, and then, as Genesis is ignored by grander generations, Exodus and Leviticus, the fount of much fine movement, and Numbers and a great many more showed that the carrier's father and mother had gladly baptized every one. In front of the fire sat the carrier, with nearly all of his best clothes on, and gazing at a warming-pan. He had been forbidden to eat his supper, for fear of making a smell of it, and he had a great mind to go to bed and have some hot coals under him. For nearly 5 miles of uphill work and laying his shoulder against the spokes, he had been promising himself a rare good supper and a pipe to follow. And now where were they? In the far background. He had no idea of rebellion. Still that saucepan on the simmer made the most provoking movements. Therefore he put up his feet upon a stump of oak, which had for generations cooled down pots, and he turned with a shake of his head toward the fire and sniffed the sniff of Tantalus, and muttered, "Ah, well, the Lord knoweth best," and thought to himself that if ever again he invited the quality to his house, he would wait till he had his own quantity first. Esther was quite in a flutter, although she was ready to deny it stoutly, and to blush a bright red in doing so. To her, of course, Justice Overshute was simply a great man who must have the chair of state and the talk of restraint, and a clean, dry hearth, and the curtsy and the best white apron of deference. To her it could make not one jot of difference that Mr. Overshute happened to be the most intimate friend of some other gentleman who never came near her except in dreams. Tush! She had the very greatest mind, when the house was clean and tidy, to go and spend the evening with her dear friend Mealy at the anvil. But Zacchary would not hear of this, and how could she go against Zacchary? So she brought the grand chair, the arm-chair of yew tree, the tree that used to shade the graves of unrecorded Crippses, a chair of deepest red complexion, countenanced with a cushion. The cushion was but a little pad in a dark capacious hollow, suggesting to an innocent mind that a lean man had left his hat there, and a fat man had sat down on it. But the mind of every Cripps yet known was strictly reverential, and this was the curule chair, and even the Olympian throne of Crippses. Russell Overshute knocked at the door, in his usual quick and impetuous way. In the main he was a gentleman, and he would have knocked at the nobleman's door exactly as he did the carrier's. But all radical theories, fine as they are, detract from gentle practice, and a too large-minded man, while young, takes a flying leap over small niceties. He does not remember that poor men need more deference than rich men, because they are not used to it. To put it more plainly, Overshute knocked hard and meant no harm by it. "Come in, sir, and kindly welcome," Cripps began as he showed him in. "Please to take this chair, your worship. Never mind your boots. Lord bless us, the mud of 3 counties cometh here." "Then it goes away again very quickly. Miss Cripps, how are you? May I shake hands?" Esther, who had been shrinking into the shade of the clock in the dresser, came forward with a brave, bright blush, and offered her hand, as a lady might. Russell Overshute took it kindly and bowed to her curtsy, and smiled at her. In an honest, manly way, he admired pretty Esther. "Master Cripps, you are too bad. Your sister is in the conspiracy too. I do believe that your mind is set to make me as tipsy as a king tonight." "They little things," said the carrier, pointing to the old oak table where a bottle of grand old whiskey shone with the reflected gleam of lemons, and glasses danced in the firelight. "They little things, sir. Was never set for so good a gentleman afore, nor a one to do such honour to un. But they might be worse, sir, they might be worse, to spake their simple do of un. And how is poor Squire to-night, your worship?" "Well, he is about as usual. Nothing seems to move him much. He sits in his old chair and listens for a step that never comes, but his patience is wonderful. It ought to be a lesson to us, and I hope that it has been one to me. He trusts in the Lord, Cripps, as strongly as ever. I fear I should have given up that long ago, if I were laid on my back as he is." "Young folk," answered Cripps as he drew the cork, "meaning no disrespect to you, sir, when they encounters trouble is like a young horse a-coming to the foot of a hill for the first time with a heavy load. He feeleth the collar beginning to press, and he tosseth his head, and that maketh un worse. He beginneth to get into fret and fume, and he shaketh his legs with anger, and he turneth his head and foameth a bit, and champeth to ax the meaning of it.
and then you can judge what the stuff of him is. If he be bad stuff, he throweth him back, and tilteth his loins, and sprattleth. But if he hath good stuff, he throweth out his chest, and putteth the fire into his eyes, and closeth his nostrils, and gathereth his legs, and straineth his muscles like a bowstring. But he be as good as a wool. He longeth to see over the top of that hill afore he be halfway up it.
Well, Cripps, I have done that, I confess. I have longed to see over the top of the hill, and heaven only knows where that top is. But as sure as we sit here and drink this glass of punch to your sister's health and to yours, good carrier, so surely shall our dear old friend receive the reward of his faith and courage, whether in this world or the next."
"Thank ye kindly, sir. Eddie, is that the best sort of curtsy they teachers now? Now, don't blush, child, but make a betterer. But as to what your worship was a-saying of, I virtually hopes it may come to pass in this world we be living in. Otherwise, maybe, us never may know on it, the kingdom of heaven being such a size."
"Cripps, I believe it will be in this world, and I hope that I am on the straight road now towards making out some part of it. You have told your sister all I told you at Brasenose this morning according to my directions? Very well, then. I may begin again at the point where I left off with you. Where did I break it? I almost forget."
"With the man's big thumb in the mouth of the shield, while you was a-looking at him, sir, and the wind and the rain blowing furious."
"Ah, yes, I remember, and so they were. I thought that the crest of the hedge would fall over and bury the whole of us out of the way. And then the poor boy had kicked out his convulsions and fallen into a senseless sleep. The rough man turned on me savagely as if I could have prevented it. 'A pretty doctor you be!' he exclaimed. But I took the upper hand on him. 'Stand back there,' I said, and I lifted the child, expecting him to strike me all the while, and placed the poor little fellow on my horse, and managed to get up into my saddle before the wind blew him off again. 'Now lead the way to your home,' I said, and muttering something, he set off. He strode along at such a pace that, having to manage both child and horse, it was all I could do to keep up with him. But I kept him in sight till he came to a common, and there he struck sharply away to the right. By the light of the wind and the rain, and a star that twinkled where the storm was lifting, I followed him, perhaps for half a mile, through a narrow track, in and out of furze and bramble. At last he turned suddenly round a corner, and a shadow fell behind him, his own shadow thrown by a gusty gleam of fire. Cantaloupe, that is my horse, Miss Esther, has not learned to stand fire yet, and he shied at the light, and set off through the furze as if with the hounds in full cry before him. We were very lucky not to break our necks going headlong in the dark among rabbit-holes. I thought that I must have dropped the child as the best thing to be done for him, but the shaking revived him, and he clung to me. I got my horse under command at last, but we must have gone half a mile anywhere, and to find the way back seemed a hopeless task. But the quick-witted people, who knew what had happened and what was likely to come of it, saved me miles of roundabout by a very simple expedient. They hoisted from time to time a torch of dry furze blazing upon a pole, and though the light flared and went out in the wind, by the quick repetition they guided me. In the cold and the wet it rejoiced my heart to think of a good fire somewhere."
"Eddie, stir the fire up," the hospitable Cripps interrupted. "His worship hath shivers to think of it. When a man, or, beg pardon, a gentleman, feeleth the small of his back creeping, he needeth good fire to come up his legs, and a hot summat to go down 'em. Eddie, be quick with the water now."
Cripps, Carrier Cripps, do you want to have me spilled on the road tonight? I am trying to tell things in proper order, but how can I do it if you go on so? However, as I was beginning to say, Cantaloupe and the child and I fetched back to the place at last, where the flash of light had started us, and we saw not a flash, but a glow this time, a steadfast body of cheerful fire, with pots and cauldrons over it. So well had the spot been chosen in the lee of ground and growth, that the ash of the fire lay round the embers, as still as the beard of an oyster, while thicket and tree but a few yards off were threshing in the wind and wailing. Behind this fire, and under a rick-cloth sloping from a sandstone crest, women and children and 1 or 2 men sat as happy and snug as could be, dry and warm and ready for supper, and pleased with the wind and the rain outside, which improved their comfort and appetite. And now and then the children seemed to be pulling at an important woman, to hurry her perhaps in her cookery. But while I was watching them, keeping my horse on the verge of light and shadow, a woman quite different from the rest came out of the darkness after me. Heedless of weather and reckless of self, she had been seeking for me, or rather for my little burden. Her hair was steeped with the drenching rain, for she wore no hat or bonnet, and her dark clothes hung on the lines of her figure, as women hate to let them do. Her eyes and face I could not see because the way the light fell, but I seemed to know her none the less. While I gazed in doubt, my little fellow slipped like an eel from my clasp in the saddle, and almost before I could tell where he was, there he was in the arms of his mother. Wonders of love now began to go on, and it struck me that I was one too many in a scene of that sort, and I turned my good horse to be off and away. But the woman called out, and a man laid hold of my bridle, and took his hat off, when, with the usual impulse of a stopped Briton, I was going to strike at him. I saw that it was my good friend of the ditch, and I came to parley with him. What with his scarcity of manners and of polished language, and worst of all his want of palate, I found it hard, with so much wind blowing out here all around us, to understand his meaning. This was rude of me to the last degree, for the query-voiced man was doing no less than inviting me with all his heart to an uncommonly good dinner. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Cinnaminta.
"Now that," said Cripps, "is what I call the proper way of doing things. Arter all, they heathens knows a dale more than we credit 'em."
"Well, Miss Esther," asked Russell, turning to his other listener, "what do you think about it now?"
"Sir,"
she replied, with her round cheeks colored by the excitement of his tale and shining in the firelight,
"I do not know what the manners may be among the gentry in such things, but if it had been one of us, we never could have supped with him."
"You are right," answered Overshute. "So I felt. Starving as I was, I could not break bread with a man like that until he should have cleared himself. He did not seem to be conscious of any dark mistrust on my part, and that was natural enough, as he did not even know me. But when I said that I must ride home as fast as I could, he asked me first to come and have a look at the poor little child. This I could not well refuse, so I gave my horse to a boy to hold, and followed him into the warm, dry place, and into his own corner. As I passed, and the people made way for me, I saw that they were genuine gypsies, not mere English vagabonds. There was no mistaking the clearly cut features and the olive complexions, and the dark eyes lashed both above and below. My gruff companion raised a screen and showed me into his snuggery. It was dimly lit by a queer old lamp of red earthenware, and of Roman shape. Couches of heather and a few low stools and some vessels were the only furniture, but the place was beautifully clean and fragrant with dry fern and herbs. In the furthest corner lay little Tom, with a woman bending over him. At the sound of our entry she turned to meet us, and I saw Cinnaminta. Her hair and eyes and graceful carriage were as grand as ever, and her forehead as clear and noble, but her face had lost the bright puzzle of youth and the flush of damask beauty. In a word, that rich, mysterious look which used to thrill so many hearts was changed into the glance of fear, and the restless gaze of anxiety. She knew me at once, and asked, with a very poor attempt at gaiety, "Are you come to have your fortune told, sir?" Before I could answer, her husband spoke some words in her own language, and the princess, as we used to call her, took my hand in both of hers and kissed it and poured forth her thanks. She had been so engrossed with her poor sick child that she had not known me on horseback. Having done so little to deserve her thanks, I was quite surprised at such gratitude, and it made me fear that she must be now unaccustomed to kind treatment. I asked how her grandmother was, who used to sit up so proudly at Cowley, as well as her sister, the little thing that used to run in and out so. As I spoke of them, she shook her head and gazed at some long distance, to tell me that they were no more. I could not remember the rest of her people except her Uncle Kershew, as fine a fellow as ever stole a horse. When I spoke of him, she laughed as if he were going on as well as ever, and I hoped that it might be no son of his to whom I had trusted Cantaloupe, but of course I knew that gypsy honor would hold him sacred for some time, even if he were Bay Middleton. Then I asked her about her own children, and again she shook her head and said, "3, all 3 in one are now, and that is the one you saved." With that, while her husband left the tent, Cinnaminta led me to look at the poor little fellow in his deep, warm sleep. A beautiful little boy it was. A real princess might yearn in vain for such a lovely offspring, if only the stamp of health had been on him. But the glow of airy health and breezy vigor was not on him. Neither will it ever be, so far as one may judge by skin, clear, transparent, pearly skin, all whose color seems to come from under instead of over it. The more the wind or the sun strikes on it, the more its color evaporates. I fear that poor Cinnaminta's child will go the way of the younger ones.
Poor dear, exclaimed the carrier, rubbing his nose in a sad, slow way. I can guess what her would be to them, if her loseth that little un, mind. Well, then, you will see if her doesn't go harder on.
"I believe that she will," replied Overshute. "I never saw anyone so wrapped up in another being as she is. As for Joe Smith, her husband, and the way she treats him, I couldn't. No, I never could put up with it, even if it were— But, Miss Esther, why do you look with such a curious smile at me? Of such matters what can you know? However, there goes your clock again. Cripps, I shall never get home tonight, and my mother will think I was poaching, because I will not send the poachers to prison. She believes that I must be a poacher myself."
"Now, verily, your worship, that bates all I ever heard of. How could a justice go a-poaching, howsomever he tried his best?"
"Cripps, he might, I believe he might, if he really did his best for it. However, let that question pass. Although it is highly interesting, I will try at my leisure to solve it. But how can I think of such little things in the middle of great sad ones? It really made me feel as if I never should laugh again almost, when I saw this fine, unselfish woman controlling herself and commanding herself in the depth of her misery about her child, and when I thought how she might have got on if she only had liked education, and to marry a fellow of Oriel. I assure you, Miss Esther, I began to feel how women throw away their chances. Of course, I could not hint at things disloyal, or what shall I call them? Unconjugal, perhaps, is what I mean, unaxorial, or what it may be. But although I am slow at seeing things, because I used to think myself too quick, and have made false charges through it, I really could not help feeling sure that poor Cinnaminta had made an awkward tally with her husband. However, that was no concern of mine. She had made her own choice, and must stick to it. But to think of it made me uncomfortable, and I could not speak then of what I wished to speak of, but took short leave and rode away. First, however, I got permission to come over again on the Friday, yesterday, I mean, and now I will tell you exactly what happened then."
"Your worship do tell a tale,"
said Cripps.
"That wonderful that us be almost there. They women takes a man whether or no he will, and when they gets tired of 'em they puts all fault on he, they do. There was a woman as did the washing over to Squire Pemberton's, nothing to look at, unless you hadn't seen done-up hair for a 12-month, the same as happens to the sailors, and in her go-roundings of no account for to catch the notice of a man much. But that very woman, I'm danged if her didn't."
"Zacchary, hush," said Esther, and the carrier muttered,
Of course, no chance of fair play with un. Well, go on, your worship."
"I have very little more to tell you as yet," Overshute answered, with a smile at both. "You have listened with wonderful patience to me, and I am surprised at remembering half of what happened to me in a hurry so. I shall make more allowance for witnesses now when they get confused and hesitate. But, as I was going to say, I rode over to Nettlebed Common, or whatever it is called, in good time yesterday, so as to have a long, quiet talk with Cinnaminta, knowing that if she would not tell me the truth, she would tell no falsehood. As I rode along in that fine spring sun, my mind was unusually clear and bright. I saw to a nicety what questions I ought to put, and how to put them, and nothing of all the ins and outs of this matter could escape me. When the sun threw my shadow as sharp as a die, I could not help laughing to the open road and clear long breadth of prospect, at the narrow, stupid thoughts we had been thinking throughout the winter. In a word, I was sure as I am of my life of finding sweet Grace Oglander, and restoring her father to his fine old health, and spreading great happiness everywhere. And thus I rode up to the gypsy camp, and there was not a shadow or a trace of it. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. A Delicate Subject. The log had burned down, and the fire was low when Russell thus ended his story. Cripps was indignant because he had made up his mind for somewhat of a settlement, and Esther was full of young womanly thoughts about Cinnaminta and her poor child. But even before they could consult one another or cross-examine, a loud, sharp knock at the door was heard, and in ran Mary Hookham.
"Oh, if you please, sir! Oh, if you please, sir!"
she exclaimed with both hands up and making the most of her shawl fringe.
"Such a thing have turned up, I never! Them stockings, oh, them silk stockings, sir! Your worship, oh, them silk stockings, sir!"
"My dear,"
said Cripps in a fatherly tone, and with less contemporary feeling than Mary might wish to inspire him with,
"my dear good maid, you be that upset that is to spake without sloping the spout of a kettle, might lade to almost anything. Eddie, you ain't had a drap o' nort, and all the better for 'ee. Give over your glass, girl. Now, Miss Mary, the last little drap, and then you spakes, and then you has another drap. 'Scuse me, your worship, to make so bold, but a young man can't see them things in the right light."
"Oh, Master Cripps, now!"
cried Mary Hookham.
"What but a young man be you yourself? And none of they young men can point their tongues to compare with you to my mind. But I beg your pardon, sir, Mr. Russell. Your name comes so familiar to me through our dear young lady. I forgot what I was a-doing, your worship, to be sitting down in your presence so."
"Mary, if you get up, I shall get up also and go away. We are both enjoying the hospitality of our good friend Master Cripps. Now, Mary, by no means hurry yourself, but tell me at your leisure why you came and what your news is."
"Silk stockings, forsooth!"
cried Master Cripps, being vexed at his break of the evening.
"Why, my grandmother had a whole pair of they. I believe I could find 'em now, I do. Silk stockings to break up one's comfort for. Not but what I be glad to see you. Mary, my dear, I drink your good health, touching spoons and the lack of lips."
"Oh, Mr. Cripps, you are so funny, and you do make me feel things in such a way. Bless me if I haven't dropped my comb. Oh, and I'm so shocked to trouble you. Natural hair are so provoking compared to what most people wears nowadays. But about what I came for." Oh, your worship, stockings is not what I ought to speak of except in the ear of females."
"Stockings are a very good subject, Mary, particularly if they are silk ones."
"Lor, sir, now I never thought of that. To be sure, that makes all the difference. Well, then, your worship must know all, and Master Cripps and Miss Esther too. It seemeth that Mrs. Firmitage, master's own sister, you know, sir, have never been comfortable in her mind about her behaviour when the quest was held. Things lay on her nerves at that time so, that off and on she hardly seemed to know where she was, or how duty lay to her. Not that she is at all selfish, if you please to understand me, no more selfish than I myself be, or any one of us here present. But ladies requires allowance, and it makes me have a pain to think of it. You could not expect her, could you now, to go through it as if she was a man, or rather I should say a gentleman?"
"Of course we could not," answered Overshute, and the carrier began to think why not.
"However, she did go through it," said Mary, "as well as the very best man could have done. She covered her feelings, as you might say, with a pint pot or less than that."
"With a wine-glass of brandy, I did hear tell," said Master Cripps inquiringly.
No, that was a shocking story. It makes me ashamed of the place as we live in whenever I hear such scandalities."
"Miss Mary, my dear, I beg your pardon. Lord knows I only say what I hears. Take a little drop, miss, and go on."
"It makes one afeard to touch a drop of the most innocent mixture as ever was,"
continued poor Mary after one good gulp,
"and at the same time most respectable waters, when people as never had opportunity of forming no judgment about them, people as only can spit out their tongues at them as have some good taste in their'n, when such folk, or people they are not, dareth to go forth to say— But I see you are laughing at me, your worship, and perhaps I well deserve it, sir. It is no place of mine to converse of such subjects, me who never deals with 'em, but one way or the other, that good lady, as barring her way with her servants, she is with our good master, have many a time up and given it to her about. Well, this very day, sir, in she come, when I was a-doing of my morning dues, every bit as particular, sir, as if I had a mistress over me, and she say to me, 'Mary Hookham,' and I says, 'Yes, ma'am, at your service,' and she asked me, without any more to do, the just words I cannot now call to mind, for to send at once, without troubling poor master, to fetch they stockings as was put by, to the period of the coroner's quest. Poor master have never been allowed to see them, no more as none of us, sir, for fear of setting on foot some allowance of vulgar curiosity, and all of us is not above it, I know, but that is a natural error in places where few has had much education."
"I don't hold much with that there edication," cried the carrier rather gloomily. "It may suit some people, but not many. They puts it on 'em all alike without trial of constitution. Some goes better for it, but most volk worse."
"Well, you know best, Mr. Cripps, of course. Up and down the road as you be, every door give you a hinstance. His worship is all for education, and no one need swaller it unless they likes. But, pretty well schooled as I have been, sir, I looks down on no one, and now when master's sister made that sudden call upon me, I assure you, sir, and Master Cripps and Miss Esther in the corner there, the very first thing as I longed for was more knowledge of the ways of the kingdom, more sense, I mean, of where the powers puts the things that have been called up and laid at the feet of the law courts. They stockings was more lost to me than gone to be washed by the gypsies. It never would have done for me to say that much to Mrs. Firmitage. She would have been out in a wrath at once, for she was not sweet like master, so I gave her all yes instead of why or how, as we do to quick-tempered gentlefolk, and then I ran away to ask my mother, and she no more than laughed at me. 'You silly child,' says mother, quite as if there had never been a fool till now. 'When the law getteth hold of a thing, there be only two places for to find it in.' 'Two places, mother? What two places?' said I, without construction. 'Why, the right hand or the left hand pocket of a lawyer's breeches,' mother answered, just as if she had served all her time with a tailor. Now, don't laugh, Mr. Overshute. It is true, every word as I tell you."
"Aye, that her be," cried Cripps with a smack of one hand on the other. "Your mother is a wonderful woman for truth and sense, my dearie."
"Well, well," replied Mary with a broad, knowing smile, as much to say you had better try her. "At her time of life her ought to be, if ever they seek to attain it. So I acted according to mother's directions, letting her always speak foremost, and between us we got Master Cale to go on his legs all the way to Oxford with the hope of a lift back with you, Master Cripps. But late as you was, he was later. He carried a letter from Mrs. Firmitage, couched in the 30th person, to Mrs. Luke Sharp of Cross Duck House, the very one as sent that good book back. Master's sister have felt below contempt towards her since that time, and indignity could do no otherwise, and now she put it short and sharp, as no less could be expected, and word for word can I say of it. Mrs. Firmitage has the honour of presenting her compliments to Mrs. Sharp, and begs to express her surprise at the strange retention by Mrs. S. of a pair of valuable silk stockings, which are the property of Mrs. F. If they are not in use, it is begged that they may be returned by the bearer. Postscript. Mrs. F. takes this opportunity of acknowledging the return of a book, which, being filled only with the Word of God, was perhaps of less practical value to Mrs. S. than silk stockings appear to be. "That will fetch them," said my mother. "If they be in the house, that will fetch them, ma'am. No lady could stand against them in a windows." And sure enough, back they come by Mr. Cale about an hour after you left our house, sir. It seems that Mr. Luke Sharp was gone to dine with the corporation, or likely they never would have come at all. And they never would have come at all because Mrs. Sharp could not have found them, if it hadn't been that Master Sharp, the boy they think such wonders of, just happened to come in from shooting, where the whole of his time he spends. He found his mother in the high strikes of a heart too full for tears, as she expressed it beautifully to both cook and housemaid, and they pointed to the letter, and he read it, and he were that put out that Master Cale, seeing the 2 big barrels of his gun, were touched in his conscience, and ran away and got under the mangle. What happened then he were afeard to be sure of, but the cook and the housemaid brought him out, and they locked him in to eat a bit, which he did with trembles and thankfulness, and almost afore he had licked his knife clean as he liked to leave it, that wicked young man he kicked open the door and flung a parcel at him. "Tell your d missus," he says, "your worship, I hope's no offence to the statutes, tell her," he says, "that her rubbish is there, and add without no compliments that a lady of her birth should ha' known better than to insult another lady so."
"Well done, Kit Sharp!" exclaimed Overshute. "I rather admire him for that. Not that he ought to have sworn so, of course. But I like a young fellow to get in a rage when he thinks that his mother is trampled on."
"Then you might have been satisfied with him, sir. In a rage he were, and no mistake. So much so that our Mr. Cale made off by the quickest door out of the premises. But the cook, she ran after him out to the steps, when there was the corners between them, and she begged him not to give a bad account, but to put a Christian turn to it. And she told poor Tumas that she had a manner of doing veal fit to surprise him, and if he could drop in on Sunday week, he might go home the wiser. The Lord knows how she hit so quick upon his bad propensities, for he do pay attention to his victuals, whatever his other feelings be. However, away he come at last, and I doubt if he goeth in a hurry again. Of course he knowed better than to give the broken handles of his message. It is only the boys and the girls does that for the pleasure of vexing their betters. Master Cale sent his parcel in by me, together with Mrs. Sharp's compliments, leaving the truth in the kitchen to strengthen, and follow to the parlour as the cat comes in. And so master's sister, she put out her hand all covered with rings, and no shaking, and I makes my best entry just like this, excusing your presence, Mr. Russell, sir, and she nod to me pleasantly and take it. "Mary, you may go," she said, "and for sure I am not one of those who linger." There happened, however, to be a new candle full of thieves and guttering, and being opposite a looking-glass made it more reproachful. So back I turned by the corner of a screen for to write it without disturbance. I had no more idea, bless you, Master Cripps, of curiosity than might have happened to yourself, sir. But I pulled a pair of scissors out of my pocket, no snuffers being handy, and then I heard a most sad groan. To my heart it went like a clap of thunder, having almost expected it, which made it worse. And back I ran to do my duty, if afforded rightly, and sure enough there was poor Miss Firmitage fell back well into the long-backed chair, with her legs out straight and her hands to her forehead, and a pair of grey stockings laid naked on her lap. "Is it they things, ma'am, is it they?" I asked, and she put up her chin to acknowledge it. By the way they were lying on her lap, I was sure that she was vexed with them. "Oh, Mary!" she cried out. "Oh, Mary Hookham! I am both as foolish and a wicked woman if ever in the world there was one." So deeply was I shocked by this, master's own sister, and a mint of money, going the wrong way to kingdom come, that I give her both ends of the smelling bottle, open and running on her velvet gown as innocent as possible. "Oh, you wicked, wicked girl," she says, coming round before I could stop. "Do you know what it cost a yard, you minx?" This gave me good hopes of her, being so natural. Twice the price comes always into ladies' minds when damage is, if anybody can be made to pay. But it did not become me to speak one word, as you see, Mr. Russell and Master Cripps, and there was my reward at once. "I must have a magistrate," she cries, "an independent justice of the peace, not my poor brother. Too much of him already. Where is that boy Overshute?" she says, saving, of course, your worship's presence. "I heard he were gone to that low carrier's. Mary, run and fetch him." "My brother to be called a low carrier!" young Esther exclaimed with her hand on her heart. "What carrier is to compare with him?"
"Never you mind, Shiel," answered Cripps with a smile that shone like a warming pan. "The women's may say what they pleases on me, so long as I does my duty by 'em. Squaze the lemon for his worship afore and goeth."
End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Quite Another Pair of Socks. Mr. Overshute had always been on good terms with Mrs. Firmitage, his advanced ideas marching well with her political sentiments, so far as she had any, and upon a still more tender subject, peace and goodwill throve between them. The lady desired no better suitor for her niece than Russell Overshute, and had labored both by word and deed to afford him fair opportunity. Moreover, it was one of her great delights, when time went heavily for her, to foster a quiet little fight between young Russell and his mother. Those two, though filled with the deepest affection and admiration for each other, could scarcely sit half an hour together without a warm argument rising. The late Mr. Overshute had been for years a knight of the shire, and for some few months a member of the Tory government, and this conferred on his widow, of course, authority paramount throughout the county upon every political question. How great, then, was her indignation to find subversive and radically erroneous principles coming up, where none but the best seed had been sown. 3 generations ago there had been a very hasty Overshute, but he had been meted with his own measure, and his balance struck upon the block. This had a wholesome influence on the family while they remembered it, and child after child had been brought up with the most correct opinions. But here was the young head of the house with a stiff neck, such as used to be adjusted in a nick upon Tower Hill. Mrs. Overshute therefore spent much of her time in lamenting and the rest in arguing. For none of these things Mrs. Firmitage cared. With her the idea of change was free. She had long rebelled against her brother's dictation of the Constitution, and believed they were rogues, all the lot of them, as her dear good husband used to say. Portwine Firmitage went too far when he laid down this law for the females.
Without a particle of ill meaning, he did a great deal of mischief. Now Mrs. Firmitage sat well up in a chair that had been newly stuffed. She was very uncomfortable, and it made her cross, because she was a good-sized woman. She kept on turning, but all for the worse, and her mind was uneasy at her brother's house. The room was gone dark, and the lights going down, while Miss Mary Hookham was revelling in the mansion of the Carrier. Nobody cared to hurry for the sake of anybody else, of course, and Mrs. Firmitage could not see what the good of all her money was. The lady was all the more vexed with others because her own conscience was vexed with her, and as Overshute came with his quick, firm step, she spoke to him rather sharply.
"Well, Russell Overshute, there was a time when you would not have left me to sit in this sad way by myself all the evening. But that was when I had pretty faces near me. I must not expect such attentions now."
"My dear Mrs. Firmitage, I had no idea that you were even in the house. The good squire sent me a very nice dinner, but you did not grace it with your presence."
"And for a very good reason, Russell. I have on my mind an anxiety which precludes all idea of eating."
"Oh, Mrs. Firmitage, never say that. You have been brought up too delicately."
"Russell, I believe that is too true. The world has conspired to spoil me. I seem to be quite in a sad position, entirely for the sake of others. Now, look at me, Russell, and just tell me what you think."
Overshute always obeyed a lady in little things of this kind. He looked at Mrs. Firmitage, which really was a pleasant thing to do, and he thought to himself that he never had seen a lady of her time of life more comfortable, nicely fat, and thoroughly well dressed and fed. "My opinion is," he proceeded with a very pretty salaam and smile, "that you never looked better in your life, ma'am, and that is a very great deal to say."
"Well, Russell, well,"
she answered, rising in a good old fashion and curtsying,
"your opinions have not spoiled your manners. Whatever your dear mother may say, you always were a very upright boy, and you always say exactly what you think. This makes your opinion so valuable. I shall shake off 10 years of my life, but I really was quite low-spirited and down at heart when you came in. I fear that I have not quite acted for the best, entirely as I meant to do so. You remember that horrible state of things nearly 2 months ago, and my great distress at the time of that wretched inquest?
Yes, you were timid, as well you might be.
It was not only that, but the weather was so cold that I scarcely knew what I was doing at all. Hard weather is to me as it is to a plant, a delicate fern or something. My circulation no longer is correct, even if it goes on at all. I scarcely can answer for what I am doing when they put me into cold rooms and bitter draughts. I feel that the organs of my face are red, and that everyone is looking at me, and then such a tingle begins to dawn through the whole of my constitution that to judge me by ordinary rules is barbarous and iniquitous."
To be sure," answered Overshute, laying one finger on his expressive nose, and wondering what was next to come.
"Yes, and that is the manner in which justice is now administered. The canal was frozen, and the people of the inn grudged 1/4 of a hundredweight of coal. These people at the yards had put it up so that it would have been wrong to encourage them. I had ordered my own stumps to be burned up, and the flower baskets and so on, anything rather than order coals, until the swindling dealers came down again, and the coroner sided with the price of coals because he had 3 top-coats on. The jury, however, with their teeth all chattering, wanted only to be done and go. They were only too glad when any witness failed to answer when called upon, and having all made up their minds outside, they were shivering to declare them. I speak now from what I heard afterwards."
"You speak the bare truth, Mrs. Firmitage. You have the best authority. The foreman is your chimney-sweep?"
"Yes, and that made him feel the cold the more. But you should see him on a Sunday, Russell. He is so respectable, and his nails so white. I will not listen to a word against him, and he valued my custom on his oath, he did. 'What verdict does Mrs. desire?' he asked, and he made all the rest go accordingly. Nobody knows what they might have sworn without a clever man to guide them."
"Of course. What can you expect? But still, you have something new to tell me?"
"Well, Russell, new or old, here it is, and you must bear in mind how I felt, and what everybody was saying. In the first place, then, you must remember that there was a great deal said about a pair of my silk stockings. Now, I shrank particularly from having an intimate matter of that sort made the subject of public gossip. It was neither becoming nor ladylike to drag little questions of my wardrobe into the eye of the nation so. Already it was too much to know that a pair of such articles had been found bearing my initials. Most decidedly I refused, and I am sure any lady would do the same, to go into a hard, cold witness box, under the eyes of some scores of males, proclaim my complicity with such things. If I had seen it my duty, I would have endeavoured to conquer my feelings, but of course I took all for granted that everything was too clear already, and my dear brother, I thought of him, and thought of everyone except myself. Could I do more, Russell Overshute?"
"Indeed, my dear madam, I do not see how. You would have come forward if necessary, but you did not see any necessity."
"Much more than that. There was much more than that. There was my duty to my brother, stronger than even to my niece. He is getting elderly, and for me to be printed as proving anything against his daughter would surely have been too much for him. He looked to me so for consolation and some one to say kind words to him, that to find me in evidence against him might have been his death-blow. No consideration for myself or my own feelings had the weight of a rose-leaf with me. In the breach I would have stood, if I had followed my own wishes, but my duty was to curb myself. You are following me, Russell, carefully?"
"Word for word as you say it, madam, so far as my poor wits allow."
"Very well, then. I have made it quite clear. That is the beauty of having to explain to clever people."
"Thank you for the compliment," replied Overshute with a puzzled look, "but I have not earned it, for I cannot see that you have told me anything that I did not know some weeks ago. It may be my stupidity, of course, but I thought that something had occurred quite lately."
"Oh, yes, to be sure. It was only today. I meant to have told you that first of all. I was grossly insulted, but I am so forgiving that I had forgotten it. Quite forgotten it until you happened to speak of it. A peculiarly insolent proceeding on the part of poor Mrs. Sharp, it appears, or perhaps some one for her, for everybody says that she really now has no mind of her own. She did not write me one single line, although I had written politely to her, and she sent me a message. I am sure of it, too bad to be repeated. No one would tell me what it was, which aggravates it to the last degree. I assure you I have not been so upset for years, or at any rate not since poor Grace was lost. And about that, unless I am much mistaken, that very low, selfish, and plotting person knows a great deal more than we had ever dreamed. It would not surprise me in the least, especially after what happened today, to find Mrs. Sharp at the bottom of all of it. At any rate, she has aroused my suspicion by her contemptible insolence, and I am not the person to drop a thing."
"Why, what has she done?" asked Overshute once more, while, in spite of impatience, he could scarcely help smiling at poor Mrs. Firmitage's petty wrath and frequent self-contradiction.
"What she did was this. She sent me back, not even packed in nice white paper, not even sprinkled with eau de cologne, not even washed. What do you think of that? But rolled up anyhow in brown paper, the same as a drayman would use for his taps. Oh, Russell, would you ever believe it?"
"Certainly it seems very unpolite. But what was it she sent back to you?"
"Not even the article I expected. Not even that ingredient of costume which I had lent poor Gracie. Very nice and pretty ones, but an old grey pair of silken hose, disgraceful even to look at. It is true that they bear my initials, but I had discarded them long ago."
"What a strange thing!" cried Overshute, flushed with quick excitement.
"How reckless we were at the inquest. We had made up our minds without evidence, on the mere faith of coincidence. And you have never taken the trouble to look into this point until now? And now, perhaps quite by accident, we were told that you had recognized the stockings, and it turns out that you never even saw them. It is strange and almost wicked negligence." "I have told you my motives. I can say no more," exclaimed Mrs. Firmitage, with her fine fresh color heightened by shame or anger. "Of course I felt sure, who could fail to do so, that the stockings found with my name on them must be the pair I had lent my niece. It seemed almost absurd that I should have to see them. It was more than my nerves could bear, and the coroner was not so unmanly as to force me. Pray, did you go and see everything, sir?" "Mrs. Firmitage, I am the very last person who has any right to reproach you. I failed in my duty far more than you in yours. In a man, of course, it was 1,000 times worse. There is no excuse for me. I yielded to a poor unmanly weakness. I wished to keep my memory of the poor dear as I had seen her last. I should have considered that the poor frail body is not our true identity." "Quite so, of course. And therefore, what was the use of your going to see it? No, you behaved very well, Russell Overshute, and so did I, if it comes to that. Nobody can be quite blameless, of course, and we are told in the Bible not to hope for it. If we all do our duty according to our inner lights and so on, the apostle can say no great harm of us in his rudest moment to the ladies." "Let us settle that we have both done our best," said Russell very sadly, knowing how far from the truth it was, but seeing the folly of arguing. "And now will you tell me what made you send for those silk ingredients of costume so suddenly, and then show them to me?" "With pleasure, dear Russell. You understand me when no one else has any sympathy. I sent for them, or at least for what I fully expected to be the ones, because an impertinent young woman, foolishly trusted with very good keys, gave me notice to go last evening. Of course she will fly before I have a chance of finding how much she has stolen. They all take very good care to do that. And knowing what the spirit of the age is, dress, fal-lals, ribbons, heels in the air, and so on, I made up my mind to have a turn out today and see how much they had left me. No man can imagine, and scarcely any woman, all the vexations I had to go through. 5 pair and a half of silk hose were missing, as well as 1,000 more important things, and they all backed up one another. They stood me out to my face that I never had more than 8 pair of the Christchurch Tom stockings, excuse me for being so coarse, my dear, whereas I had got the receipt for 12 pair from the man that sold them with the big Tom bells on immediately above the instep. I happened to remember that I had lent my darling Gracie pair number 12, numbered as all of them were, downright. And so, to confound those false-tongued hussies, I came over here in search of them. Finding that they were not here, for the lawyers, of course, steal everything, I was not going to be beaten so. I sent as polite a letter as, after her shameful rudeness, any lady could write, to Mrs. Sharp, a poor woman who expected every halfpenny of my dear husband's savings. How far she deserves them you have seen today, and sooner would I burn myself like a sooty widow, with all my goods evaporating, than ever leave 6pence for her to clutch after such behaviour. Russell, you will remember this. You are my executor." "My dear Mrs. Firmitage, I pray you in no way to be excited. We have not heard all of the story, and we know that the servants who are of a faithful kind exaggerate slights to their masters. It was one of the squire's old servants who went. Your own would, perhaps, have known better. But now may I see the things Mrs. Sharp sent you?" "You may, and you may take them if you like, or rather I should say that I beg you to take them. They ought to be in your custody.
Will you oblige me by taking them, Russell, and carefully inspecting them? For that, of course, you must have daylight. Take them in the paper just as they came, and keep them until I ask for them. They can be of no importance, because they are not what I lent to Gracie. Except for my name on them, I am sure that I never could have remembered them. They were darned in the days when I was poor. How often I wished that I still were poor. Then nobody wanted to plot against me, and even to steal my stockings. Oh, Russell, do you think they have murdered my darling because she was to have my money? No, I think nothing of the kind. I believe that our darling Gracie is alive, and I believe it tenfold since I saw these things. I am not very old in the ways of the world, and my judgment has always been wrong throughout. But my faith is the same as the grand old squire's, though 40 years of life behind him. I firmly believe that, blindly as we ourselves have managed everything, all will be guided aright for us, and happiness even in this world come, because though we have done no great good, we have done harm to no one, and the Lord in heaven knows it. Also, he knows that we trust in him so far as the trouble allows us. Very well, I will take these stockings home. You shall hear from me on Monday. I believe that our Grace is alive, and God will enable me to deliver her. Please him, I will never leave off till then. The young man looked so grand and strong in his faith and truth and righteousness that the elderly lady said no word, but let her eyes flow, and kissed him. He placed the stockings in an inner pocket, carelessly wrapped in their paper, and he rode home apace to please his mother. And having a cold on him from all his wettings, he perspired freely, and at every stretch of his galloping horse he was absorbing typhus fever. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Suo Sibi Baculo. In April, when the sunny buds were showing forth their little frills, and birds that love to hop sideways and try the toleration of the sprays that they are picking at were almost too busy to chirp, and hung as happily as possible upside down, shaking the flutter of young green lace, while at the same time, for it is a season of great coincidence, pigs reared aloft little corkscrew tails, and scorning their nose rings, employed them as thimbles for making a punch in the broidery of turf. Also when, if the above is not enough, ducks and geese and cocks and hens and even the dogs, who regard green grass as an emetic mainly, were all, without knowing it, beginning to wag themselves as they walked or waddled, and to shine in the sun, and to look very large in their own eyes and those of their consorts. Neither was there any man who could ride a horse without knowing how, unless he first had starved him. At this young jump of the year and of life, Grace Oglander wanted to go for a walk. She had not by any means been buried in the haunted quarry, neither had she as yet required burial in any place. On the contrary, here she walked more blooming and lovely than even her custom was, and the spring sun glistening upon the gold letters of her tombstone at Beckley, ordered by her good Aunt Firmitage, the same sun without any strain of his eyes at all likely to turn him into a Strabo, was pleasantly making and taking light in the fluctuations of her growing hair. Her bright hair, which had been so cruelly cropped, instead of being the worse for the process, was waxing and glowing again in vast multiplicity of vigor, like a specimen golden geranium shorn to double the number of its facets, and the blue in the spring of her eyes was enough to dissatisfy the sun with its own sky. However, she showed no discontent, but filled the young wood with cheerful rays, and the open glades with merriment, and even the sombre heart of a laboring man with streaks of liveliness. For here were comforts that came in without the eye considering them, and pleasures which, when thought of, fly. and delicate delights that have no idea of being delightful. Hereupon the proper thing is for something very harsh to break in, and discomfit all the wandering vision of earthly happiness. But the proper thing in its present instance showed its propriety by absence. Nothing broke the flow of sunshine and the eddy of soft shade, unless it were a little ruffle of the south wind seeking leaves before they were quite ready, or the rustle of a rabbit anxious about his family, or the flutter of a bird uncertain where to stand and sing his best. Grace, without a thought of what her own thoughts were or whether she had any mind for thinking, rambled on as a schoolgirl does when the hours of school are over. Every single fall or rise of nature's work was kind to her, and led her into various veins of inductive unphilosophy, the packing and storing of last year's leaves, as if exceeding precious, gathered together by the wind and land in some rich rustling corner, and fitting of those into one another, for fear of losing one of them, wonderfully compact, as if with the hammer of a gold-beater, or the unknown implement wherewith a hen packs up her hatched egg-shells, the stiff upstanding of fine young stuff, hazel, ash, and so on, tapering straight as a fishing-rod and knobbing out on either side with scarcely controllable bulges. Over and above and throughout all, and sensible of their largeness, the spreading quietude of great trees, just breathing their buds on the air again, but not in a hurry as in young days, to rush into perils of leafiness. Pleased with all these proofs of soft revival and tender movement, the fair maid almost forgot her own depression and perplexities, when howling winter was put to the rout and banished underground, and the weather, perhaps, might be hoped to behave as decently as an English spring, most skittish of seasons, should order it, and the blue ray of growth, which predominates then, according to the spectroscopists, was pouring encouragement on things green. How was a girl in her own spring yet to strive against all such influence? At any rate, Grace made no attempt to do anything of the kind, but wandered at her own sweet will within the limits of her own parole. She knew that she was in seclusion here by her father's command, for her own good, and much as she yearned from time to time to be at home with all the many things she was so fond of, she was such a dutiful child, and so loving that she should put her own wishes by, and smiled and sighed instead of pouting. It could not be very long now, she was sure, until her father should come home and call for her as he had promised, and take her once more to beloved Beckley after this mournful exile. Full as she was with all these thoughts, and heeding her own ways but a little, so long as she kept within the outer ring of fence allowed to her, she fell into a little stupid fright, as she called it afterwards, for which there was no one but herself to blame. Only yesterday that good Miss Patch, her governess and sweet guardian, had particularly begged her to be careful, because the times were now so bad that lawless people went everywhere. Miss Patch herself had heard several noises she could not at all account for, and while she considered it quite a duty to trace up everything to its proper source, and absolutely confide in Providence, whose instrumentality is to be traced by all the poor instruments seeking it, still there are times when it cannot be done, and then the right thing is to keep within sight or call of a highly respectable man. This is exactly what Grace might have done, and would have done, but for the tempting day, for a truly respectable man had been near her. When first she began her little walk, a man whom she had beheld more than once, but always at a little distance, a tall, stout man, according to her distant ideas of him, always busy in a quiet way, and almost grudging the time to touch his broad-flapped hat without lifting his head when he saw her in the woodland. Grace had never asked him who he was, nor been within talking distance of him, at which she was almost surprised when she thought how glad, as a rule, are all Oxfordshire workmen to have a good excuse for leaving off. However, she was far beyond him now, when she met another man who frightened her. This was a fellow of dark complexion, dressed in a dirty fustian suit, and bearing on his shoulder a thick hedge-stake, from which hung a number of rabbit skins. His character might be excellent, but his appearance did not recommend him to the confidence of the public. Grace shrank aside, but his quick eyes had spied her, and indeed she almost feared from his manner that he had been on the watch for her. So she put the best face on it and tried to pass him without showing any misgivings. But the rabbit man was not to be thus defrauded of his right to good society. With a quick, sharp turn, he cast off the skins from his staff and stretched that slimy implement across the way with one hand, while he held forth the other caressingly, and performed a pretty little caper.
"Allow me to pass, if you please,"
said Grace, attempting to look very resolute.
"These are our grounds. You are trespassing."
"No, my purty young lady," said the rabbit man, coming so close that she could not fly. "You wouldn't be too hard, would you now? I sees a great many young maids about. But lor there, what be they to compare with you?"
"I am sure that you do not mean any harm,"
replied Grace, though with much inward doubt.
"Nobody ever does any harm to me, but everyone is so kind to me. My father is so good to all who get into any trouble. I am not worth robbing, Mr. Rabbit Man, honest as you are, no doubt. But I think that I can find a shilling for you to take home to your family."
"Now, missy, sweet missy, when once I seen you, how could I think of a shilling or two? You was coming out here for to kiss me, I know, the same as I dreamed about last night. Lor bless them bootiful eyes and lips. The most masonary man as ever was a'most would sooner have a kiss than a crown of 'em."
"You insolent fellow! How dare you speak to me in this manner? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is?"
"No, missy, but I just say a thunder and beak as have sent me to prison, and now I have got you in prison too. No coming out without paying of your fine, my dear."
The dirty scamp, with an appreciative grin, laid hold of poor Grace's trembling hand and drew her towards him, while she tried vainly to shriek, for her voice had forsaken her, when bodily down went the rabbit man, felled by a most inconsiderate blow. He dropped so suddenly that he fetched poor Grace to her knees by this violent grasp of her, and when he let go, she could not get up for a moment because her head went round. Then 2 strong hands were put into hers, and she rose and faced a young gentleman. In her confusion and sense of vile indignity, she did the natural thing. She staggered away to a tree and spread both hands before her eyes, and burst forth sobbing as if her heart would break. Instead of approaching to comfort her, the young man applied himself first to revenge. He espied on the path the stick of the prostrate rabbit man and laid hold of it. Then, striving to keep his conscience clear, and by no means hit a man on the ground, he seized the poor dealer in fur by the neck, and propped him well up in a sapling fork. Having him thus well situated for penal operations, without any question of jurisdiction or even of the merits of the case, he proceeded to exhaust the utility of the stick by breaking it over the owner's back. The calm wood echoed with a sound of wooden thumps, and the young buds trembled at the activity of a stick.
"Oh, a mercy, a mercy!" cried the rabbit man. "You be going outside of the bargain, sir."
"Oh, don't! Oh, please don't!"
Grace exclaimed, running forth from her retirement.
"I dare say he did not know any better. He may have had a little too much beer, poor fellow. He has had quite enough. Oh, stop, do stop, for my sake."
"For nothing else in the world would I stop,"
said the youth, who was breathless with hitting so hard and still looking yearningly at the stick, now splintered by so much exercise.
"But if you beg him off, he gets off, of course, though he has not had half enough of it. You vile black rascal, will you ever look at a young lady in your life again?" "No, sir, oh, no, sir, so help me," cried the rabbit man, rubbing himself all over. "Do you let me whisper a word to you? If I see your filthy, sneaking face 2 seconds more, I'll take a new stick to you, and a much tougher one. Out of my sight with your carrion."
Black George, with amazement and fury, gazed at the stern and threatening countenance. Then, seeing the elbow beginning to lift, he hobbled as fast as his bruises allowed to his bundle of skins and the brushwood. Then, with a whimper and a snivel, he passed the broken staff, now thrown at him, through his savory burden, and with exaggerated limps departed.
"See if I don't show this to your governor,"
he muttered as he turned back and scowled when out of sight and hearing.
"I never were took in so over a job in all my life afore, were I? One bull for a hiding like that,"
he grumbled as he pulled out a sovereign and looked at it. "5 bull would have hardly covered it. Why, the young cove can't have been told nort about it. A scurvy joke, a very scurvy joke. I ain't got a bone in me as it don't ache." Leaving him thus to pursue his departure, young Christopher Sharp, with great self-content at the good luck of this exploit, turned towards Grace, who was trembling and blushing, and he trembled and blushed in his turn at her.
"I'm so sorry I have frightened you,"
he said in a most submissive way.
"I have done you more harm than good, I fear. I should have known better, but for the moment I really could not command myself. I hope you will not despise me for it." "Despise you? Can I ever thank you? But I am not fit to do anything now. I think I had better go home, if you please. I am not likely to be annoyed again, and there is a good man in a field halfway."
"To be sure, you know best," the young man answered, cooling into disappointment. "Still, I may follow at a distance, mayn't I? The weather looks quite as if it would be dark, and at this time of year scarcely anybody knows. There seem to be tramps almost everywhere, but I am sure I do not wish to press myself. I can go on with the business that brought me here. I am searching for the true old windflower."
"Oh, are you?" said Grace. "How exceedingly lucky. I can show you exactly where to find it if only you could manage to come tomorrow."
"Tomorrow? Let me see. Tomorrow.
Yes, I believe I have no engagements. But
you will not be afraid? I mean, after that blackguard's behavior today? Not, of course, that he should be thought of twice, but still. Oh, I never can express myself."
"I understand every word you would say,"
the young lady answered decisively,
"and I never mean to wander so far again. Still, when I know that you are botanizing, or rather I mean when a gentleman is near, but I also can never express myself, you never must come. Goodbye, but I feel that you ought to be careful because that bad man may lie in wait for you."
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Miss Patch. That evening Grace made one more trial to procure a little comfort in her own affairs. In the dark, low parlor of the cottage where she had lived for the last 3 months, with only Miss Patch and a deaf old woman for company and comfort, she sat by the fire and stitched hard, to abide her opportunity. At the corner of the table sat the good Miss Patch, with her spectacles on and occasionally nodding over her favorite author, Ezekiel. It was impossible for anybody to look at Miss Patch and believe in anything against her high integrity. That lofty nose and hard-set mouth, and the fine, abstracted yet benevolent gaze of those hollow gray eyes, were enough to show that here was a lady of strict moral principle and high sense of duty, incorruptible and grandly honest, but prickly as a hedgehog with prejudice. She could not be driven into any evil course, and required no leading into what she thought was the right one. And the right course to her was always the simplest of all things to discover, because it was that which led most directly to the glory of God at the expense of man. Anything that would smite down pride, and overthrow earthly schemes, and abase the creature before the Creator, that to her mind was the thing commanded. And if it combined herewith a cut at papal arrogance and priestly influence, then the command was as delightful as it was imperative. This tall and very clear-minded lady was, by an in-and-out sort of way, related to Squire Oglander. She called him her brother, and the squire once, to comfort her in a vile toothache, had gone so far as to call her his sister. Still that, to his mind, was a piece of flattery, not to be remembered when the tooth was stopped. From no pride on his part, but because of his ever-abiding execration of her father, the well-known Captain Patch. Captain Patch was the man who married the last Squire Oglander's second wife, that is to say, our good squire's stepmother, after the lady had dispatched her first husband, by uneasy stages, to a better world. Captain Patch took her for her life interest under the Oglander settlement, and sterling friends of his declared him much too cheap at the money. But the Oglanders took quite the contrary view, and hated his name while he drew their cash. Yet the captain proceeded to have a large family, of whom this Hannah Patch was the eldest. A godly father, as a general rule, has godless children, and happily the converse of that rule holds true. The children of a godless father, scared by the misery they have seen, being acquitted of the 5th commandment, frequently go back to the 1st, and so it befell with almost all of that impious fellow's family. Nevertheless, the squire, believing in the commandment with promise, as well as the denunciation at the end of the 2nd, kept himself clear of the Patches, so far as good manners and kindness permitted him. Miss Patch, knowing how good she was, had keenly resented this prejudice after vainly endeavoring to beat it down. Also, she felt, not ill will, but still a melancholy forgiveness and uneasiness about the present position of Grace's poor mother, who had died in her sins without any apology to Miss Patch. However, put all these things as one may, according to constitution, this lady was very good in her way, and desired to make all others good. There was not one faulty point about her, so far as she could discover it, and her rule of conduct was to judge her own doings by a higher standard than was to be hoped for of any other person. Therefore, of course, for other persons she could judge what was right and godly infinitely better than they could.
"Oh, Auntie,"
said Grace, by way of coaxing, having found this of good service ere now.
"Auntie, don't you wish it was tea-time now? All meals come in their proper season. We should be grateful for them, but not greedy." "Oh, but, Auntie, you would not call it greedy to be hungry, I should hope? And you would be so hungry if you only knew."
But you won't get me to tell you, though. I have always been celebrated for making them, and this time I have quite surpassed myself. Now, how much will you offer me to tell you what it is?"
"Grace, you are frivolous,"
Miss Patch answered, yet with a slight inclination of her nose toward the brown kitchen where the wood fire burned.
"If our food is wholesome and vouchsafed in proportion to our daily wants, we should lift up our hearts and be thankful. To let our minds dwell upon that which is a bodily question only tends to degrade them, and leads us to confound the true end, the glory of our Maker, with the means to that end, which are vulgarly called victuals." "Very well, Auntie. We will do with bread and butter. I only made my Sally Lunns for you, and if they degrade your mind, I will give them to Margery Daw, or the cottage with 10 children down at the bottom of the wood. What a treat they will have, to be sure, with them." "Not so, my dear. If you made them for me, I should fail in my duty if I refused them. We are ordered to be kind and courteous and long-suffering towards one another, and I know that you make them particularly well. They are quite unfit for people in that lower sphere of life. It would be quite sinful to tempt them so. They would puff them up with vanity and worldliness and pride. But if you insist upon my tasting them, my dear, in justice to your work, I think that you should see to the toasting. Poor Mrs. Daw smokes everything." "Of course she does, but I never meant to let her do them, Auntie. Only I wanted to be quite sure first that you would oblige me by tasting them." "My dear, I will do so as soon as you please." The good lady shut up Ezekiel and waited. In a few minutes back came Grace, with all the things done to a nicety, each against each, contending hotly whether the first human duty were to drink choice tea or to eat Sally Loons.
Miss Patch always saw her course marked out by special guidance, and devoutly thus was enabled to act simultaneously. Grace took a little bit now and again to criticize her own handiwork, while with her bright eyes she watched the relaxing of the rigid countenance.
"My dear," said Miss Patch, "they are excellent, and they do the greatest credit to your gifts. To let any talent lie idle is sinful. You might make a few every day, my dear." "To be sure I will, auntie, with the greatest pleasure. I do love to do anything that reminds me of my dear father. Oh, auntie, will you tell me something?" "Yes, Grace, anything you ask aright. Young girls, of course, must submit to those whose duty it is to guide them. Undue curiosity must be checked, as leading to perverse naughtiness. The principle or want of principle, inculcated now by bad education, can lead to nothing else but ruin and disgrace. How different all was when I was young. My gallant and spirited father, well known as a brave defender of his country, would never have dreamed of allowing us to be inquisitive as to his whereabouts. But all things are subverted now. Filial duty is a thing unknown." "Oh, but auntie, of course we never pretend to be half as good as you were. Still, I don't think that you can conclude that I do not love my dear father because I am not one bit afraid of him." "Don't cry, child. It is foolish and weak, and rebellious against divine wisdom. All things are ordered for our good." "Then crying must be ordered for our good, or we should be able to help it, ma'am. But you can't call it crying when I do just what I do. It is such a long and lonely time, and I never have been away more than a week at a time from my darling father until now. And now it is 15 weeks and 5 days since I saw him. Oh, it is dreadful to think of." "Very well, my dear, it may be 50 weeks or 50 years if the Lord so wills. Self-command is one of the very first lessons that all human beings must learn." "Yes, I know that, and I do command myself to the very utmost. You know that you praised me, quite praised me, yesterday, which is a rare thing for you to do. What did you say then? Please not to retract and spoil the whole beauty of your good word." "No, my dear child, you need not be afraid. Whenever you deserve praise, you shall have it. You saw an old sack with the name Beckley on it, and although you were silly enough to set to and kiss it, as if it were your father, you positively did not shed one tear, for which I deserve a gold medal at least. I should like to have had it for my counterpane, but you sent it away most ruthlessly. Now, I want to know, auntie, how it came to be here, miles, leagues, longitudes away from darling Beckley." Miss Patch looked a little stern again at this. She perceived that her duty was to tell some stories in a case of this kind, wherein the end justified the means so paramountly. Still, every new story which she had to tell seemed to make her more cross than the one before, whether from accumulated adverse score or from increased chances of detection. "Sacks arrive and sacks depart," she answered, as if laying down a dogma, "according to the decrees of Providence. Ever since the time of Joseph, sacks have had their special mission. Our limited intelligence cannot follow the mundane pilgrimage of sacks." "No, auntie, of course, they get stolen so. But this particular sack I saw had on it the name of a good honest man, one of the very best men in Beckley, Zacchary Cripps the Carrier. His name did bring things to my mind so. All the parcels and good nice things that he carries as if they were made of glass, and the way my father looks over the hedge to watch for his cart at the turn of the lane, and his pretty sister Etty setting up as if she didn't want to be looked at, and old Dobbins splashing along, plod, plod, and our Mary setting her cap at him vainly, and the way he goes rubbing his boots as if he would have every one of the nails out. And then dearest father calling out, 'Have you brought us Her Majesty's new crown, Cripps?'
and Cripps putting up his hand like that and grinning as if it was a grand idea, and then slyly peeping round where the beer jug hangs. Oh, auntie, shall I ever see it all again? Well, Grace, you will lose very little if you don't. It is one of my brother's worst failings that he gives away fermented liquor to the lower orders inconsiderately. It encourages them in the bad habits to which they are only too prone, even when discouraged. Oh, no, auntie, Cripps is the soberest of men, and he does take his beer with such a relish. It is quite a treat to see him. Oh, if I could only see his old cart now, jogging along like a man with one prong. Grace! Miss Oglander, your metaphor is of an excessively vulgar description. Is it, auntie? Then I'm very sorry. I am sure I didn't mean any harm at all, only I was thinking of the way a certain one-legged fiddler walks. But, auntie, all this is so frivolous, with all the solemn duties around us. Auntie, yes, my dear, I do wish that you would think a little more of them. Every day I do my best. Your nature is not more corrupt than must be, with all who have the sad phronema sarcos, but unhappily you always exhibit, both in word and action, something so— I will not use at all a harsh word for it— something so sadly unsolemn. What can I do, aunt? It really is not my fault. I try for 5 minutes together to be solemn, and then there comes something or other, how can I tell how, that proves too much for me. My father used to love to see me laugh. He said it was quite the proper thing to do, and he was so funny when he had no trouble, and without putting anything into anybody's head, he set them all off laughing. Auntie, you would have been amused to hear him. Quite in the quiet time, almost in the evening, I have known my father to make such beautiful jokes, without thinking of them, that I often long for the old horn lanthorn, to see all the people laughing. Even you would laugh, dear auntie, if you only heard him. The laughter of fools is the crackling of thorns. Grace, you are nothing but a very green goose. Even a stray lamb would afford me better hopes. But knock at the wall with the poker, my dear, that Marjorie Daw may come in to prayers.
End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Ruts. There are few things more interesting than ruts, regarded at the proper time and in the proper manner. The artists who show us so many things unheeded by our duller selves have dwelled on this subject minutely and shown their appreciation of a few good ruts. But they are a little inclined sometimes to mark them too distinctly, scarcely making due allowance for the vast diversity of wheels, as well as their many caprices of wagging, according to the state of their washers, the tug of the horse, and their own wearing, and a host of other things. Each rut, moreover, has a voice of its own, not only in its first formation, but at every period of depression in the muggy weather, or rough rebellion in a fine black frost, and above all other times in the loose insurrection of a thaw. There always is a bit of something hard and something soft in it, jags that contradict all things with a jerk, and deep subsidence, soft as flattery. There scarcely could be a finer sample of ruts than was afforded by a narrow lane or timber track at the extreme northwestern outskirt of Stowe Forest. Everything here is favorable to the very finest growth of ruts. The road had once been made, which is a necessary foundation for any masterpiece of rut work. It then had been left to maintain itself, which encourages wholesome development. Another great advantage was that the hard uniformity of straight lines had no chance here of prevailing, for though the course was not so crooked as in some lanes it might have been, neither was there hedge or rail or other mean constriction, yet some fine old trees insisted now and then, from either side, upon their own grand right of way.
and stretched great arms that would sweep any driver or horseman backward from his seat, unless he steered so as to double them. Now therefore to one of these corners came, from out of the thicket of underwood, a stout man with a crafty slouch and a wary and suspicious glance. He had thrown a sack over his long white smock, whether to save it from brambles or to cover its glare in the shady wood, for his general aspect was that of a man who likes to see all things, but not to be seen. And now as he stooped to examine the ruts at a point where they clearly defined themselves, either from habit or for special reason, he kept as far back by the briery ditch as he could without loss of near insight. This man, being a member of the great Cripps race, whether worthy or not of that staunch lineal excellence, had an hereditary perception of the right way to examine a rut. It would have been easy enough, perhaps, in a lane of little traffic, to judge whether anything lately had passed, with the weather and ground as usual. But today, the day after what has been told of, both weather and ground had just taken a turn, as abrupt as if both were feminine. The smile of soft spring was changed into a frown, and the glad young buoyancy of the earth into a stiff sort of feeling, not frozen or crisp, but as happens to a man when a shiver of ague vibrates through a genial perspiration. To put it more clearly, the wind had chopped round to the east, and was blowing keenly, a masterful, strongly pronounced, and busily energetic east wind, as superior to hypocrisy as it was to all claims of mercy. At the sound and the feel of its vehement sweep, surprise and alarm ran through the wood, and nestling places of the sun ruffled up like a hen that calls her chicks to her. The foremost of the buds of the tall trees shook, not as they shake to a west wind, but with a sense of standing naked. The twigs that carried them flattened upwards, having lost all pleasure. The branches, instead of bowing kindly as they do to any other wind, also went upward, with a stiff, cold back, and a hatred of being treated so. Many and many a little leaf, still snug in its own overcoat, shrunk back, and preferred to defer all the joys of the sky, if this were a sample of them. And many a big leaf, thrust without any voice of its own on the world, had no chance of sighing yet, but whistled on the wind and felt it piping through its fluted heart, and knowing what a liver-colored selvage must come round its green, bewailed the hour that coaxed it forth from the notched and tattered and cast-off frizzle, dancing by this time the wind knows where. Because the east wind does what no other wind of the welkin ever does, it does not come from the good sky downward, bringing higher breath to us, nor even on the level of the ancient things, spreading average movement. This alone of all winds strikes from the face of the good earth upward, sweeping the blush from the skin of the land, and wrinkling all who live thereon. That is the time when the very best man finds little to rejoice in, unless it be a fire of seasoned logs or his own contrariety. The fur of all animals, being their temper, moves away and crawls on them, and even bland dogs and sweet horses feel each several hair at issue with their well-brushed conscience. All that may be true, and yet there may be so many exceptions. At any rate, Master Leviticus Cripps looked none the worse for the whole of it. His cheeks were of richly varied fibre, like a new-shelled kidney bean. His mouth, of a very considerable size, looked comfortable and not hungry, and all around him there was an influence tending to intimate that he had dined. For that he did not care as he should. He was not a man who allowed his dinner to modify his character. The best streaky bacon and 3 new-laid eggs had nurtured and manured his outer man, but failed to improve him inwardly. Even the expression of his face was very slightly mollified by a first-rate meal, though some of the corners looked lubricated. "Hath a been by again, or hath a not?" whispered Tickis to himself as he stared at a tangled web of ruts and blessed the east wind for confounding of them, so that a wheel could not swear to its own. The east wind answered with a scolding dash that cast his sack over his head and shook out his white smock, scattering over the view like a jack-towel on the washing line. Acknowledging this salutation with a curse, Leviticus gathered his sack more tightly, and bending one long leg before him, stealthily peered awry at the wheel tracks. This was the way to discover whatever had happened last among them, instead of looking across or along them, where the nicer shades would fail. At first he could make out but little of it, the east wind whirling last year's leaves from the couches where the west had piled them, and parching the flakes of the mud as if exposed upon a scraper, had made it a hard thing to settle the date of the transit even of a timber dray. One of these had passed not long ago, with a great trunk swinging and swagging on the road, and slurring the scallops of the horse-track. Therefore Tychus for some time looked less wise than usual, and scratched his head. The brain replied, as it generally does, to this soft local stimulant, so briskly, in fact, that the master soon was able to clap both his hands into their natural home, the pockets of his breeches, and thus to survey the scene and grin. "Did he think to do me an old brother, Zack? Now did he? Did he? I were a born afore you, Zack, or if I were not, it were mother's mistake. Go along with ye, Zack, go along with ye. Go home to thy cat and thy little kitten, Eddie." He knew by the track that his brother had passed a good while ago, or he would not have dared to speak in this rebellious vein, and what he said next was even more disloyal. "Danged if I ain't a good mind to horn-string that old hose bird of a Dobbin. Aye, I will, too, if Zack cometh prowling around my place like this. If I didn't mane to treachery, why didn't uth come in and call for a horn of ale and a bite of cold bacon? Oh, we've a pretty well stopped him of that, though. No Master Zack now, go thine own ways. Keep thyself to thyselves, the law of the land, to my thinking." Now, a year or even 6 months ago, Leviticus Cripps would sooner have lost a score of pigs than make such a speech, inhospitable, unnatural, unbrotherly, and violently un-Crippsian. Nothing but his own bad conscience, as he fell more and more away from honor and due esteem for Beckley, could have suggested to him such a low and crooked view of Zacchary. The carrier was not in any measure spying or prowling or even watching. Such courses were out of his track altogether. Rather would he have come with a fist if the family honor demanded it, and therewith have converted his brother's olfactory organ into something loftier as a medium of a sense of honesty. In bare point of fact, the family honor demanded this vindication, but the need had not as yet been conveyed to the knowledge of the executive power. Zacchary had no suspicion at present of his brother's fearful lapse, and the only thing that brought him down that lane was another stroke of business in the washing line. Squire Courser had married a new sort of wife with a tendency towards the nobility, wherefore a monthly wash was out of keeping with her loftier views, though she had a fine kitchen garden, and she cried till the squire put the whole of it out and sent it every week to Beckley. Hence a new duty for Dobbin arose, which he faced with his usual patience, simply reserving his right to travel at the pace he considered expedient, and to have a stronger and deeper bottom stitched to his old nose-bag. The first time the carrier traversed that road, fraternal duty impelled him to make all proper inquiries concerning the health of his brother and the character of his tap. But though the reply upon both these points was favorable and pleasing, Zacchary met with so queer a reception that dignity and self-respect compelled him to vow that for many a journey he would pass with a dry mouth, rather than turn in. Of all the nephews and nieces who loved to make him their own carrier, by sitting astride perhaps 2 on each leg and 1 on each oolitic vamp, and shouting "Gee, gee," till he panted worse than Dobbin, obese with young St. Fowine. Likewise, who always jumped up in his cart and laid hold of the reins and whip even, and wore out the patience of any other horse except the horse before them. Of all these delightful young pests, not one was now permitted to come near him, and not only that, which alone was very strange, but even Susanna, the wife of Leviticus and sister-in-law of Zacchary, evidently had upon her tongue laid a dumb weight of responsibility, quite as if Zack were an interloper or an inquisitive stranger, thrusting a keen but unjustified nose into things that were better without it. Susanna was always a very good woman, and used to look up to Zacchary, because her father was a basket-maker, and even now she said no harm, but still there was something about her, when she muttered that she must go and wash the potatoes, timid and cold and unhearty-like. The carrier made up his mind that they were all in trouble about their mortgage again, just as they were about 6 months back, when the land was likely to be lost to them. And finding it not a desirable thing to be called upon to contribute, he jogged well away from all such tactics, with his pockets buttoned. Not that he would have grudged any good turn to any one of his family, but that his strong common sense allowed him no faith in a liar, and for many years he had known that Pickaxe was the liar of the family. Leviticus took quite a different view of the whole of this proceeding. He was under no terror about his mortgage, for reasons as yet quite private, and his thick, shallow cunning, like an underground gutter, was full of its own rats only. He was certain that Zack had suspected him, in spite of the care he had taken to keep his wife and children away from him, and believing this, he was certain also that Zack was playing the spy on him. While he was meditating thus in his slow and turbid mind, and turning away from the corner of the road towards his beloved pig-lairs, the rattle of the sharp east wind was laden with a softer and heavier sound, the hoofs of a horse upon sod and mud. Pickaxe, with 2 or 3 long strides, got behind a crooked tree, so as to hide or exhibit himself according to what should come to pass. But what came to pass was a horse in the first place, of good family and good feed, and on his back a man who shared in at least the latter excellence. These two were not coming by the forest lane, but along a quiet, narrow track, which cut off many of its corners. To judge of the two which looked the more honest, would have required another horse in council with another man. At sight of this arrival, Pickaxe came forth and scraped humbly.
"Don't stand there like a monkey at a fair,"
cried Mr. Sharp, for he it was, and no mistake about him.
"Am I to come through the brambles to you? Can't you come up like a man with his wits, where this beastly wind doesn't blow so hard? Who can hear chaw-bacon talk off there?"
Leviticus Cripps made a vast lot of gestures, commending the value of caution and pointing to the lane 100 yards off, as if it contained a whole band of brigands. Mr. Sharp was not a patient man, and he knew that there was no danger. Therefore he swore pretty freely until the abject lord of swine restored him to a pleasant humor by a pitiful tale of Black George's trouble on the previous afternoon.
"Catching it, and by no mistake,"
Pickaxe Cripps repeated.
"The dust from his jacket. Oh, Lord, I had followed on the softly to see the fun, without missy knowing I were near, of course, and I may never, if I didn't think a word almost of killed Oh, it'll be a good round week, I reckon, afore George stitcheth up a ferret's mouth again. He took me in terrible that very morning. He were worse took in hizzle afore the afternoon was out. Praise the Lord for all his goodness, sir."
Well, it shall be made up to him, but of course you did not let him or anyone else get any idea who the lady is.
"Governor, no man hath any sense of that," Leviticus answered with one finger on his nose, "save and except the old lady to the cottage, and you and I, and you knows whether there be any other."
"Leviticus Cripps, no lies to me. Of course your own wife has got the whole thing out of you."
"Her?"
replied Pickaxe with a high contempt for which he should have had his ears boxed.
No, master. I would have been all over Oxford months ago if her had knowed aught of it. Her knoweth, of course, there be somebody up at the cottage with the old lady, but her hath zucked in the American story the same as everybody else have. Who would ever dream of our old squire's daughter when the whole world hath killed and buried her? But none the less for all that I kept her and the children out of the way of our Zack, I did. I might go talking to the folk up at the cottage, and Zack would be for going up with one of his cars par of a tour. Lor, how old Zack eyes would come out of his head. That old bat fowl, I would crack my sides to seeing.
You had better keep your fat sides sound and quiet, Mr. Sharp answered sternly, for the slow wits of Pickaxe being tickled by that rare thing in imagination, The result, of course, a guffaw whose breadth was exceeded only by its length. "Oh, Lord, to see the old bat fowl with the eyes a-comin' out of his head, and I'll be danged if I shouldn't choke. Oh, Lord!" Mr. Sharp saw the Tickus, once being set off, might be trusted to go on for at least half an hour, with minute guns of cackling, loutish, self-glorifying cachinnation, as amenable to reason as a hiccough is. The lawyer's time was too precious to waste thus, so having learned all that he cared to learn, and hearing wheels in the forest lane, he turned back along the narrow covert ride, and he thought within himself, for he never mused aloud, "My bold stroke bids fair to be a great success. Nobody dreams that the girl is here. She herself believes every word that she is told. Kit is over head and ears, and she will be the same with him after that fine rescue. Our only marplot has been laid by the heels at the very nick of time. We have only to manage Kit himself, who is a most confounded sort. The luck is with me, and none shall be the wiser. Only give me 1 month more."
End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Rats. Meanwhile, at Shotover Grange, as well as at poor old Beckley Barton, trouble was prevailing, and the usual style of things upset. Russell Overshute, though not beloved by everybody, because of his strong will and words, was at any rate thought much of, and would be sadly missed by all. All the women of the household made an idol of him. He spoke so kindly and said thank you when many men would have grunted, and he did not seem to be aware of any padlocked bar of humanity betwixt him and his inferiors. At the same time he took no liberty any more than he invited it, and this fine appearance and strength of readiness made him look the master. The men, on the other hand, were not sure of their sorrow to see less of him. He had always kept a keen eye on them, as the master of a large house ought to do, and he always bore in mind the great truth that men on the whole are much lazier than women. Still, even the worst man about the place, while he freely took advantage of the present sweet immunity, would have been sorry to hear of a thing which might drive him to seek for another place. But what were all these, even all put together in the weight of their feelings, to compare with the mother of young Overshute? Many might cry, but none would mourn. Nobody could have any right to mourn except herself, his mother. This was her son, and her only hope. If it pleased the Lord to rob her of him, he might as well take her soon afterwards, without any more to do. This middle-aged lady was not pious, and made no pretense to be so. Her opinion was that the Lord awarded things according to what people do, and left them at liberty to carry on, without any great interference. She knew that she always had been superfluously able to manage her own affairs, and to hear weak ladies going on and on about the will of the Lord, and so forth. Sometimes it was a trial to her manners and hospitality. In this terrible illness of her son she had plenty of self-command, but very little resignation. With stern activity and self-devotion she watched him by day and by night so jealously that the nurses took offense and, fearing contagion, kept their distance, though they drew their wages. This was the time to show what stuff both men and women were made of. Fair-weather visitors and delightful gossips and the most devoted friends stood far aloof from the tainted gale, and fumigated their letters. The best of them sent their grooms to the lodge, with orders to be very careful and to be sure to use tobacco during the moment of colloquy. Others had so much faith that everything would be ordered for the best that they went to the seaside at once to be delivered from presumption. Many saw a visitation for some secret sin that otherwise might have festered inwardly and destroyed the immortal part. Of course they would not even hint that he could have murdered Grace Oglander. Nothing was further from their thoughts. The idea was much too terrible. Still, there were many things that long had called for explanation, and none had been afforded. Leaving these to go their way, a few kind souls came fluttering to the house of pestilence and death. 2 housemaids and the boy who cleaned the servants' shoes had been struck down and never rose again, except with very cautious liftings to their last narrow cells. The disease had spread from their master, and their constitutions were not like his. Also the senior footman and the undercook were in their beds, but people who had their work to do believed them to be only shamming. The master, however, still fought on without any knowledge of the conflict. His mind was beyond all the guidance of will, and afar from its wounded subjects. It roved among the clouds that had been blown away, nebules of logic, dialectic fogs, and thunderstorms of enthymeme, and the pelting of soridic hail, and all the other perturbed condition of the undergraduate weather. In these things, unlike his friend Hardenow, he had never taken delight, and now they rose up to avenge themselves. At other times the poor fellow lay in depths of deepest lethargy, voiceless, motionless, and almost breathless. None but his mother would believe sometimes that he was not downright dead and gone. Of course Mrs. Overshute had called in the best advice to be had from the whole of the great profession of medicine. The roughness of the Alberthany school was still in vogue with country doctors, and even now some of it may be found in a craft which ought to be gentle in proportion to its hopelessness. With timid people this roughness goes a long way towards creating faith, and makes them try to get better for fear of being insulted about it. In London, however, this centuric school of medicine had not thriven. When the rude Nessus could not heal himself, a soft and soothing gentle race of Asclepians arose. The vis medicatrix natura was exalted and fed with calves' feet, and the hand of velvet and the tongue of silver commended and sweetened the pill of bread. At the head of this pleasing and amiable band, who seldom either killed or cured, was the famous Sir Anthony Thistledown. This was the great physician who had been invoked from London to the strong disgust of splinters, and the foremost light at Oxford, when Squire Oglander was seized with his very serious illness, and now Sir Anthony did his best, with the aid of the reconciled splinters, to soothe away death from the weary couch of the last of the race of Overshute.
"A pretty story I heard in Oxford today. Made me ashamed at oath,"
said Zacchary Cripps to his sister Etty, while he smoked his contemplative pipe by the fire of stow logs, one cold and windy April evening.
"What do you think they've a-been endued?"
"Who and where, Zac? How can I tell?"
Esther was busy trimming 3 rashers before she put them into the frying pan.
"I really do believe you expect me to know everybody that comes to your thoughts quite as if it was in my own mind."
"Well, so you ought," said the carrier. "The women nowadays are so sharp, and no man can have his own mind to hisself. But anyhow, you ought to know that I mean up to the poor worship Overshoots. Fine young gentleman as ever lived. Seemeth to be no more than last night as he sat in that there chair, and said the queerest thing as ever were said by a justice of the county bench."
"What do you mean, Zac? I never heard him say anything but was kind and proper and a credit to him."
"Might be proper or might not, but anyhow, 'twere impossible. Did a tell me, or did a not, he would try to go a-poaching. When folk begins to talk like that, 'tis a sign of the ill come over them. Ah's me, 'tis little he'll ever do of poaching, or shutting, or riding to hounds, or tasting again of my best bottle. Bad enough job it be about old Squire, but he be an old man in a way of speaking. Well, the Lord he knoweth best, and us be all in the hollow of his hand. But he were a fine young fellow, as fine a young fellow as I ever see, and not a bit of pride about him."
Sadly reflecting, the carrier stopped his pipe with a twig from the fireplace, and gazed at the soot, because his eyes were bright.
"But what were you going to tell me?"
said Etty, bringing her brother back to his subject as she often was obliged to do.
"Rally, I be almost ashamed to tell 'ee, for such a thing to come to pass in our own county, and almost the same parish, and only 2 turnpike gates atween. What do ye think of every soul in that there house running right away, without no notice, nor so much as a good-bye? One and all of 'em, one and all. So I were told by a truthful man. And the poor old leddy with her dying son, and not a single blessed woman for to make the pap."
"I never can believe that they would be such cowards," Esther answered as she left her work and came to look at Zacchary. "Men might, but women never, I should hope. And such a kind, good house it is. Oh, Zack, it must be a wicked story."
"It is true enough, Eddie, and too true. As I was a-comin' home, I seed 5 on 'em standing all together under the elms by Magdalen College. Their friends would not take them in, I was told, and nobody wouldn't go nigh on 'em. Perhaps they were sorry they had doed it then."
"The wretches! They ought to sleep out in the rain, without even a pigsty for shelter. Now, Zack, I never do anything without you, but to Shotover Grange I go tonight, unless you bar the door on me, and if you do, I will get out of a window."
"Esther, I never heard tell of such a thing. If you was under a duty, well and good, but to fly into the face of the Lord like that, without no call upon you—"
"There is a call upon me," she answered, flushing with calm resolution. "It is the Lord that calls me, Zack, and he will send me back again. Now, you shall have your supper while you think it over quietly. I will not go without your leave, brother, but I am sure you will give it when you come to think."
The carrier, while he munched his bacon and drank his quart of home-brewed ale, was, in his quiet mind, more troubled than he had ever been before, or, at any rate, since he used to pass the tent of young Cinnaminta. That was the one great romance of his life, and since he had quelled it with his sturdy strength, and looked round the world as usual, scarcely any trouble worse than pence and halfpence had been on him. From week to week and year to year he had worked a cheerful road of life, breathing the fine air, looking at the sights, feeling as little as need be felt the influence of nature, making new friends all along his beat, even quicker than the old ones went their way, carrying on a very decent trade, highly respecting the powers that be, and highly respected by them. But now he found suddenly brought before him a matter for consideration, which in his ordinary state of mind would have circulated for a fortnight. Precipitance of mind to him was worse than driving down a quarry. His practice had always been, and now it was become his habit, to turn every question inside out and upside down, and across, and finger every seam of it, as if he were buying a second-hand sack, ere ever he began to trust his weight to any side of it. To do all this required some hours with a mind so unelectric, and even after that he liked to have a good night's sleep and find the core of his resolve set hard in the morning. For this due process there was now no time. He dared not even to begin it, knowing that it could not be wrought out. Therefore he betook himself to a plan which once before had served him well. After groping at the bottom of a sacred pocket, where sample beans and scarlet runners got into the loops of keys, and bits of whipcord were wound tightly round old turnpike tickets, and a little shoemaker's awl in a cork kept company with a shoe-pick, Master Cripps, with his blunt-headed fingers, got hold of a crooked sixpence. The bend alone would have only conferred a simple charm upon it, but when to the bend there was added a hole, that sixpence became Delphic. Cripps had consulted it once before when a quick-tempered farmer hurried him concerning the purchase of a rick of hay. The carrier had no superstition, but he greatly abounded with gratitude, and having made a great hit about that rick, the least he could do to the sixpence was to consult it again under similar hurry. He said to himself, "Now the Lord send me right. If you comes out heads, little Eddie shall go. If you comes out tails, I shall take it for a sign that we ought to turn tails in this here job." He said no more, but with great extrication worked his oracular sixpence up through a rattle of obstructions. Like the lots cast in a steep-headed man's helmet, up came the sixpence reluctantly.
I have got ye. Now what dost thou say?" said Cripps with the triumph of an obstinate man. "Never a lie hast thou told me yet. Spake up, little fellow." Being thus adjured, the crooked sixpence, in gratitude for much friction, gleamed softly in the firelight. But even the carrier, keen as his eyes were, could not make out head or tail. "Fetch me a candle and the looking-glass," he called out to Esther, the looking-glass being a large old lens, which had been left behind by Hardenow. Esther brought both in about half a minute, and Cripps, with the little coin sternly sitting as flatly in his palm as its form allowed, began to examine it carefully, with one eye shut as if firing a gun. He tried the lens at every distance from a foot to half an inch, shifting the candle about until some of his frizzly hair took fire, and with this assistance he exclaimed at last, "Heads, child, heads it is. Thou shalt go. The will of the Lord ordaineth it. Praise the Lord to send thee back safe and sound as now thou goest. None on us, to my knowledge, has done aught to deserve to be punished for."
End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Boots On. When a very active man is suddenly laid by the heels, sad as the dispensation is, there is sure to be some who rejoice in it. Even if it be only a zealous clerk, sausage-maker, or grave-digger, thus upset in his activities, there are one or two compeers who rejoice in the heart while they deeply lament with the lip. Not that they have the very smallest atom of ill will about them. They are thoroughly good-hearted fellows, as are 9 men out of every 10. And within as well as without, they would grieve to hear that their valued friend was dead. Still, for the moment, and while we believe, as everybody does about everybody else, that he is sure as a top to come round again, it is a relief to have this busy fellow just out of the way a bit, and there is an inward hugging of the lazier spirit at the thought that the restless one will have received a lesson, and be pulled back to a milder state. Be this view of the matter either true or false in a general way, at least in this particular instance, the illness of Russell Overshute, some of it seemed to apply right well. There was no one who wished him positive death, not even of those whom he had most justly visited with the treadmill. But there were several who were not sorry to hear of this check to his energies, and the foremost among them might be counted Mr. Luke Sharp and the great John Smith. Mr. John Smith had surprised his friends and disappointed the entire public by finding out nothing at all about anything after his one great discovery made with the help of the British Army. For some cause or other best known to himself, he had dropped his indefatigability and taken to very grave shakes of his head instead of nimble footings. He feigned to be very busy still with this leading case of the neighborhood, but though his superiors might believe it, his underlings were not to be misled. All of these knew whether Mr. John was launching thunderbolts or throwing dust, and were well aware that he had quite taken up with the latter process in the Beckley case. Why, or even exactly when this change had occurred, they did not know, only they were sure that the reason lay deep in the pocket of Mr. Smith, which conclusion, as we shall see, did no more honor to their heads than to their hearts. But still, whatever his feelings were, or his desires in the matter, the resolute face and active step of this intelligent officer were often to be seen and heard at Beckley, and to several persons in the village they were becoming welcome. Numbers Cripps, the butcher, was moved with gentle goodwill towards him, having heard what a fine knife and fork he played, and finding it true in the squire's bill. Also, Phil Hiss of the Dusty Anvil found the fame of this gentleman telling on his average receipts, and several old women, who had some time back made up their accounts for a better world, and were taking the interest in scandal, hailed with delight this unexpected bonus and true premium. To mention young spinsters would be immoral, for none of them had any certainty whether there was or was not any Mrs. John Smith, rustic modesty forbade that the carrier should be asked to settle this great point directly. Still, there were methods of letting him know how desirable any information was. At all these symptoms of renown, when brought to his knowledge, Mr. Smith only smiled and shook his head. He had several good reasons of his own for hunting the village as he did, one of them being that he thus obeyed the general orders he had received. Also, he really liked the squire, his victuals, and his domestics. Among these latter he had quite outlived any little prejudice created by his early manner, and even Mary Hookham was now inclined to use him as an irritant or stimulant for the lukewarm Cripps. But being a sharp and quick young woman, Mary took care not to go too far.
"How is the fine old gentleman now? Mary, my love, how is he?"
Mr. Smith asked as he pulled off his cloak in the lobby just after church time, and just before early dinner time, on the morrow of that Saturday night when Esther set off for Shotover. Although it was spring, she had not gone alone, but had taken a son of the butcher with her. The effect of that quarry scene on her nerves would last as long as she did. Mary was bound not to answer Mr. Smith whenever he spoke in that festive way. That much had been settled betwixt her and her mother, remembering what a place Beckley was. But she did all her duty, as a good maid should, in the way of receiving a visitor. She took his cloak from him, and she hung it on a hook. Most men wore a cloak just then for walking, whether it were wet or dry, and part of the coming Tractarian movement was to cast away that cloak. And then Mary saw on the feathery collar a leaf bud that threatened to become a moth, according to her entomology. This she picked out with a shoo and a shish as she trod it underfoot, and Mr. John Smith, having terror of insects and being a very clean man, recoiled just when he was thinking of stealing a kiss. This little piece of business placed them on their proper terms again.
"How is your master, Miss Hookham? I hope to find him getting better. Everything now is looking up again."
"No, Mr. Smith, he is very sadly, thanking you, sir, for inquiring of him. He do seem a little better one day, and we all begins to hope and hope, and then there comes something all over him again, the same as might be this here cloak, sir, thrown on the head of that there stick. But come in and see him, Mr. Smith, if you please. I thought it was the rector when you rang, but master will be glad to see you every bit the same as if you was, no doubt."
John Smith, who was never to be put down by any small comparisons, followed quick Mary with a steadfast march over the quiet matting. Potters, with their broken shards, had not yet made it a trial to walk, and a still greater trial to look downward on the road to dinner. In the long, old-fashioned dining-room sat the squire at the head of his table. For many years it had been his wont to have an early dinner on Sunday, with a knife and fork always ready for the clergyman, who was a bachelor of middle age. The clergyman came or did not come according to his own convenience, without ceremony or apology.
"I beg you to excuse," said the squire, rising as Smith was shown into the room, "my absence from church this morning, Mr. Warbelow. I had quite made up my mind to go, and everything was quite ready, when I did not feel quite so well as usual, and was ordered to stay at home."
Squire Oglander made his fine old-fashioned bow when he had spoken, and held out his hand for the parson to take it, as the parson always did, with eyes that gave a look of grief and then fell, and kind lips that murmured that all things were ordered for the best. But instead of the parson's gentle clasp, the squire, whose sight was beginning to fail, together with his other faculties, was saluted with a strong, rough grasp, and a gaze from entirely unclerical eyes.
"How is your worship? Well, nicely, I hope. Charming you look, sir, as ever I see."
"Sir, I thank you. I am in good health, but I have not the honour of remembering your name."
"Smith, your worship, John Smith, at your service, as he was the day before yesterday. Out of sight, out of mind, the old saying is. I suppose you find it so, sir?"
With this home thrust, delivered quite unwittingly, Mr. Smith sat down. His opinion was that Her Majesty's service levelled all distinctions. Mr. Oglander gave him one glance, like the keen look of his better days, and then turned away and gazed round the room for something out of sight, but never likely to be out of mind. The old man was weak, and knew his weakness. In the presence of a gentleman he might have broken down and wept, and been much better for it. But before a man of this sort, not a sign would he let out of the sorrow that was killing him. It had been settled by all doctors, when the squire was in his first illness, that nothing should be said by Smith or anyone else without great cause about the trouble which was ever in the heart of all the house. Nothing, at least, to the squire himself, for fear of exciting him fatally. Little rumours might be filtered through the servants towards him, especially through Mother Hookham, who put hopeful grains of paradise into the heavy beer of fact. Such things did the old man good. His faith in the Lord, when beginning to flag, was renewed by fibs of this good old woman, and each confirmed the other. In former days he would have resented and nipped in the bud, kind-hearted as he was, John Smith's familiarity, but now he had no heart to care about any such trifles. He begged Mr. Smith to take a chair, quite as if he were waiting to be invited. Then, weak as he was, he tottered to the bell-pull, rather than ask his guest to ring. John Smith jumped up to help, but felt uncertain what good manners were.
"Mary,"
said the squire when Mary came,
"you always look out of the window, I think, to see the people come out of church." "Never, sir, never, except whenever I feels wicked not to ha' been there myself. Such time it seemeth to do me good, like smelling of the good words over there."
"Yes, that is very right.
"All I want to know is whether Mr. Warbelow is coming up here." "No, sir, not this time, I believe. He seemed to have got a young lady with un, as wore a blue cloak with 3 slashes to the sleeve, and a bonnet with yellow French roses in it, and a striped skirt, made of the very same stuff as I seed in Cavil's. No, not Cavil's, t'other shop over the way, round the corner. Likewise her had. Then, Mary, bring in the dinner, if you please. This gentleman will dine with me instead of Mr. Warbelow." "Well, now, if I ever did," Mrs. Hookham exclaimed to herself in the passage, "why, must have been a sort of a gentleman. Master wouldn't dine along Master Cripps, but to my mind Zack would be the gentleman afore he."
The squire's oblique little sarcasm, if sarcasm at all it were, failed to hit Mr. Smith altogether. He cordially accepted plate and spoon, and fell to at the soup, which was excellent. The soup was followed by a fine sirloin, whereupon Mr. Oglander, through some association of ideas, could not suppress a little sigh.
"Never sigh at your meat, sir. Give me the carving knife, sir, if you are unequal to the situation. To sigh at such a sirloin, oh, fie, fie!"
"I was thinking of someone who always used to like the brown,"
the old man said in the simplest manner, as if an apology were needed.
"Well, sir, I like the brown very much. I will put it by for myself, sir, and help you to an inner slice. Here, Mary, a plate for your master. Quick, everything will be cold, my goodness. And who sliced this horseradish, pray? For slicing it is, not scraping."
Mary was obliged to bite her tongue to keep in any way mannersome, when the door was thrown open, and in came her mother, with her face quite white, and both hands stretched on high.
Oh, my, a sin, I call it, a wicked, cruel, sinful sin,"
Widow Hookham exclaimed as soon as she could speak.
"All over the village, all over the parish, in 2 days' time at the latest it will be. Oh, how could your worship allow of it?"
"Give your mamma a glass of wine, my dear,"
said Mr. John Smith, as the widow fell back with violent menace of fainting or worse, while the poor squire, expecting some new blow, folded his tremulous hands to receive it.
"Take a good drink, ma'am, and then relieve your system."
"That Cripps! Oh, that Cripps!" exclaimed Mrs. Hookham as soon as the wine, which first went the wrong way, had taken the right direction. "If ever a daughter of mine hath Cripps, in spite of 2 stockings of money, they say." "What is it about Cripps?" asked the squire in a voice that required an immediate answer. The first news of his trouble had come through Cripps, and now in his helpless condition he always connected the name of the carrier with the solution, if one there should be. "He hath done a thing he ought to be ashamed on," screamed Mrs. Hookham with such excitement that they were forced to give her another glass of wine. "He hath brought into this parish, and the bosom of his family, pestilence and death he hath. And who be he to do such a thing? A road-faring, 2-penny carrier." "Cripps charges a good deal more than 2 pence," said Mr. Oglander quietly, for his hopes and fears were once more postponed. "He hath brought the worst load ever were brought," cried the widow, growing eloquent. "Black Death and the Plague and the murrain of Egypt hath come in through Cripps the Carrier. How much will he charge Beckley, your worship? How much shall Beckley pay him when he mourneth for her children, when she spreadeth forth her hands and seeketh north and south and cannot find them because they are not?"
"What is it, good woman?" cried Smith impatiently. "What is all this uproar? Do tell us, and have done with it."
"Good man," replied Widow Hookham tartly, "my words are addressed to your betters, sir. Your worship knoweth well that Master Cale hath leave and license for his Sunday dinner. Ever since his poor wife died, he sitteth with a knife and fork to the right side of our cook-maid. He were that genteel, I do assure you, although his appearance bespeaketh it not, and city gents may look down on him. He had such a sense of propriety. Not a word did he say all the time of dinner to raise an objection to the weakest stomach. But as soon as he see that all were done in the parlour dinner afterward, he layeth his finger on his lips and looketh to me as the prime authority. And when I ask him to speak out, no secrets being among good friends, what he said were a deal too much for me, or any other Christian person."
"Well, well, ma'am, if your own dinner was respected, you might have showed some respect for ours," Mr. Smith exclaimed very sadly, beholding the gravy in the channel dish margined with grease, and the noble sirloin weeping with lost opportunity. But Mr. Oglander took no notice. To such things he was indifferent now.
"To keep the mind dwelling upon earthly victuals," the widow replied severely, "on the Lord's day, and with the day of the Lord a hanging special over us. Such things is beyond me to deal with, and calls for Mr. Warbelow. Carrier Cripps hath sent his sister over to nurse Squire Overshute."
John Smith pretended to be busy with his beef, but Mary, who made a point of watching whatever he did, without well knowing why, startled as she was by her mother's words, this girl had her quick eyes upon his face, and was sure that it lost colour, as the carved sirloin of beef had done from the trickling of the gravy.
"Overshute! Nurse Mr. Overshute!" cried the squire with great astonishment. "Why, what ails Mr. Overshute? It is a long time since I have seen him, and I thought that he had perhaps forgotten me. He used to come very often but who am I to tempt him? When my darling was here, in the time of my darling, everybody came to visit me. Now nobody comes, and of course it is right. There is nobody for them to look at now, and no one to make them laugh a little. She used to make them laugh, till I was quite jealous, I do believe. Not of myself, bless your heart, but of her, because I never liked her to have too much to say to anybody, unless it was one who could understand her. And nobody ever turned up that was able in any way to understand her, except her poor old father, sir."
The squire, at the end of this long speech, which had been a great deal too much for him, stood up and flourished his fork, which should have been better employed in feeding him, and looked from face to face in fear that he had made himself ridiculous.
Nobody laughed at him, or even smiled, and he was pleased with this, and resolved never to give such occasion again, because it would have shamed him so, and after all, it was his own business. None of these people could have any idea, and he hoped they never might have. By this time his mind was dropping softly into some confusion, and feeling it so, he sat down again, and drank the glass of wine which Mary Hookham kindly held for him. For a few minutes Mr. John Smith had his flourish, to let both the women be sure who he was, all about the Queen, and the law of the land and the jurisdiction of the bench, and he threatened the absent Cripps with 3 months' imprisonment, and perhaps the treadmill. He knew that he was talking unswept rubbish, but his audience was female. They had listened to him without leaving off their work, and their courage increased as his did. But presently Mr. Oglander, who had seemed to be taking a nap, arose, and said as clearly as ever he had said anything in his clearest days, "Mary, go and tell Charles to put the saddle on the mare at once."
"Oh, lor, sir, whatever you thinking of? Lor a mercy, sir, I couldn't do it, I couldn't. You ain't been a horseback for nigh 4 months, and your orders is to keep quiet in your chair, and not even look out a winder, sir. Do 'ee please to go into your slippers, sir?" "I will not go into my slippers, Mary. I will go into my boots. I hear that Mr. Overshute is ill, and I gather from what you have all been saying that his illness is of such a kind that nobody will go near him. I have wronged the young gentleman bitterly, and I will do my best to right myself. If I never do another thing, I shall ride to Shotover this day. Order the mare, as I tell you, and the air will do me good, please God." End of chapter 28.